Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special edition of Castaway Anime. I'm Neon Manta.
And I'm Crunchy Bagels.
And we are celebrating 2022 in anime, the first full year of anime we've ever covered on the podcast in its entirety, having our own award show while simultaneously dunking on how awful Crunchyroll Anime Awards are, as always. And to make this discussion even better, we've invited our pal Totoellini from the hit YouTube channel Totoellini to help us out.
He
Otherwise known as Spuddle. I'll never say Totoellini.
a lot of people call me Spuddle if you know me on Discord. I didn't make one of these videos because I thought it was kind of dumb. So here I am on someone else's video to do the same thing because I don't have to do any of the work, so it's pretty bug, huh? He paid for the thumbnail for this one, so you better appreciate it.
Yeah, big shout out to at SenRanks on Twitter for this immaculate thumbnail and the visual that you're currently seeing on screen right now.
Yeah, I like the smelly old lady in it.
There's you gotta be a little more specific.
Beautiful. I feel like there's probably two that could reasonably fit that description.
And Mizuki probably smells nice.
I'm not gonna
and
elaborate. It's the homeless one.
I mean, okay, Anko smells
smells like
lung
tobacco.
cancer, though.
Not Bocchi. Kikuri smells like alcohol. Himeno probably also smells like tobacco, but she probably uses shampoo.
She probably does.
But we're getting off.
Himeno probably doesn't smell like anything. We're being realistic.
Well, yeah, it's a rip in peace. But getting back on track now.
She smells like decomposition. There we go.
It smells like air.
Alright, so the way this is gonna be broken down is we're gonna follow the awards for Crunchyroll's 2023 Anime Awards, but we're gonna be changing a couple of their stupid rules. Their whole thing of disregarding fall 2022 anime, we're gonna put that straight into the recycle bin and include those shows as well. And we're gonna look over their categories and their nominees within said categories and go over them, see what belongs there, what doesn't belong there, and then give our own little personal nominees and what we'd have chosen as what should deserve that award from our individual perspectives.
From our way better awards show.
Debatable.
And I guess also a 2022 retrospective.
Yeah, it's the 2022 reward show that actually includes every season of 2022. Wow, fucking crazy. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, by default, we are now better than the Crunchyroll Anime Awards.
Bro, our picks could be complete garbage, and just on that point alone, we'd be like head and tails ahead of them.
And we should have recorded this 3 hours ago, but apparently the Crunchyroll cannot program a clock to save their lives.
God, they had it set. The clock
9
literally
a.m.
counted
Eastern,
down
baby.
to 0 twice, and it still didn't come out.
Yeah, they're pretty stupid. But it's Crunchyroll, so
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what you were expecting. It's a Sony company.
Shouldn't have
now.
expected anything more.
Yeah, it's Crunchyroll's parentheses Funimation, baby. Or other way around, because it's owned by Sony.
Parentheses, Sony. And we all know how consistent Sony is.
Alright, well, without further ado, I say we jump right into it. Best English vocal performance.
Nobody on
How
this
many
list.
dubs did y'all watch this year?
I am the type of guy.
I did not watch.
Oh, go ahead.
I think I rewatched Death Note dubbed, and that is
Okay,
it.
how many dubs from this year did you watch?
I did rewatch Bleach dub, so I mean, does that count?
Did you watch the new Bleach dub?
Yeah, I fucking hated it. It was not as good as the original.
Isn't it all literally the same actors?
Yeah, but the voice direction is really bad, and so they left it up to the actors to remember what they sounded like 10 years ago. And as you can imagine, that didn't work out for like 90% of the cast. Ichigo sounds like he's a fucking chain smoker. And I've had people tell me it's
Johnny Young Bosch did age like
I've had
10
people say
years.
that, but yet he sounded perfect as Lelouch last year. So, and that's also been a similar amount of time. So it's not JYB. He's still a great actor.
And he had time to refresh his role when he was the voice of Ichigo in the English dubbing of the live action Bleach
The
movie on
craziest
Netflix.
shit is he actually sounds better in the live action version than he does in the literal new dub, because that's how bad the voice direction is. And he's not the only one, but that's besides the point. I do watch dubs. if they're like a simul-dubbed, like Tomo this season, for example, I watched that one to give it a shot. It's fucking awful. At least her voice is. The rest of it's not that bad. But I watch it to see how well it does, and sometimes I'll even stick with the dub. Like Golden Kamuy is a show I officially only watch dubbed because I liked the dub for it. So on Crunchyroll's list itself, you have Amelie for Marin.
I hate to interrupt. I'll immediately have a problem with this.
Oh, okay.
It has their names, but not the names of
the
characters that they played.
Yes, I know.
Like,
yeah.
So only because I have prior knowledge and because one of my nominations is on this list, actually. I know that Amelie plays
Marin.
Kitagawa. I know Zach Aguilar played David from Cyberpunk.
Zeno Robinson plays the Gamma 1,
2.
I think. Oh, it's Gamma 2. Sung
No,
Won Chu plays the Dark King. I don't know who
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he plays the Evil King. It shows up in episode 4.
Jeremy Lee played Kotaru from
Probably the main
Kotaru
character.
They don't even have like the show like name. They only have the picture of the show.
Yeah.
Who's Natalie? Is she
I
Anya
didn't
or
even
Yor?
know.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to assume Anya because that's like a meme character to voice for.
I will say, from this list, right? None of these are my personal picks. For this list, it is tied for Marin and Gamma 2. I would probably give it to Marin.
I was actually surprised by how good a performance Amelie
I think she
did for.
killed it. She was born.
I think
for
that was
shit.
like her first. Was that her first dub performance, or was that her first like main character performance?
She's done quite a few dub performances, even for main characters. But this was the first one where, like, the whole
this was the
draw
first time
of the
I
show.
heard that she played as like the main character, and from what the clips that I saw, I thought she did a decent job.
I think she's the perfect Marin, personally. I think the script for the dub could be better, but the voice performance.
From this list, I personally prefer Zach Aguilar as David from Cyberpunk, and the one that I would actually give it to, my award, Zeno Robinson for Gamma 2 and Dragon Ball Super, because Zeno Robinson is quickly shooting up my list of favorite voice actors, because Crunchy, you might know him as Hunter from Owl House.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
and literally, I say this in the kindest way possible. Zeno has 2 voices, and one of them is the one that happens most often, and one of them is the Hunter voice. And Gamma 2 just sounds exactly like Hunter from Owl House. And I was just like, oh, cool. It's like I'm watching Owl House in Dragon Ball, 2 of my favorite things ever. It could have converged. That's an easy award. I will say, I am incredibly surprised that motherfucking Giancarlo Esposito did not get a nomination. Like, I mean, props to Zach. He's an industry guy, but like, it's Gus. It's motherfucking Breaking Bad Gus.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
I have no idea what the dubs this year were really like because I don't watch dubs. But assuming Zeno Robinson really did do the Hunter voice, I mean, I like Hunter's voice from the Owl House, so hey, that was probably a pretty good performance.
And then
I would say if we're judging the dub as a whole, all the performances, the script, the directing, of course it goes to Dragon Ball. They've been doing it for years. Not that the Dress Up Darling dub was bad compared to most dubs that usually have pretty shitty scripts because they're like simul dubs. It was still pretty funny, and it flowed pretty well. But if we're only giving it to just the voice alone, then yeah, I have to give it to Amelie on this list. For me personally, it was easily the fucking, what was that show called? The More Than a Married Couple But Not Lovers. I don't remember what the Japanese title is, but the dub for that is phenomenal. And either the main guy or the main girl, you could pick either one. They're both fantastic, and they make that show actually good. Because if you watch it subbed, it's pretty shit. It's a whatever show, but it's hilarious in the dub. Very similar to High School DxD if you've seen those kind of dubs. Like, they punch it up so much, like Prison School as well. They punch it up so much that it's hilarious. So for Crunchyroll's list, I'd give it to Amelie, but for my own personal list, I would just give it to the 2 leads, and one or the other, doesn't matter. And More Than a Married Couple, but I unfortunately don't remember their names off the top of my head.
Yeah, this is the one time, I think this might be the one time on this entire list that Crunchyroll have gotten it right, and by putting Zeno Robinson on there. He's also what the fuck is his name? Hawks from My Hero
He
Academia,
does
which
such
I
a
thought
good
his
job
dub
as Hawks.
performance. Yeah, he played young King Andreas from Amphibia, and once again he just kind of put on the Hunter / Hawks voice. But I'm a big fan of that voice. I just love his voice. He has such a pleasant and like cool kind of. It's like the perfect balance of gruff and sometimes like gruff when it needs to be, but also like high pitched and like and young and kind of like a bit of a shit eater like Hunter can be in the Owl House. But that's not anime. That's
Cartoon.
something else entirely. I will say though, one shout out that I will want to give an honorable mention to, Caitlin Barr, who played Himeno in the Chainsaw Man dub. I did not watch Chainsaw Man dubbed, but
We all saw the one
clip.
clip. The I wanna fuck.
And I was like, yeah, that's that. I was like, yeah, she's getting a nod.
Yeah, she's
that is some of the hottest shit I've ever heard in anime.
Well, you said this was probably going to be the only time Crunchyroll ever got anything right, but I'm over on the Japanese voice actors, and they got Misaki Kuno from Made in Abyss. Granted, it sucks that they don't have the
It's
character
Faputa,
there,
isn't it?
so I had to go, yeah, Faputa. I had to go look it up on AniList, but yeah, Faputa was probably one of the most memorable performances this year on the Japanese side of things.
You see, this is the one time that I wanted to give it to Kitagawa, because I think Hina Sugita did a fantastic job. I think this was her first main character role, and she knocked it out of the park. So many of Kitagawa's lines are so adorable and energetic, but she when she wants to get serious, like her tonal shifts never take me out of the show. I feel like she had a very good vocal range, and every time she freaked out about Gojo, just like, oh, that's my wife.
It's not really even a competition. So you have Yuki Kaji as Eren, and that's not who I'm voting for. That is easily one of Yuki Kaji's worst roles, because it's just him as Rage Boy. I don't even know who the fuck.
Tatakai, motherfucker.
Huh? Tatakai, motherfucker. He does so much better. As for example, I think he's a goat in Beastars. He's like in season 2. That is a good Yuki Kaji role.
He was the goat as a goat.
Exactly. Natsuki Hanai, I don't even know who the fuck that is. So I don't care. It's from Demon Slayer. They don't have the character. They obviously weren't important. Misaki Kuno, that one I can't actually judge. I have not seen Made in Abyss season 2. Ai Furo, she did one of my favorite Japanese voice actresses, and she did fine as Jolene, but it's not a voice that amplifies the production in the same way that I feel like Misaki Kuno doesn't like carry the production off her voice alone. It's just a good performance. Same way with Kitagawa. So with Marin, her voice isn't bad. It's cute, but it's not something that I hear that I'm like, holy shit. She's putting so much effort into that, and it's actively making scenes better that normally wouldn't have been. In comparison, Chika Anzai, who voices Chisato in Lycoris Recoil, not only was that a show that was generally carried by its voice performances because they're all so good, and there's a reason for this because the director just kind of let them do whatever. They're like, you tell me how you think that character sounds. And so everybody was able to make their character their own, and that really shows with Chisato's voice, because she'll be doing so much shit in a single line reading, like the way she'll laugh, the way that she'll intonate on certain things to stress the certain vocals. There's whole scenes that weren't even in the script that she added, like when she goes moshi 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 moshi, like 4 different times in like episode 4 or 5, I don't remember when it was, when she gets hit by a car. That was something that she completely ad-libbed, and they were like, that's perfect, and it fits the character 100%. Now, obviously, they kind of had the luxury of doing something like that. The director did anyways, because this was an original anime and they weren't adapting an existing character with an existing personality. But to be fair, even though everything else on here is quite literally actually adapting a manga, you're still the first time this character has had life voiced into them. So they could still, and you see this with people like Marin, and probably Faputa and Made in Abyss, where they give them more oomph to the performance. But Chika Anzai's Chisato was the only one where I'm like, holy shit, this is actively adding to the anime and is more than just a voice performance. And really, a lot of the characters in that show are that way. So she's an easy win for mine. I don't even have to go over my own personal list. Crunchyroll got it right.
I will say, of everyone on this list, I looked up who the other characters were, so for the sake of the podcast, I'll just say all their names. We have Atsumi Tanizaki for Anya, Spy Family.
That's who it was.
Aifaru, Jolene. Natsuki Hanai is Tanjiro, which shouldn't even fucking count because it's a recurring role.
It's season 2.
Yeah, like there's been a season and a movie.
That's a big fuck off moment.
I'm not even gonna hold you, Chief.
I give Jolene a half pass because even though her show premiered in 2020,
it's a Netflix thing. Netflix is dumb.
Yeah,
so,
Netflix kind of fucked it up. So I'll give it like a pity pass.
Attack on Titan is in the 4th season. There's three choices on here.
No, like I give Attack on Titan a no pass because it's literally Yuki Kaji reprising the same role he's been doing.
Yeah, it's not. There's Masaki Kuno, Chika Anzai, and Atsumi Tanizaki. Those are the only ones that should be on here. The rest are all sequels to older shows with established characters, and or Netflix fuckery, which I would personally probably replace Anya, which voice performance is great. Probably would have replaced it with Kitagawa, or maybe even a Kebi.
It's not a bad performance. It's a good
she makes it cute
character performance. But
I really like Anya's performance.
I do too.
I think she does. I
just didn't think it was award worthy,
I think she was just
that's a fair take.
Purposely saying Japanese words
definitely
wrong.
Got
it was cute.
See, I definitely prefer Misaki Kuno's role as Fabata to Anya's. Even though I really like Anya's performance, Misaki Kuno really knocked it out of the park. But you want to know who Crunchyroll forgot? And that I am now upset that they forgot. Fucking Anko Aguisu.
Yeah, I have her on my shortlist. I was about to bring her up. Before I bring up my shortlist, I will say of this list, I love the four performances that actually fucking matter. I like them all, and I think they can all be maybe Atsumi shouldn't be on the list, but wasn't a bad performance. I enjoyed them all, and Fapata should be award nominated because I did enjoy her screeching, the chaotic energy she brought to the performance.
She did so good.
But Chika Anzai, she's my second place. If Hina Sukata for Kitagawa is my first place,
I'm a level with you. It's a good performance, but it did not stick out as one of my favorites. Not gonna lie.
It stuck out to me as one of my favorites because of the energy she brought to that role. I think of so many of my favorite voice acting performances of the year, and so many of my favorite moments are Chika Anzai being Chisato. I think of when she does the goddamn Bruce Lee, and that I think of all the adorable little shouts that she has, the scream that she gives in the penultimate episode where she has to shoot at what's his name, and haunting.
I was thinking about the more low key moments. I think it's episode 8 where it's a really cute slice of life episode, and she has a bunch of great random laughs, and she intonates on certain words, but I didn't even think about the ones near the end of the show when she has to shoot you know who, and it's oh fuck, that's really good. That's how good that performance is.
Yeah, all her dialogue interactions with Majima, say what you will about the character,
so
but their dynamic.
Their dynamic is
super
so good.
Entertaining.
That's why I'm just she made their chemistry so palpable with the way that she would change up her voice when interacting with him that I was how the fuck does anybody think this is a Yuri show? I mean, come on. But that's a completely other point.
Feels like a bit of a non sequitur.
That's a good.
But
unfortunately, we're not talking about. There's not a Yuri thing here, category here. So
yeah. As far
another
as
voice performance I liked was Power and Kobani from Chainsaw Man. I think they knocked it out of the park. Bocchi's voice actor. Bocchi's voice actor obviously did a great job. Honestly, all the Bocchi girls, but especially Bocchi
Bocchi was my
limiting myself to just one per character. I did have Yoshino Aoyama for Hattori Goto from Bocchi. Oh god. Okay, well, it's okay. I can leave that in. This might be a controversial take to one person in here, but I was a big fan of Kikunosuke Toya's Denji. You can give me shit for it, Spuddle. I don't
liked
care.
his voice actor too. I had him on for the Japanese voice actor list. I could not limit myself to 3, so I just put like all the characters I remembered as having great performances, and Denji is on there.
I was debating back and forth. I'm like, all right, for my honorable mention, do I give it to Denji or do I give it to Power? Because Power is also great, but like I just remember all of the like Power kind of only has one setting in season 1, and it's like it's just like chaotic evil energy. Whereas Denji has this range of both. He can be like somber and introspective, and also batshit fucking crazy when he goes into Chainsaw Man mode and does the maniacal cackle. And it's like, I'm the fucking human motion machine. Like that's a lot of fun. I enjoyed that immensely.
Another person I'll talk about, Hiroshi Kamiya as Ataru from Urusei Yatsura. I think that's probably fair to put, even though it didn't end necessarily, at least for just the voice actor category. I just like Hiroshi Kamiya.
And
I just like him a lot. He's one of my favorite voice actors, so any role that... He's basically doing the Araragi voice, just as Ataru.
Yeah, and
I really
like you said
that.
before, Miyuki Sawashiro for Anko got fucking snubbed.
Oh yeah, if I had to choose a best voice actor, that would be like the best voice actor, no question. Anko stole the show so hard. I'd put Fapata, Misaki Kuno as Fapata as a close second.
Yeah, dude, Anko's rant from like the final episode of Call of the Night, where she's like walking and with that legendary walk cycle as she's sauntering over to fucking what's his name, Ko, and just like, oh, isn't that like such a Yaku?
Every single emphasis she puts on "are" and that just string of words
cracks her voice on purpose.
Yeah, it sends shivers down my spine.
And then when she gets all right up in his face, good. Like she like turns into a whisper, and it's like super fucking threatening.
That is, I don't think I've heard any voice actor communicate that much swagger in that dense a time span.
It's been a while since a show has been hard carried by a single character / performance, but if there was ever one this year, it was Anko Iguisu.
I mean, I beg to differ on the hard carry label, but yeah, she definitely that performance especially was moi.
Before we do that, I did not think Denji was bad. I will say I don't think Denji has a bad performance. I think all of the voice cast knew exactly what they were doing, and even though he was a newbie, I think he improved as the show went on. But the main problem with that show is not the voice cast, but the director himself, who has gone on record with the voice cast saying, oh yeah, he directly told us not to sound as animated as we probably should, because he was going for that methodical Hollywood movie, because, you know, he's an idiot.
We're going to move on to Best Romance. So the Crunchyroll nominees are Call of the Night, Komi Can't Communicate Season 2, My Dress Up Darling, Love is War Season 3, Love After World Domination, and Shikimori's Not Just a Cutie.
So I didn't see Kaguya Season 3, but it's probably number 1 on my list, let's be real. If I watched it, it would probably be number 1. But they got Call of the Night, right?
Yeah, a lot of people wouldn't think Call of the Night is like a romance thing, or they would take it at face value.
I didn't put it on my short list.
It's because it's like it is, but it isn't. It's mostly about her helping this young boy, this impressionable dipshit Ko, and trying to find his way in life, less so than it is they're gonna bump uglies at the end. So it's not, but on the same hand, it could end that way, and I wouldn't really have too much of a problem with it.
I mean, the ending of season... you don't have context to this.
I only watched 9 episodes. I didn't finish it.
I'll leave it unspoiled, but yeah, I'd consider it a romance based off of that moment alone.
I completely, like I said, it could be a romance. I don't think it should be, but on the same hand, the way it's built itself up, I don't blame them for putting it on here, and if it did end in actual romance, that's fine. That said, it is not the winner. Comey is not the winner.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Would y'all consider Spy Family a romance?
Fuck no. It should be. It should be more of a romance, but it's not. Because that one episode near the end where he actually thinks that Yor might have feelings for him, and then she like roundhouse kicks him, but then he wakes up on her lap and she's singing the song with his mom. That was better than like 90% of the episodes in the show. And it's like the problem that Spy X Family had is it kind of just always depended on Anya because the other two characters weren't very developed. So whenever Anya wasn't on the screen, you were like, yeah, whatever, snooze fest, or it's just not as good. But if they had taken the time to like develop a romantic relationship between Yor and I forgot his name, Lloyd. Oh, it would have been so good. I think that's what they should have done, but they didn't, unfortunately.
Hey, you want to know what my choice for best romance is? Lycoris Recoil.
I should have been. In the
think
good
that Chisato
timeline, that should have been on the list.
I think Chisato and Majima do make for a decent couple, but it's more like if they're like dynamic and their chemistry.
I was gonna say Mika and
hold on.
What's his name? Yoshi.
I forgot. 100% agree. Hard agree. That is such a toxic yet lovable
It's the only
romance.
gay one on this list.
Unironically, I think I would. I think I
and
would
unlike
give it to Mika
Chisato and Takina, it actually was gay.
Oh, 100%. My favorite scene between those two is when like they're in the elevator and the gayness is palpable, bro. He's like got him pinned up against the wall, and I'm like, I'm not gay, but like it was good. Shikimori is fucking trash. That shouldn't be on here.
I would put
dropped
Shikimori on
after
the
a
list
single
by
episode.
virtue of it just being a romance. And
If
what you about the show. Like I do think I appreciate that it's a romance show about an actual couple and not just a story about two characters becoming a couple, because there's just not enough shows about people who are already in a
World
relationship.
Domination does that, but like
I
better.
mean, you could say you appreciate the shit being in a toilet bowl instead of the floor, but it's still poop. It doesn't change that
It wasn't
fact.
even bad, dude. Granted, I've only seen 3 episodes of it, but of the 3 episodes,
I've also only seen 3 episodes, and it was fucking awful.
I wasn't
I saw one
blown
episode
away
and
like I
dropped
wanted
it.
to be, but I also never thought once it was bad.
I will say on
Love After World
Crunchyroll's...
Domination just does that with the couples, but like way better.
I have
the
more of an
queer
incentive,
choice.
more of a drive to watch finish Shikimori than I do Love After World Domination. I will say that.
I am the exact opposite.
I don't want to finish either, and I made like 9 episodes into Love After World Domination. That show didn't need to be 12. I will say, based on this list, the only correct answer is the dress-up darling relationship. Because Kaguya is
Kaguya shouldn't
it's
count,
a third season.
honestly.
It's
season
I don't
3.
count.
It shouldn't
I don't
count.
count continuing
Okay,
shows. It's
fair,
so stupid because you
fair.
have these other
'Cause, like,
shows have had one
then
season to
it's
build
gonna
up
just
their
win the
couple.
award every year because Shirogane and Kaguya have a really good relationship.
Exactly.
Especially
that
in
remains
this one
to be
where,
seen.
spoilers, they get together by the end.
It remains to be seen how the anime carries it forward, like moving forward. Like, is it as fun as when they weren't together? But 100%, it shouldn't be counted because that's 3 seasons of their chemistry. And like Neon said, if you keep counting it every year, because it's going to keep coming out every year, if you keep counting it every year, it's just going to keep winning. Whereas, is that really fair? I mean, Komi only had 2 seasons and everything else only had 1. So based on Crunchyroll's list, I'd give it to Dress Up Darling, but unironically, I would give it to Lycoris Recoil for Mika and Yoshi for
actually though?
like deadass,
What?
it's actually a good romance. It's really good.
And
it's barely
I'm
on
gonna
screen.
have to beg to
I mean,
differ for that one.
It's
Color of the
okay
Night
as a
is my
narrative
victor.
device, as terms of if we're talking about romance shows. Then
You tell me you've never loved another man and he was toxic and tried to kill your daughter? I mean, come on. Like, it's just, like, he's such a good dad because he cares so much for his daughter, but also for his relationship with Mika. And Mika knows this, but he's like, you're twisted, though, on the same hand. Like, it's your way of showing your own love, but it's not a good way. And then when he has to, like, put him down, it's like, fuck, that shit's good. That's a good moment. And then the other moments leading up to it, like, they're so casually gay. It's so well written because I didn't know they were gay at first, and then they're like, "Oh no, they're gay," and then that's it. They're just gay, And the stuff that they do is gay, but it never calls attention to itself. It doesn't virtue signal or anything like that. It's such a well-written romance, and I would probably give it to like a Dress Up Darling or a Call of the Night. The only reason I'm giving it to this is because it's not the main focus. It literally happens in the background, but it's
that's
good.
why I wouldn't give it the award. Like, we're talking
That's the exact reason why I would. That's the reason why I would, because it's like, imagine if it was the main focus, it would be immaculate. But if we're only counting romances that happened in the front, then it's definitely between Dress Up Darling, Call of the Night, and that harem labyrinth in another world where he buys that slave and bangs her.
Skeleton Knight in Another World.
That's the Twilight of our generation.
I mean, okay, this category is hard for me because on the
in
one
more ways
hand,
than one.
well, yeah, because on the one hand, I like Ko and Nazuna's character dynamic more than Marian and Gojo's, but on the other hand, Marian and Gojo have more of a focus on their romance in their story, and I think it's all in all a lot cuter and better developed. So it's actually, even though I think Call of the Night clears Dress Up Darling in literally every regard as a show, without question, except for animation, but you know. Because Dress Up Darling puts more emphasis and development in its romance, it's kind of tough. Dude, it's kind of a toss-up.
It's not just best romance. Kitagawa and Gojo have my favorite dynamic between characters of like any show this year.
Between those
there
two
are shows that I like better than Dress Up Darling, and there are also characters that I like more individually than Kitagawa and Gojo, some by themselves perhaps, but as far as like dynamics and relationships go, I don't think there's a stronger or at least more enjoyable one than Gojo.
I definitely
and
prefer
Kitagawa.
Ko and Nasuna though, because although Dress Up Darling has a good
adore
character
how
dynamic,
Kitagawa and Gojo lift each other up.
I don't see
Ko and
Call of the
Nazuna
Night
playing Xbox together and going crazy.
I don't see
Is
Call
that
of the
not
Night
serotonin?
as a real romantic relationship. It's old lady teaching boy how to be boy and not loser, right? How to be himself.
But then
it's more of like a mentor type relationship that could go romantic, but
it is going romantic.
It probably is, yeah. But I'm saying I don't see it that way. And I could watch the 12th episode, and unless it's very in my face, I could probably keep saying that. Though you guys are making it sound like it's very.
No,
it's very
in your face. They kiss.
Okay, yeah. If they like kiss or something, then obvious. But anyways, I have to agree with Neon. If we're going off of Crunchyroll's list, I would give it to Dress Up Darling.
Yeah, this is.
I think I'll give it to Dress Up Darling, just barely. But
Let's be real. That's the one that's
gonna.
gonna win, anyways.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Kaguya might sweep.
Oh, yeah, no,
Kaguya.
shit. That's true. That's true. I keep forgetting Kaguya's on the list.
Especially, as a quick aside, I am so surprised that Crunchyroll has not immediately announced that they're gonna bring over the Kaguya movie.
They did. February 14th is when it airs.
Oh, wait, for real?
In theaters, yeah.
Oh shit, I must have missed that.
I'm pretty sure, or I'm getting it mixed up with the Japanese release date.
No, it already came out in Japan. It came out in December.
Oh, then yeah, we're getting it on Valentine's Day, yeah.
Okay, sweet. I get to be reminded of how fucking lonely I am.
Let me see.
And
Let me
now
think.
I need a distraction. I'm slipping back into reality. Best fantasy. Haha. Transition.
It's
That
Mushoku
was.
Tensei.
I forgot that
Hold
came
on.
out this year.
Wait, that
Did
came
it?
out this year?
Wait,
Wait,
It
what?
did in winter.
Did?
It did in winter. I'm pretty sure.
Was it a
did
winter
it? Or did
show?
Crunchyroll? Is
No,
Crunchyroll
wait,
being
what?
weird?
Wait, what?
Hold on. I thought that was fall last
Continuing-
year.
Was it a continuing
Because
show? Wait.
obviously.
Wait, hold on.
Hold
It
on.
didn't. Why is this on
it's
this
a fall
list?
2021. Oh, okay. They're being
Wait,
retarded.
they do this
Oh, because
every
they're
year?
not counting.
They're
They're not
doing the
counting
thing.
fall
They're doing the
2022. They're
thing.
counting fall 2021.
That's
okay,
dumb.
That is
that's
very
dumb.
stupid.
I mean,
Okay.
okay, if I play by
let's
their
quick-
rules, the answer is obvious, but I don't want to play by their rules.
Yeah, because that's
quick
really
go
dumb.
down the
That's not
list.
how
Let's quick
years
go down
work.
The list. There's Demon Slayer season 2, Mushoku Tensei season 1 part 2, which shouldn't be there. Ranking of Kings second cur, which
Also shouldn't be there.
Yeah, it shouldn't be there. Just count Ranking of Kings as an entirety. Made in Abyss season 2, Overlord season 4, and Case Study of Vanitas second core.
Literally only
none of these are
none of these
standalone.
should count. Actually, they're all season 2s or aired in a completely different season.
Vanitas can count because it concluded this year, and Ranking of Kings can also count. Those should be the only two that count. As much as I love Made
Between
in
those
Abyss,
two,
as Made in
yeah, 'cause
Abyss
I was gonna
shouldn't
give it to
count
Made
for
in
the
Abyss.
purposes of like giving other shows a chance.
Between those two, I'd give it to Vanitas, but
I'd give it to Ranking of Kings.
Is how it's pronounced? Maybe I'm wrong. It doesn't matter. I'd give it to Vanitas, but Ranking of Kings, I can see the appeal.
I've only seen one episode of Ranking of Kings, and that still depresses me.
Yeah.
Personally, the best fantasy anime this year was probably Beast Tamer, but it could also have been
Beast Tamer. What?
Okay, so here's my problem that I ran into when researching nominees for best fantasy. Like all of the like traditional picks are shitty isekai.
It's shitty
isekai. And the only other like ones that I would consider to be fantasy are like shit like Demon Slayer and Maiden Abyss, which shouldn't count because they have their second seasons. And the only one that I could there's two that I struggled to fit in on my short list. These are the only ones on my short list. One is Chainsaw Man, which I wouldn't even like consider to be a hard fantasy. It just has it has fantasy elements.
Nah,
I mean, a guy turns into a chainsaw man, so
the funniest shit I've ever seen. And
funniest shit I've ever seen.
And like, if we're going, if Chainsaw Man counts, then
I still wouldn't give it to it.
I would give it to it by default. Only.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, personally, if
literally, what else is there?
If we,
all right, listen.
Guild.
Total Fantasy Knockout and Sabakui Bisco. Those are the two I had on my short list aside from Maiden Abyss.
If Bisco didn't suck ass by the end, I would have included Bisco on the list too.
If we're giving it to only new shows, then for me, it is probably Sabakui Bisco followed by Immoral Guild. And that's only, but the second one is only because I'm horny. It was fun, but
I have a bit of a sleeper
I'd give
hit.
it to Total Fantasy Knockout if we're
I fucking hate that show.
I have a bit of a sleeper hit that I know I'm
because
gonna get
every
shit
joke
for.
is the same. Like, we're not gay, but
it's funny.
It's
I
not
have
funny.
a bit
it
of
was
a, I
funny
have a bit
the
of a,
first time.
A bit of a sleeper pick that I'm gonna get shit for, and I still have only seen the first episode, so it might
better
go
not
to
be
shit.
Genius Prince.
No.
Or Land of Leodale.
No, fuck no either. The only other one that I put on the list because it was the only other fantasy this season that I remotely enjoyed was "Don't Hurt Me, My Healer." And I was just like, because I genuinely kind of enjoyed the first episode because I enjoyed how much of a fucking cunt the healer girl is.
Crunchy, don't say anything. Let him sit in it. Let him realize what he just said.
Okay, hold on. In my defense, would y'all nominate Don't Hurt Me, My Healer over fucking Black Summoner, over fucking reincarnated into another world with 10 interchangeable generic subtitles?
To be honest with you, no, I wouldn't.
You can't tell me that you would watch those shows over Don't Hurt Me, My Healer. At least there's a hook.
I watched Black Summer over Don't Hurt Me, My Healer. They were both bad. That one was a smidge better. Also, are we forgetting The Executioner and Her Way of Life?
I did not care for that show.
I didn't either, but it wasn't
watched one episode of it, but I
am
dropped
surprised
it.
that the animation director who worked on that show was the same guy who did Bocchi.
Oh,
wait, really?
That just goes to show that animation.
I remember seeing. I might be getting wires crossed. I'll confirm.
I think you're getting wires crossed. This guy, the staff who worked on Executioner worked on Railgun. That's what they were known for.
Okay, hold on.
But guys, we're all forgetting an absolute masterpiece.
He wasn't the animation director. He storyboarded the ending. He was an episode director. He did the background art. And he
crazy.
Was the
ending was like the only good part of the show. Wild.
But guys, we're all forgetting a masterpiece fantasy show.
Harem in the Labyrinth of Another World.
How did you know?
Because I
How
hate
did you
that
know?
show.
He did say it
you were
earlier.
gonna say it.
I was gonna say Skeleton Knight in Another World, just the skeleton.
No, because Skeleton Knight pussies out. It does it once, and then that's it.
I
Harem
wouldn't
Labyrinth
call it
goes.
pussying out.
No, Harem Labyrinth goes all in. I talk about this in my review.
It takes some fucking cojones to open with a rape scene.
But then that's it, right? Harem Labyrinth makes you watch 2 episodes of this guy grind. Then he gets the girl, and by the way, she clearly does not like being a slave, and he takes her out to doll herself up and buy better clothes. While she's excited, he goes, "Don't forget I'm gonna have sex with you." And you watch her face visibly go to sadness, and you're like, "What the fuck? This is so fucked up."
Hey,
Like,
I want
the
to
author-
point
like
something out too. I want to point something out. How fucking hysterical is it that Shield Hero Part 2 isn't even on their own list?
They were like, yeah, not Chief, that wasn't it.
That's awesome.
But no, yeah, Harem
How
Labyrinth is...
the mediocre.
It goes all in with its slave fetish, but unfortunately, that's all it goes all in with, and the rest of it is really bad. And even the slave fetish, like, just because it goes all in with the author's fetish does not make it good. It's just, like, impressive. Like, God damn, you really made me feel for this girl I've known for one episode. But holy shit. But the rest of it is, yeah, it's really bad. Also, it's an isekai. Like, fuck that. I don't want to count it
of this list, because I've only finished Maiden Abyss, I would give it to that.
I would give it to Vanitas, but that's just because I personally really like that show.
Yeah,
but if we're voting...
personal picks, I kind of have no choice but to give it to Chainsaw Man.
I'd give it to Bisco. Well, I wouldn't really count Chainsaw Man. I'd give it to Bisco. Because that's pure on fantasy.
Excluding Maiden Abyss, I'd probably choose Total Fantasy Knockout, but I know in my heart of hearts that if I watched Vanitas, I'd probably give it.
You'd love it.
Yeah, if I watched Ranking of
I
Kings
know.
all the way through, I'd probably change my answer.
Yeah.
Same with that too. Yeah, I've only seen the 4 episodes of Ranking of Kings, so
It'd
Alright,
either be Vanitas or Ranking of Kings if I actually watched them.
Well, let's not get over dramatic as we move into best drama. We've got
that wasn't funny.
just kill yourself. We got 86 Part 2, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, Kotaro Lives Alone, Attack on Titan Final Season Part 2, not to be confused with Attack on Titan Final Season Part 1 or Part 3.
Not to be confused with Attack on Titan Season 4, Part 3, Part 1.
Dance Dancer, and Maiden Abyss Season 2.
Yeah, I'm giving it to Platinum End. I'm not even bullshitting you. That shit was so funny. It's so bad, but it's so good.
Okay.
Of everything on this list, we can fuck 86. 86 fucking sucks. That anyone who likes it is kidding themselves. Just watch Attack on Titan, forehead. And yeah, I genuinely mean that.
got 9 episodes into 86. The Part 1, I didn't even watch Part 2, and
it's just the poor man's AOT.
The problem is it does some stuff better than AOT, and it even does the political stuff better. But then it so they're like, oh, these kids, they die, right? Yeah, okay, they're war soldiers, and you're like, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. This show's pretty realistic. I like how it's handling the politics. Oh my god, I can't peek on her in the hot springs. Ha ha ha! Like, bro, you're gonna die tomorrow. What just happened? You were just all gritty a minute ago, shooting people in the head, and now you're like a schoolgirl. What the fuck? It's like whiplash. That's the one thing I didn't like about the show. But on a technical level, especially with like Sawano doing the music, unlike fucking Attack on Titan, it's pretty good. But yeah, that one thing with the story would kill it for me, because the farther I got in, like I said, I got like 8 or 9 episodes in, and the first part is only like 11 episodes. It just made it worse and worse, because they really wanted me to start taking it seriously, and I'm like, I literally can't, because you did that stupid, like, one of the characters ends up dying, obviously, because a lot of them do, and they're like, you should feel bad that they died. I'm like, why? He didn't take it seriously. He was getting whiplash in his own show where he's like, this is very serious. We have to take this seriously. And then he dies without seeing the one girl's tits, and he's like, oh, and I'm like, that's dumb. They should have been fucking like rabbits. Like, it's just really stupid, and that kills it for me. But like, on a technical level, it's not a bad show. It's definitely better produced than Attack on Titan. But like, and Crunchyroll's own list, it gets beat by Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and I didn't even like think Cyberpunk Edge Runners
I did not
was anything
consider
amazing.
Cyberpunk to be a drama.
I mean, I guess the smashing part, I mean, I would see how it's a drama. The stuff with his mom, right? Even though it's like, you know, it's all like the first and last episode. I could see Cyberpunk as a drama.
Descriptor.
I could see it as a drama,
as far as
but
my
it definitely goes to
shortlist
Platinum
goes,
End.
I have Dancer on here. I do consider Chainsaw Man to be more of a drama than a fantasy, so I do think
it's supposed to be a comedy, but that's how bad they fucked that up.
It's not supposed to be a comedy, dude.
It's supposed to be a comedy.
It can have comedic elements.
It is supposed to be a character-driven story that's and where the comedy comes from how wacky everything is.
Dude, I was laughing my ass off when Himeno sacrificed her life for Aki, and it was all in vain.
I mean, yeah, actually, that was pretty funny. Because it amounted to literally nothing. But Chainsaw Man is supposed to be this goofy character comedy. You literally see that in the opening. But the anime just cuts all of that out. It's like, we're an action show. And it's like, no, that's not what it is. That's why you think Japanese fans
spinal
hated
cord
it so much.
sword is not supposed... No one was laughing at Denji's spinal cord sword. I'm telling you that much.
That is hilarious because she goes, Denji spinal cord sword.
Yeah,
and
okay,
they go,
at the end of that chapter, no one was laughing. Everyone was flipping their shit. The next chapter subverted expectations and made it, like, funny.
That's what makes it funny as a comedy, because it does this, and you're like, wait, there's got to be a fake out. No, is it serious? And then Fujimoto goes, yeah, no, anyways, he thinks it's like a greeting, and it's like, that's hilarious, right? Because it just doesn't work, and he's like, wow, what a fun way to say goodbye. Anyways, yeah, see you later, ha ha ha. That's what makes Chainsaw Man funny. It's a show that's serious in the background, but the main character himself is not. And he does as it goes on, right? He starts to take it more seriously, specifically at the end of part one that we're not even close to. And that's what makes it good. But you need that comedy, that juxtaposition to make it good, because in a way, when you think about it, if you boil it down, it's kind of a rom-com. You have to boil it down to its base roots, but it's kind of a rom-com where you have Denji.
If you boil Bocchi down to its roots, it's actually symbolic of many different world religions.
I was gonna say, yeah.
No, that's not even remotely
if you want
the
to call
case.
Chainsaw Man a romance, you could call it like, yeah, this is what a toxic relationship looks like.
Chainsaw Man. Think of it this way.
You hesitated before calling Call of the Night a romance, yet you're now calling Chainsaw Man a romance.
And I didn't call it a romance. I called it a rom-com. Think about it. You have a guy.
That's 50% romance.
Think about it. Guy is complete loser. Guy gets introduced. Bunch of girls suddenly want him or hang around him for for undisclosed reasons. He goes through the entire show trying to figure out which one he actually likes. He's like, no, I hate Power. She's a racist. But Makima kind of manipulates me. Oh my god, I love Rize, but she did try to kill me. And I'm not going to keep spoiling shit. But you get the idea, where you can see how it has those rom-com elements, because Fujimoto did that on purpose, because it's a comedy at its core, because the way that he writes his shows is this, especially like Fire Punch, for example, though that was a completely in the opposite direction with it's so fucking insane that it's hilarious.
On that balcony scene when with that door opening scene, those were tears of joy coming down.
There are definitely serious moments in Chainsaw Man, but those serious moments are made so good because it just had you laughing a couple chapters ago with how silly it is when he rides a fucking shark into a tornado.
When that moment happens, I have a feeling I'm gonna forget about all of the funny ha-has that happen in the show.
You
in your mind, attention in terms of like
in your mind, you might have forgot about the funny ha-has, but subconsciously you didn't. They built it up. And then something happens that you didn't expect, because you're like, funny, haha. What happened to Power? Funny, haha, right? Stop,
like,
don't open the door.
That's
what makes it so impactful.
If I can generalize it, it's like, it's nowhere near as, like, Chainsaw Man's way darker than this and way more serious, but I could liken it to get the normie perspective to the MCU, where like, yeah, there's a lot of comedic elements, but I would say the MCU is more of a serious superhero story.
I wouldn't really call it the MCU. The MCU throws in quips because they feel like they need to make you laugh. There are some moments where, like an Endgame, I guess, where the comedy you have lighthearted fun.
Laugh out, you're laughing your ass off at Drax in Infinity War because he gets all the best comedic lines, and then you go to the end and you're not laughing anymore.
Exactly, but that, and I wouldn't say it's the same as Chainsaw Man, but in a similar way, that comedy builds up because you're like, haha, ooh, cool action, and then you're like, oh shit, right? And in one of my favorite films, in Pompo, she says it's very easy to make like a dumb, it's very easy to make a sad movie sad, but it's very hard to make a comedy movie sad, right? Chainsaw Man is able to make you laugh and see all the wacky action, right? See the cute,
it's just not
but also at the same time,
comedy at heart. You cannot.
You're not reading part two if you don't think it's a comedy. It is a comedy at heart. He writes it, and it's supposed to be silly, wacky, and goofy, but what makes it good
to be a subversive, like you think it's gonna be like a hokey shonen thing, like it's about a man who turns himself into a chainsaw.
You
to become
think
the
it's
chainsaw man.
it's subversive
and then he
because
subverts that expectations by being like, oh yeah, by the way, here's a bunch of serious like plot moments, and now we're gonna thrust this character into a toxic relationship.
You have it backwards. You think it's supposed to be this super serial shonen plot or whatever. Guy turns in Chainsaw Man, he takes on the world and he saves the world. But you are right in that no, what it's actually about is these silly, goofy characters then juxtaposed with actual serious things going on, because Denji takes everything as a joke because he's stupid, but then as it goes on, you're like, oh, wait, he's being manipulated, and that's kind of fucked up. And
because of my fucked up sense of humor, I would consider Skeleton Knight in Another World more of a comedy than Chainsaw Man.
Even without
I'll tell you this much, I laughed harder at the opening of Skeleton to Another World, harder than any joke in Chainsaw Man.
Skeleton, well, because the anime ruined it and cut out most of the comedy. I'm not surprised. I didn't laugh at the anime either. I laughed my ass off at the manga.
I'm saying just the opening scene of Skeleton Knight. I laughed at that.
Oh no, Skeleton Knight is hilarious because it's trying so hard.
Possibly.
Right? Chainsaw Man doesn't try. It's not a try-hard show. Fujimoto knows exactly what he's doing, even if that doesn't translate into the anime well. Whereas Skeleton Knight, it's like, bro, that they opened with a grape scene because they thought it would be like, wow, you could see how cool Skeleton Knight is, and you know how serious this world is, not realizing how inherently goofy it is to start your fucking show with a grape scene just to show how cool your main character is. Like, the grape doesn't add anything to it. It's just silly.
It adds
like, what
comedy
the fuck?
To me, because I'm laughing at how fast.
No,
I'm saying
that's what makes it funny. That's why it's so funny, because it's so stupidly trash. It's so goofy. Chainsaw Man isn't funny because it's bad at what it does. It knows exactly what it's doing.
It's being funny on purpose, and when it does, it's
and
funny.
It's balancing all three perfectly. That my problem with the anime is that, like, you get the drama, you get the action, and you get the comedy. Fujimoto balances them all three perfectly. If anything, right, the core of Chainsaw Man is all three of those things. And then the anime goes, yeah, I don't like comedy, so
I still laughed at some of the shit in Chainsaw Man, though.
So, but you could tell a lot of the stuff
I'm sorry, this has gone on a little too long. We're
not talking about Chainsaw Man.
So that's why Bocchi is my nomination for best drama.
Yeah, Bocchi's anime of the year, crazy.
Okay.
We're talking about dramas.
Yeah, so of the
I'd give it to Platinum End.
On the ones on Crunchyroll's list, the only one that matched up with my short list is Dance Dance Danceur. I've still only seen the first episode of it, but I've heard it gets real good. Kotaro Lives Alone is the one that's got away, is the one that slipped through the cracks because it came out on Netflix like at the end of a season, and I just forgot to put it on the next seasonal podcast for when it would had come out. So that's the only non-sequel anime that this year that I did not even give a chance to. So I've heard that it's very sad and very, very depressing, so I'm looking forward to how much of a sad boy it makes me.
From counting Crunchyroll's list, counting sequels, easily Made in Abyss.
Yeah.
Ignoring sequels, I mean, probably, I don't know, it's between Danceur and Kotaro.
Wild card here. I'm gonna throw in a wild card, and alright, so Chainsaw Man would probably be my number one, but number two would be Aoashi. Because Aoashi is good. Baller drama.
It is really good.
I didn't consider it to be a drama, but then again, I also did only watch the first episode, so maybe there.
Well, yeah, you see it by episode 5 with his mom.
Okay.
That scene is so well
even
done.
more than that.
You see it more as the show goes on.
Interpersonal relationships within the team, or Aoashi just having to put his nose to the grindstone so hard, and there are some swelling emotions.
It's a really good drama show. If I had to give it to something on this list, and I could count sequels, I'd give it to Made in Abyss. If I can't count sequels, I don't know. I didn't watch Danceur or Kotaro, and I don't want to give it to Cyberpunk, so probably one of those two. But personal list, definitely Platinum End, followed by Aoashi.
I have a question. Where the fuck is Lycoris Recoil? Because I would have put that on for best drama.
I
You know,
wouldn't
I looked
have.
at I wouldn't have. It's not. I mean, it is. He's not wrong, especially in the later parts. It does have some drama in it, but that doesn't make up the whole show.
Everything with Chisato's
It's primarily
part
an
was,
action
like,
show.
very like dramatic and very
those
attention-grabbing.
last like couple of episodes very dramatic, including the whole like little episode where they depart from each other. They go on the cute date, and then she's like, yeah, I gotta go join them, and then she's like, nah, I'm gonna stay here. You know, that's dramatic, but it's like, would you call Die Hard dramatic because it has one, 20-minute set where they're all being, or I can't think of another movie, but you get my point. It's an action movie that does have that one set of drama in it to build up to the hype climax, but the show itself is not a drama show like Made in Abyss, where, oh no, it's all about the characters in Made in Abyss. So of course it's thereby about the drama. It's not and the adventure as well. Lycoris Recoil, pew pew, woo! That's what that was about. Awashi, though, great choice, because even though it's not listed as a drama, it's listed as a sports series, it does do drama really well about self-improvement, interpersonal relationships, saying goodbye to family members, achieving your dreams. That's a really good pick.
I would
It's not
personally
tagged as it, though.
give it to Chainsaw Man, if only because, like, if Lycoris Recoil like didn't fumble the bag with its ending, and like maybe it had one or two more big like shakeups in the plot, then I might have given it to Lika Rico. But as far as just like dramatic series of events goes, I would just give it to Chainsaw Man by default.
And with that, it's time to break up some of the melodramatic and depressive episodes to talk about some comedy, some ha-has, some hoo-hoos.
Here's the funniest thing about this list: Uncle from Another World is on it.
Wait, why? Oh yeah, because they
And
don't
it's not
count
done
the
yet.
fall season. Also, yeah.
I gotta give it to Uncle just because it is really fucking funny, but it's even funnier that it's
I
on
was
here.
gonna say the production behind it might be funnier than the show itself.
Yeah,
I
but
say
the show
they're
itself is really
equally.
funny.
Yeah, the show itself is funny. The production schedule is hilarious.
Obviously, we all know best comedy was Bocchi the Rock, but
Yeah.
for Crunchyroll's purposes, I guess I would give it to Uncle.
Yeah,
I
it's like-
didn't think Dress Up Darling was that funny. Kaguya's a third season. Didn't watch Kochiro. Spike's Family was hit or miss, and your boy Kongming was the same in terms of comedy.
I thought Spy Family was pretty consistently funny, probably slightly less funny than Isekai Uncle, and the one
Isekai
that
Uncle
should be
never
here, though,
misses.
Yeah, but-
Akiba Maid War.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Where's
Akiba
that?
also deserves. Well, it's a false show, so it got cut.
Oh
but-
yeah,
And honestly, if you're gonna count Akiba, it's you give it to Bocchi because Bocchi's
Well, yeah.
fucking hilarious.
Yeah, no, we're all in agreement. Bocchi won comedy.
Bocchi, yeah, Bocchi won comedy.
Like not even a contest.
It's literally not. If we have to pick on Crunchyroll's list, I'm gonna give it to Uncle. I don't
Yeah,
think
same
fucking
here.
Kaguya should be on here. Otherwise, if Kaguya
we're-
wasn't in season 3, I'd give it to Kaguya.
Yeah, if Kaguya wasn't season 3, I would give it to Kaguya
Because that was hilarious.
I would not consider, even though Dress Up Darling also has comedic elements, they are
I don't
very,
consider that a
very
comedy.
light. I did not consider it for my
the
short list at
appeal
all
of
for
the
best
dialogue
comedy.
in Dress Up Darling is more so how natural and fun it is. It's less
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
It's more fun than funny. Akiba, I didn't put Uncle from Another World on my short list just because it wasn't done yet. But everything else, I also, like we said before, I didn't watch Kotaro yet. But as far as comedy goes, yeah, Spy Family deserves to be on the list. Kongming also deserves to be on the list. And I would have also have put Akiba Maid War on the list because I still, sadly, only seen the first episode, but that shootout scene... comedy gold. That if there were a 10 out of 10, if there was a thing for best scene, if they brought back like best scene as an award, that would be in there.
Absolutely.
It's weird that it's not an award, but
It used to be, but not anymore.
I would say the only other nominations or shout outs I would give it is to Miss Koroitsu was kind of hit or miss on the comedy, but I thought it landed more than it missed. Princess Connect, if you don't count the plot that ruined it, but if you just count the comedy, it's pretty funny. Police in a Pod had really good dry humor. But other than those,
we can't count sequels, but I would have in a heartbeat put Pop Team Epic Season 2 on here.
I didn't watch that one, and I didn't think season 1 was funny.
Same here.
He's not enlightened. Yeah,
I thought it was an Adult
I am
Swim
among
cartoon.
the unenlightened. You hate to see it.
I mean, it had its moments, but I just didn't think it was that funny. I was like, it's kind of annoying most of the time.
I was raised on Adult Swim and Newgrounds humor, so
see, I
hilarious.
hated Adult Swim cartoons. I still do. I'm like, they're not funny, but
The new ones
but
aren't
if
that
it's
good.
if that's the kind of comedy you like, then I mean, yeah, comedy is like telling a joke and whatnot is not very subjective. There's a way to do it, but in terms of what makes you personally laugh, 100% it's subjective, and that kind of stuff just personally doesn't make me laugh. Not to say that Pop Team Epic can't tell a joke. I fucking love Hell Shake Yano, and the what's the are you mad yet? You mad? Like that one's pretty funny too. It has its moments. But counting it as a whole, I'm just like, nah, I'm not feeling it. It doesn't make me consistently. It's like Spike's Family, right? Like it doesn't make me consistently laugh.
Yeah, of this list, if I had to pick Kaguya, I would give it to Kaguya by default. But if we
Kaguya does
discount
make me
sequels-
consistently laugh.
Yeah, Kaguya makes me laugh out loud. I remember.
Yeah, it's really good.
The first episode of season 2 was one of the hardest I've ever laughed at an anime.
I love when I don't know. This might be that same episode, but when Kaguya like puts Hayasaka in a really a shitty position, and so she's like, the president asks where Kaguya is, so she bursts into the room. She's like, hey, hey.
That was season 2. Yeah, hey, hey.
Oh, that was season 2. I fucking love that scene. Or season 3, the whole rap battle episode, bro.
Yeah,
was
the
so
rap.
goddamn funny, and the rap actually wasn't bad either. Was the crazy
Shirogane
part.
actually being good at shit when Chica wants him to be bad.
Yeah, I unfortunately it's a season 3, but it's definitely, if it wasn't, it's really between that and Bocchi, but I'd probably still give it to Bocchi.
Yeah, but I'd still give it to Bocchi because, dude, motherfucking 3D T-pose Bocchi.
No,
legendary.
bro, the fucking...
That's never going to... I'm never going to forget that as long as I
No,
live.
the funniest joke for me in that show is the one where she pops, she blows up, the one where she gets attacked by the crows, the one where she turns in... She fades away into dust when they dress her up and try to take a picture.
Yeah, that one's good.
She smash cuts to her filling out a band application just because she heard one person say, "Oh man, if someone like played in a band at the cultural festival, they'd be so cool."
My personal favorite, though, the fucking dam scene. When it plays stock footage of the dams.
The dam's great. The episode
when
1 of credit sequence, the credits fake out.
Yeah, where it ends up midway.
There's too many to pick from.
There's so
My
many good
favorite
scenes.
joke in the entire show, though, was when Ryo just randomly says, "Oh look, wait, I forget the exact phrase she does. It's like a wannabe Mad Max character or something like that."
Yeah.
When with the guys who she ends up serving, she serves them water.
And then Bocchi's just sitting there with like the goofiest expression because she's literally passed out on the spot.
And they're like, oh,
while
we bow to
standing up.
you, we kneel.
And then Killer Queen pops out of her mouth.
It's funny as shit. Yeah, but it's easily Bocchi.
Yeah, of this list, not counting Kaguya, I suppose I would give it to Spy X Family, but I was waiting for Uncle from Another World to finish before I continued watching it, but the more I do that, the less likely it seems I'm going to finish it.
The more seasons it ends up encapsulating. This is, at this point, it's a year. This shit might have been running for 52 episodes.
Hey, no. Maybe Atelier Pondock saw the writing on the wall and knew they couldn't compete with, like, Dress Up Darling, Chainsaw Man, and Bocchi, and were like, all right, if we delay the show enough, it'll qualify for Anime of the Year 2023.
That's true. I didn't even think about that. I doubt it, but that'd be really funny. Games certainly do that.
That absolutely was not the case, but that's what
video games certainly do that. You gonna tell me Ryza wasn't delayed because of all the shit that's coming out?
It only got delayed a month.
Yeah, when a lot of the shit wasn't coming out a month after it all came out.
I was gonna say I have no idea what's coming out in February.
I can't think of it, but there's a guy in my Discord who talks about it, and he's like, yeah, there's a bunch of good games, like. Which is weird because usually you don't get good games in the first 3 months of the year, but that's a side.
But we're not talking about games. We're talking about anime. We're talking about action. We're talking about best action. We got Attack on Titan,
transition,
Final Season Part 2, Demon Slayer Season 2, Lycoris Recoil, Cyberpunk Edgerunners, JoJo Stone Ocean, and Spy Family.
So anyway, Chainsaw Man.
I would say between on this list, Why the fuck is Spy X Family on here? I would give it
there's
to...
some action moments in Spy Family.
Get
Alright,
the fuck
listen.
out of here. Bro, it's action!
Listen,
Just because
Spy
one guy
Family-
gets punched in
Okay,
the
hold on,
face.
hold on.
Whole tennis tournament.
Yeah, the tennis.
like,
No, the
tournament is
tennis.
badass.
I will
Sakuga.
say, I have not updated. Like, people haven't heard my updated opinion on Spy X Family for the second part. I will say, goddamn, they went all out with that tennis tournament. It was funny as shit. A lot of people didn't like it, and I will agree that like
loved
the
it.
first part of it was kind
the
of
only
whatever.
part that
but
I hated about it was that we talked about on the podcast, Crunchy and I, how it was ultimately all for nothing by the end.
no, that made it even funnier. I
Like,
thought that was
it was
hilarious.
funny, like in a vacuum, but
yeah, when you
how
think
slow
about
the progress of the show goes,
the
and, like,
2 episodes
progressing
it
the
took, it's like
narrative.
it could have been spent on something better, but they go all out in that final scene with the animation. I'm like, God, I
Yeah.
just wish the show was like this all the time. It would be
Yeah,
so fucking
that
good.
the famous scene from episode 5, I want to say it was just 5 or 7, where Lloyd is like using his spy skills to save Anya in that little thing.
The
that they put on
dodgeball
for her.
scene.
Yeah, the dodgeball. Like, there are some good action moments. It wouldn't win,
But
the
it's not
award
an
for me.
action show, and that's
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
feel
yeah.
like where
I would put it on my short list because of how good those sequences were, but I wouldn't give it best action because it's not a pure action show.
But between the ones on this list, again, ignoring sequels, which I mean, JoJo's not technically a sequel, I guess, because they're all standalone. Not really.
Yeah,
But it's
I'd give
also a
JoJo
weird
half
Netflix
pass.
show. If we give JoJo a pass, it still sucked. I'd give it to either Cyberpunk or Lycoris.
Yeah,
I'm
I would-
definitely 100% Chainsaw Man. Cyberpunk did have some good action in it,
Yeah,
though.
it had good
I'll give
action,
it
but
that.
it wasn't like the star attraction.
If we're going on personal lists, I would not give it to Chainsaw Man. I give it to fucking Mob Psycho.
I did not.
But that's a sequel.
Yeah, it's a sequel. I'm still behind on Mob Psycho. I know a lot of my list would be different if I saw Mob Psycho.
If we're
in terms of-
counting,
If not counting sequels, what would you say is your favorite action of the year?
Gundam was kind of hit or miss with the action, but they were 2D mechs, which is always Pog.
I've got
Let's
a hot take. I think I liked the action sequences in Lycoris
And Lucifer
Recoil
and Biscuit humor.
more than Chainsaw Man. Like,
100
Chainsaw
Hold
Man's a
on,
better
and what?
show, but I think I
Hold on,
preferred
which
the
action did you prefer to Chainsaw Man?
Lycoris
Licorice.
Recoil.
Okay, well, you're dead to me.
No, Lycoris Recoil has some really
It had
good
some good
action scenes,
gunplay.
and the
We-
gun,
there's-
the
to be
gunplay
fair,
is so
There's
good.
not enough
Whereas
shows with
Chainsaw
good
Man,
gun choreography.
the director's idea of a good action scene is like, okay, so like, what if he fought Katana Man and the camera just like circled around them? That's like, wow, that's so cool.
In all
Like,
fairness,
the best
some
fight
of the
scene in
action
Chainsaw Man is
directing-
the only fight scene in Chainsaw Man. It's the final episode where they have the big chainsaw versus katana fight scene.
and the
it's
first
good.
episode. They also shonen-fied the leech fight. It's supposed to be one big like
Okay,
gag.
that
but-
was also. I like
but
that more as a
that was
character
fun.
moment than a fight scene because I just liked how badass Denji was.
But
when
think
he
about
wasn't
the
even in
Eternity
chainsaw
Devil fight.
mode,
I
and he
said
just
the
like
Eternity
went
Devil
off
fight
anyway.
is so good.
The
Not
Eternity Devil
even-
fight's not a fucking fight.
I mean, at the end when
With
Denji's
the-
going ham on him.
Yeah,
I like
that's
how
not
it
a
literally
fight. That's
takes
just a
3
cool
days.
moment.
The Leech
Yeah, it's
Devil
good.
is supposed to be like, and I saw a lot of people didn't like this for like manga readers, and I could see where they were coming from because they're like, the Leech Devil is supposed to be like a 1 or 2 page little gag. It's a character moment for Denji, but also LMAO, he's fighting for titties. And the anime turned it into this like elaborate fight scene, and I'm like, honestly, I kind of liked it though. I thought it was pretty fucking cool.
I thought it landed into the badass. Like I found it kind of.
I thought it
that
made the
Leech
joke
Devil-
funnier, to be honest, because you get
found
this
it-
cool fight scene.
My one criticism is that like the Leech Devil just straight up comes out of nowhere, as immediately after we had just gotten through with the Bat Devil. So it's like, all right, so like
How did that big thing go on? Like, where the fuck did it come from?
Yeah, and like I felt like it was just a bit of a way to artificially increase the tension to be like, hey, you know that thing that you just like struggled to defeat? Hey, here's a thing that we did not build up to in the slightest that was related to it the whole time. Go fight it, Denji. But at least they squeezed a badass character moment out of it. Him going like, let's see like whose dream is stronger, bitch.
It's That's in the manga. You don't think about how it came out of nowhere because it leaves just as quickly as it shows up, and you're like, oh, it was supposed to be. It's just a joke. But in the anime extends it and makes it this whole fight. Tries to make it a cool character moment, and I think it does a good job. But the unfortunate bit is that it's on the screen longer, so you're like, wait, where did this thing even come from? It's like, I get it, like this is cool. He's running around and shit, but how the fuck did it just randomly appear? So. But I wouldn't count Chainsaw Man for the action because, I mean, we already discussed how it's not inherently an action show, but that's like doubly so for these
more
starting
inherently
episodes.
An action show than Spy Family.
Yes, exactly. And especially for these like first 12 episodes, like let's be real. If you've read the manga, you know the real action is later. It's in the second, third, fourth.
Yeah, there's
core.
only like one good one like actual like thing I would consider when I think of like fight scenes of the year. Only Chainsaw Man versus Katana Man comes to mind.
I have not seen the final episode of Chainsaw Man, so maybe that fight did impress.
It is the best bit of action in the whole show.
Yeah.
I will.
But the rest of the action, the thing that always pissed me off about Chainsaw Man is it's the director, obviously, because he just ruins so many potentially good stuff. The animation in this show is goddamn immaculate. They have some of the best people in the industry working on it. And then they're like, we're ready to make this the next fucking Kyoto animation rival. Like, we're gonna make them look like toddlers. This is gonna be immaculate. It's like, just give us the go-to boss. And he's like, I don't know. I guess like make him hit him in the face and you circle around him with the camera. You can give a toddler the access to the United States Army, but it's not going to know what the fuck to do with it. And it's the same thing with Chainsaw Man. You give all this really good voice talent, animation talent, like so much good talent on Chainsaw Man, then you give it to someone who's never directed anything before, and he goes, yeah, Fujimoto likes movies, and like, I like movies, so let's make it slow and methodical. Even though that kind of ruins the action scenes that are in there, and then let's just make up action where it's not. Since we're
not counting sequels, because this would also be cheating because it's a movie. I would have just put Dragon Ball Super Superhero on here by default because it has beautiful fight scenes.
For an all CG movie, but I don't. Are we counting movies? Because if so, I'm giving it to
we
Dragon
can't.
Ball
That's
Super.
not fair.
Can we count Broly? Can we just give it to Broly?
Well, we especially can't count that because that's years ago.
But no, yeah, Chainsaw Man's action, like, not only is there not that much to begin with in these earlier chapters, but also the way that they pace the show and the director's style is just overbearingly present in every scene. With the exclusion of the last episode, because I haven't seen it yet, because it just annoys me that much that I haven't gotten around to finishing it. I would say Chainsaw Man has like some of the worst action, even though it has some of the best animation, which is so stupid. So if I had to give it to best action show that's not a sequel, it'd be Lycoris Recoil. But I would say that Cyberpunk is a good second. And yes, I didn't even really like Cyberpunk that much, but it has some good action.
Moments, but I just feel like there's just not enough like badass gunplay scenes, and having
there's so many cool scenes in Lycoris with the gunplay.
And like having Chisato's ability like be like to just bullet
dodging
time.
Bullets.
Yeah,
that's
it
so
lends
cool.
itself
like,
to like make to so many badass action scenes. As much as they've like, I'll keep saying this, as much as they fumbled the ending, I did really enjoy the final fight showdown between Chisato and Majima.
I don't even think they fumbled the ending. I think it was perfect.
Well, you're wrong.
Well, unless you're complaining, about Majima living.
Not about the
Yuri. I'm talking about if you're complaining about like how the Majima stuff wrapped up. I can see where you're coming from. Yeah. Especially because he's alive. But that kind of plays into him being like this annoying little cockroach the whole show. Because he's introduced and he gets blown the fuck up and he's like, yeah, no, actually I'm still alive. Just like an action movie villain. It's one big homage to action movies, even down to their faults, where it's like, why is this guy still alive? And it's like, I don't know, so there could be a sequel, duh. But I wouldn't say it ruins the show by any means. It's not as good as that it could have been, but it was still a fantastic show. Though that, like I said, though, that isn't necessarily a bad critique to have. I thought you were talking about the Yuri, in which case I was gonna bully the shit out of you.
No,
but you're not.
That's the least worst part about
that. Was so stupid. People like death threaded the author. I'm like, bro, it wasn't even like sure, it had some Yuri teasing in it, but it wasn't even the main focus. What's wrong with you?
So yeah, so
I'm
Crunchy,
still giving it to
I forgot
Chainsaw
it.
Man.
You said Chainsaw Man, right?
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
want to make sure we didn't move on from you.
I'm giving it to Lycoris. I think you were the same, right, Neil?
Yeah. So yeah, that's that. We're gonna move on to Must Protect at All Cost character, which is the meme award of the year.
It's Anya.
The nominees are Anya Forger. Okay, fuck Crunchyroll for putting 2 of the same show on here.
Bruh, they have Kage and Bocchi.
Yeah, like
Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, they put. Oh, what the fuck? Why?
that. There's so many characters I can think of.
Really that
Like,
slim.
it's still Anya. Like, I'm not gonna give it to Bocchi because that's cheap. It's like, I'm not gonna say why, but you guys all know what I'm alluding to.
I mean, I put Kita Ikuyo on my short list.
Who?
Kita Ikuyo.
Who?
Kita.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Fucking the
Her name
redhead
is
from Bocchi.
Kita. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's Kita Ora, bro. What's wrong with you? Who Ikuyo? Don't say that. She hates that.
That we don't dead name on this channel, Crunchy.
No, we do because it's funny, but
except for all the times we called Digibro, but
yikes.
So yeah, nominees are Anya, Bocchi, Kage, last 2 from Rank of Kings, Kitagawa from Dress Up Darling, Kotaro Sato from Kotaro Lives Alone, and Shoko Komi from Komi-san Season 2.
It's Anya. I don't want to hear anything else. Look, I shit on Spy X
Yua
Family a lot,
Serafu, though.
but
Yua Serafu.
Yeah, Yua is on my short list.
I already protect myself. What's the fucking point?
Well, I put Yua on my must protect short list just because of all the characters, she probably needs it the most.
Yeah, she's an idiot. Yeah, right. Like
because if I don't, she's gonna hurt herself.
Okay, but what about
as far as short list goes, I've got, of course, Bocchi on here. Akibi from Akibi Sailor Uniform. Shikimori from Shikimori's Not Just a Cutie, and the one
You're talking
who
about the boyfriend, right? The boyfriend needs to be protected.
I'd protect Yua 1,000 times before I protect the beta male boyfriend.
God, I hate him.
And the one who I'm sad I could not protect in time, Rebecca from Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
What about the lolly from Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting?
What about her?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. Dude, Anya already fulfills that role. So like
What's
the point?
What about Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer from Nas?
Yeah, Satoshi Mizukami deserved to be protected.
We were too late on that one. Nas got their goddamn hands on it. Oh my god, it's so bad. Is worst adaptation not a thing? It's not a thing on here. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But you want to know what's the opposite of a must protect character? I guess we can fit this in now. Best antagonist.
Hey, hold on. We haven't gone over who. Well,
we haven't finished.
Oh, we haven't
Antagonist? I'm missing it. I don't.
Crunchy. Crunchy. I don't think you even said who your character.
No,
was.
I said Anya.
Oh, okay. I said. I don't know if you heard it because I joke whispered it, but I said Kitagawa. If only because like she's the closest thing to a.
Yeah, we get it. You're horny.
Yeah, but like, and also. Yeah, okay, yeah, but yeah.
Let's be real here. We know why you're picking her.
Like, Anya's cute, yeah, must protect, haha. But, like, you know what? She's already got a badass family to do it for her. I want Kitagawa in my life more than I need oxygen and water. So, I need me a bitch like Marvin Kitagawa.
Bad.
Yeah, can you fucking blame me?
So bad.
I'm down tremendous and horrendous.
Down atrocious. Where's best antagonist?
Okay,
I thought the next was best supporting character.
Okay, yeah, we'll do best supporting character after we do this. I threw in best antagonist because I felt like it was a sin that they left this one off.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You mentioned that.
Yeah, so we'll just do this one real quick. So for my we'll go around the room. I'll start, and because there's not a Crunchyroll thing. So my nominees are Governor Kurakawa from Rust Eater Bisco, Anko Iguisu from Call of the Night, Faputa from Main Abyss Season 2, which I will count. We can count this one because she's technically a new character. Ryo Yamada from Bocchi the Rock, and Studio Naz from Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer.
Okay, I'm glad we had that same one.
Yeah.
So mine would be Uncle from Another World.
Is he the bad
Makima. Yeah, he really needs protection from himself, bro. I mean, come on. He's the antagonist in his own world. Think of all the shit Elf has to go through. That's all him, because he's an idiot. Anyways, Makima, if they didn't fuck up the
Makima's not a villain
adaptation.
yet. Makima's not a villain yet.
I don't care what you think.
I took her off the list.
Makima is very obviously an antagonist.
Obviously Makima is
I was reading the manga, and by chapter like 5, I was like, yeah, she's a bad guy. Everybody figures that out.
Anyone with the slightest bit of media literacy knows that Makima's up to no good. But as far as evil deeds
Hey, look,
done
man,
within
you asked
season
for
1,
my opinion.
If
I'm giving
we're not
you
judging Chainsaw
my
Man as the manga. We're judging season 1 of Chainsaw Man the anime.
If the anime hadn't fucked it up, Makima, that's why I prefaced it. Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer from Studio Nas.
Yeah.
I actually did like Majima as a villain, and I mean Moe
I liked
villain.
him up to a point.
Yoshi worked better as the villain, but he wasn't really a villain. He's like doing it for his daughter, so I'd have to give it to Majima. And then in terms of what was that, 3, right? I said 3, or we if we don't count the Chainsaw Man one. That one scene with Lloyd and the one guy was kind of tense. But he didn't like do anything in the entire show. It's like counting Adam Smasher. Like it doesn't really count.
Well, okay, no, he deserves a nomination just because he committed the biggest sin in the entire show,
which was kill best girl, I guess.
Yeah. Well, he also killed the main
confused.
character too. So.
Well, who the fuck cares about that loser? You silly goose.
David's cool, but like, yeah, killing Rebecca is unforgivable. You know how much like that inspired people to boot up Cyberpunk and
it did its
roll
job.
out with the Rebecca gear with her weapons and just go shit stop Adam Smasher.
My 4th, this one can't be topped. This is my nominee, so I won't say it. I'll save it. My 5th is, if we're counting
you can count new characters from sequels.
Well, it's not a new character, but the Black Shadow thing, I forget its name, in Vanitas is pretty good, but I guess that doesn't really count because it was in season 1 and that aired last year.
Well, you can count that because it wasn't a season 1, it was like core 1. It was all technically season 1.
Then I would count the Black Shadow thing, whose name I forget, but my number 1 pick, Netflix from JoJo.
Yeah, that is also a good pick.
They single-handedly killed one of the most popular shonen franchises, and that shit fucking baffles me. Like, how do you fuck up that badly?
So my list is Anko Guisu from Call of the Night,
I really need to watch
Kurakawa
those
from
last 3
Rust Eater
episodes of Call of the
Biscuit.
Night.
Yes, you do.
You guys are talking this bitch up a lot.
Faputa from Made in Abyss Season 2. Netflix from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Storm Ocean. Studio Nas from Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer.
Did we all did we
all
all agree?
No, I put those on there after you made the joke.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Because I agreed with your pick so much. And my final nomination is shut the fuck up. I'm not putting Majima on here, you dipshit. More swear words. So yeah, those are my feelings on all the villains in anime this year. No, he betrayed me.
Wait, what did he do?
The ending. He literally ruins all he had going for him.
Well, do you like the Joker?
I mean, I haven't seen any Batman movies.
Have you ever seen a Batman TV show?
No.
Fucking Zoomer. All right, what about you, Neon?
I liked Majima up until the very end, where it did kind of take the wind out of his sails to be like, oh yeah, I only help the loser side.
It ruined him.
It made him dramatically less cool to me, because it's like, oh, I thought you were like this agent of chaos who was like so dead set on breaking down the establishment because you truly thought what you believed in was right. But then he turned around and said, oh yeah, if the Lycoris
I was just trolling, bro.
If the Lycoris were the ones,
it was just a social experiment.
The weaker party, I would have helped you guys out. It's like,
well, it still stays with his MO. He's like, I am chaos that the world needs because you're hiding things from the people's eyes. He's like,
Yeah, but
on
that
the
wouldn't.
same
That's
hand,
just so much cooler when it's like, yeah, he is the force of chaos against the order that is Lycoris.
It doesn't.
But
it
then
doesn't
he just
change-
says, yeah, no, like regardless of like what side you would have been on, I would have, like, you know, what side you would have been on, I would have
his
fought
point
for
was
you.
not. His point was not specifically if Lycoris was still hiding the data, but there was a bigger
If there was too
corporation
much
that was
chaos
doing
in the
it.
world, I would have fought on the side of order. It's like, that's so lame.
No, it's not. It ties in with his whole character about being the balancing act. It's literally part of his superpower with his hearing.
Bruh.
He balances his phone and other objects all the time to allude to it. It fit with his character, and his whole thing is it's not necessarily like, oh, I would help the Lycoris also hide information. He's more so saying that if Lycoris was fighting back against another organization that was doing the same shit and, you know, hurting the people, he would fight with them. He always picks the little guy to help out, and that's almost always the actual, you know, civilians of the world and whatnot. The only thing that I would say the only thing I would say that detracts from him is yeah, he kind of lives, but again, that also still ties in with that kind of Joker type thing they were going with, where he's this annoying little cockroach who you can't kill and he just keeps coming back.
But listen, when I watched Lycoris Recoil though, whenever he said balance, I was like, yeah, he wants to balance the sides because currently he sees the government as having too much power. And then it's dropped on you in the final episode, in one of the final scenes.
That if the government didn't have enough power, he would have fought on the side of the government. And it's like,
because
that's so
he believes in balance. The only reason you guys think it's dumb is because you hate the government, and I can't blame you for that. The government sucks.
That just means his ideology is loose and shifty, and
it means his
ideology.
it makes him
from
less resolute.
Kizumonogatari, but lame.
His ideology is I will do whatever possible to help the little guy to balance it out. So if the government did not have control of its people, I would help balance it out. It's his whole MO.
It's not
imagining
about,
I will agree that yeah, he is kind of a more. He even looks like him too. He is kind of a more lame Oshino, a more lame Meme. But he's like him saying, I am the balancing act, when that's what it was alluding to the whole show, doesn't make him lame. It doesn't ruin the character. Unless you misread him as this agent of chaos, in which case I can see how you're upset.
I just imagine, so like, they tease something with like the male Lycoris. I forget what the fuck they're called in the show, but like I imagine
the Lily Boys.
Yeah, the Lily Boys, Lily Bell or whatever.
Lily Bell.
Yeah, so what you're telling me is that if for whatever reason Lily Bell like went corrupt and started like taking over and like shutting down the DA, he would have fought with the Lycoris that he's been fighting up until this point.
Yeah, so that way we can get a season 2 where he fights alongside Chisato.
That's fucking stupid.
Because you know that's exactly where it's gonna go. It's at the end of the day, it's a homage to action movies. It's not
make it a good homage then.
It is a good homage because that's what every action movie does, right? Especially when it gets the cheesy sequel. It's not this like 10 out of 10 show because the writing is immaculate. Like it has some stuff like the whole drama with the hard stuff, and then in general how it takes that action movie homage a little bit too forward. You know what I mean? Like in instances like this.
I was sad when they dropped the whole theme of freedom versus security. And then they were just like, "Yep, security wins, baby."
It's not an amazing show because of that area of the writing. It's a good show because of the character relationships, the character writing, and in general just how really fucking good the production is for an original anime. But if you ignored all of that and we just looked at the writing, it's like a 7 out of 10. It's not anything amazing.
That's exactly what I gave it, a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I didn't give it a 7 out of 10 because I didn't judge it based on the writing. I judged it based on the writing.
I judged it based on everything.
The animation. Then you're just silly. Because it's better than a 7 out of 10 based on everything.
All right,
based
on
the
you
writing,
understand
though,
that I can just
agree.
turn all of this around on you and be like, yeah, I gave Cyberpunk Edge Runners an 8, and I know you gave it a lesser score than that. And I gave it a 7. Okay. Well, I could still like
How could you turn it around? Yeah, exactly.
For all the criticism that you gave Cyberpunk and being like, oh yeah, it was like all.
I said that Cyberpunk.
Simplistic.
If in previous podcasts, I did say that Cyberpunk, like the character writing is weak and that the story itself is flimsy. But that doesn't mean that the fucking animation wasn't really good and the action wasn't really good when it happened, or some of the imagery that Trigger used. It is easily the best Trigger show that has been made, and it is a solid 7 out of 10, which is good.
Let's not get crazy. The best Trigger show.
It's the best. What do you think? What, you gonna say Kill la Kill?
I was gonna say
Inferno Cop.
I was gonna say I enjoy.
Inferno.
I still have
Inferno
not seen all of
funny.
Trigger's filmography, which is a sin. But I was gonna say I enjoyed Little Witch Academia more than I enjoyed Cyberpunk.
I enjoyed the OVAs. Those were really good. Those are the best thing. But the TV show is
even if we're counting
miss.
movies, I liked Promare more than I liked Cyberpunk.
I hate Promare because it just ripped off Fire Force and made it worse. But
no, it's
Cyberpunk.
It's better than Fire Force.
Yeah, I mean, I have trouble paying attention sometimes too if my name was Neon Manta. It's just how it is, But anyways,
all right. Well,
Fire Force is league's
best antagonist.
You know what's funny is there's an interview too where he said that he shared the Fire Force guy Okubo. He said he shared his thoughts and his plans for Fire Force.
Okubo is the biggest antagonist of them all. We all know for how.
And then he was like, yeah, then Trigger stole my fucking idea, so I don't share my thoughts with anybody anymore. But hey, Promare was a good movie, I guess. But no, Cyberpunk is still a solid 7 out of 10 for everything else that it does. If it had better writing, easily it would have been like an 8 or a 9. But like I said, I judge it based on all facets. And even if I think one was particularly weak, I mean, I love the character designs in that show. I love the animation, so on and so forth. But best antagonist, it's Netflix. We're in agreement, right?
If want to be filthy fucking memers, Netflix and with an honorable mention to Studio
A fair
Max.
critic.
But if
I like
talk about
Urusei Yatsura.
in fictional characters, then Anko Iguzu just kind of clears it.
I don't really have anybody to give it to because I didn't finish Call the Night. And Majima.
I was gonna say it was kind of a
towards-
weak year for villains in anime.
Yeah, I mean maybe there was someone in
there
was someone in Ranking of Kings, but I don't know. I didn't finish that show.
Like I don't know, maybe maybe Shigaraki from My Hero finally gets good.
Yeah, that's 6 seasons. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
I guess
he's also not a new character, so yeah, I take back what I said.
The dude from Bisco that you mentioned was pretty fun.
I did like Kurokawa as a villain.
If we're counting Vanitas, I'd probably just give it to the Evil Shadow thing. It's a pretty good villain and it's real nice and creepy too. But if we're not, because it's a continuation, then I guess Kurokawa.
You can count the Shadow thing.
Then Vanitas. I'm giving it to I can't remember what its fucking name was, but that thing every time it's on screen, it's goddamn good. I'm like, all right, nice.
All right, so
I'd give it to that.
Yeah, with that, Crunchy and I don't need to defend our pick for Anko. It's like if we have the most popular podcast and who is essentially the face of the channel now to prove it.
I could see myself switching if I finish Call the Night. That's a big if.
She truly was the villain we deserve.
All right. Well, anyways, best supporting character.
Yeah, it's time for best supporting. Hayasaka from Love is War
would be
season
it
3.
if it wasn't a season 3.
Kage from is he a fucking main character?
Technically, yeah. So I don't know why he's on here. I guess he does support
he's a fucking main character. Yor is a main character.
Well,
what
I
is
guess
this
because he supports the main
Yor
character.
is on there.
Anya and Yor are on this list, and they're 2 of the 3 main characters of Spy. They are 3 of the family of Spy X family. They're on the fucking cover.
In all fairness, on my best supporting character shortlist, my final pick is I wasn't sure whether Anya was a protagonist.
She's a main character.
Whatever.
Yeah, Anya's
I
the main
was leaning
character of the
towards
show.
that, which is why I had that blurb on top. But
I mean,
Your Forger is just inexcusable, though.
that's just stupid.
That's
If
dumb.
we had to give it to
Anya
someone
and
on this
Yor
list,
should not even be here, dude.
If we had to give it to someone on this list, it's between Tengen and Rebecca. I'd probably give it to Rebecca.
Yeah, like on this list, because I can't count Hayasaka because she's another character. Tengen can count And like I'm sure
I
if
really
I
like
watch Demon
Tengen.
Slayer, from what I've seen of Tengen, he does look like a cool mentor type
Tengen's
character.
a badass. He's really cool.
He does
I
have
thought he was
badass
better than the
moments.
flame guy, whose name I don't even remember.
But
I
if we're going by who I want to have sex with the most, yeah, Rebecca.
Yeah, right? So it's got to go to Rebecca. Like, Tengen's just got muscles. I feel like I might give it to Tengen just to be different. But if we're counting fall shows, oh, wait, I forgot. If we were counting Antagonist, fucking the Quincy guy in the new Bleach season's really good. But that's a sequel, so I don't know if that counts, even though he's a new character.
We can count him because he's new to the Bleach anime.
Then I would, he's a pretty good antagonist. He's no Aizen, but he's pretty good since they were so sparse with the antagonist. But in terms of best supporting character, yeah, probably Tengen on that list. But in general,
dude, there's so many they could have chosen from. Even if we disregard fall shows and play by their stupid rules, even if we disregard fucking Kobeni and Kikuri from Chainsaw Man and Bocchi respectively, they could have picked Akira from Call of the Night. They could have picked Damien from Spike's Family, an actual supporting character. They could have picked Erica from Akabe Sailor Uniform.
Oh yeah. They could have picked. I'm drawing a blank.
I'm gonna say, yeah, like
it's so good that you had so many of those picks.
Those are all my shortlist characters for supporting character, but they all deserve to be on here way more by definition than Anya, Kage, and Yor.
Could have picked Jean from Vanitas. Could have picked
Jean from Ruby.
Okay, I don't know about that one, but
yeah,
you could have picked.
They could have picked Sajina.
You could have picked Chickenhead from
put Sajina
Gundam,
as a
but I
best
don't. I
supporting
think she's a
character.
main.
I mean,
character.
I didn't have her on my short list, but it's a choice.
You could have picked Lam from Urusei Yatsura.
She's a main
really
character.
good supporting
Yeah, she's a main character.
Yeah, okay, sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, but
bruh, she's like
agree.
the cover. She's the poster character.
Yeah, but in the original manga, she's a side character.
Okay.
So I'm just saying,
we're not talking about the original manga, are we?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, Crunchy would agree,
oh my god, wait, I didn't put this on my short list, but I should have. T-Roll Uchigama.
Who?
She's from
Chirodo.
Disco. Yeah, she's cool.
She's from Platinum Disco, that song from
I would have put Pawu over
Disco.
I would have put Pawu over T-Roll personally.
Nah, Chiroro has won my heart.
You mean you're talking of? Is that the bitch with the iron pipe?
Hair.
Yeah.
Oh, Jelly. Oh yeah, no, I'm giving it to Jellyfish. I forgot about her.
Yeah, Jellyfish
She's great.
is cool. Pawu is badass. Pawu has one of my favorite designs of the
I
year,
wasn't gonna give
up.
it to Pawu because she just kind of shows up. You know, she helps out in the end, but before then, no. But Jellyfish was a fucking treat every scene she was in. Although I did like Pawu using her virgin killer instincts on the main character, like right before they rush off to the big fight.
Yeah.
I was like, God damn.
I love that her
with
weapon
me?
is just a giant piece of metal.
It's just a pipe. It's just a pipe. You beat you to death.
It's not even a pipe. It's just like it has a handle, but it's just like a giant like metal like girder.
I would give it, yeah, if we're counting fall, which we are, I'm giving it to Smelly Old Lady from Bocchi.
Yeah,
she's great.
I also gave it to Kikuri. I went back and forth between her and Kobeni, but like Kobeni will have her more time to shine.
She has it later, yeah.
Yeah,
right now
she gets one moment, and it's like it's a badass.
It's
moment,
the best one. It's one of the best ones. Later
yeah,
on,
so
later
hard.
on.
I mean, she's gonna shine greater in the in later in the show.
Like 2-3 years from now, yeah.
So, for those listening, my current profile picture on Discord is Kobeni. I like Kobeni a lot. It's very hard to put her over fucking Kikuri, but I think I'm gonna have to do it. I think I'm gonna have to go with the Kobeni dub.
That's a
Wait,
fair pick.
did he specify the dub?
No, like W.
W.
Oh, I was mad confused.
No.
Oh yeah, I only like Kobeni in the dub.
In the dub,
I
fucking
actually
dub
edited
is
my
character
personal
everywhere else.
stream of Chainsaw Man to have Kobeni be the only character to be voiced in English and everyone else in Japanese.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's that one. This one Crunchyroll fucked up the hardest so far. I actually cannot believe this shit.
This is so stupid.
Alexa,
play
I'm
Despacito.
baffled. You can literally go to the My Anime List pages of Spy Family and Ranking of Kings and see that Kage, Anya, and Yor are listed as main characters.
I can see their their thought process
Their
behind
thought process
Kage,
is flawed.
who is a main character, but he's mainly in support of Bocchi. But like the Anya and your ones are so fucking stupid.
Inexcusable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, best main character.
Yeah.
Yeah, best
It's
main
Bocchi.
character. Yeah,
It's Bocchi.
wait.
Kitagawa.
Hold on,
It's
fellas.
Bocchi.
Hold on.
Not Bocchi, it's Bocchi. You know.
Hold on,
Chi with the
fellas.
Cs.
Don't crucify me for this.
If you say Aaron, I'm gonna leave the call.
I'm not even caught up on Attack on Titan. Don't even worry about it.
Okay.
Oh, he
If
wouldn't
you
count-
say
he
David, I'm
wouldn't
gonna
count
leave
anyway.
the call.
All right, first let's go down the list. Bocchi from Ranking of Kings, David Martinez from Cyberpunk, Lloyd from Spy Family, Chisato from Lycoris Recoil, Aaron from Attack on Titan, who shouldn't be there, and Kitagawa from My Dress Up Darling. A lot of these characters were on my short list. I did have Chisato, Kitagawa, and David on my short list. I gotta correct myself. I put Gojo over Kitagawa as my favorite main character because Kitagawa is great. I love her, but as far as like main like deep characters go, like well written characters,
It's Gojo.
Yeah, Gojo's a better character than Kitagawa. But don't crucify me for this. As much as I love Hitori, I gave it to Denji.
I can see
Honestly,
it. I can see it.
all right, Neon. I'm gonna just have to screenshot what I have on my Google Doc right now, just so you can see how not a hot take this is. Literally have them right next to each other.
Those are the only ones you could think of.
Well, no, I cut it off before I picked Ko, because I like Ko a lot, Call of the Night. But for my top two, those were my ones.
But see, what I like about Bocchi is that like she's great, she's cute. Like seeing her overcome her social anxiety and simultaneously fall victim to it is adorable. But as far as like character arcs and growth and like ideologies as a character and as a lead, I'm much more fascinated by Denji.
The moment where Denji just introspects on how he doesn't feel bad about Himeno's death is just that moment
so many
lives
moments like
rent-free
that
in my head.
Yeah, like that. When he all of his like moments of like thinking that all of succeeding in the short term get subverted, and then he comes to the conclusion on his own that it's with some influence from Makima, ironically, that it's the long-term satisfaction that he's after, because like he goes to fondle Power's tits, but then she's patting, and then he goes some more, and it's like that was it. And then he has his first kiss with Himeno, and then turns into a vomit kiss, and that's how he has the memory of his first kiss for the rest of his life.
Denji learns that it's not about the action, it's about the emotion behind it. So touching titties is just touching titties, but touching titties of the girl you love or kissing the girl you love, it hits way different. And the entire point of the show is to show this guy who's effectively started at zero because he was homeless and killed, killed devils for the Yakuza. It's building him up as an emotional character, and the payoff for that at the end of the manga and into part 2 is really, really good. Becomes a better person. He realizes what emotions are. You know what I'm talking about? But to go from
he just like me for real.
To go from I don't feel for Himeno to him sitting on that park bench, you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
And that is
I
really
also
good.
won't spoil it for Crunchy, but the TV scene is also I read about it in the manga.
Yeah, that seems really funny.
On the deafen thing right now. I am prepared to.
I swear we won't spoil anything for you and the viewers. But the TV scene, like when I'm salivating for them to animate that, because if they do it right, that might make me cry.
I feel like they're gonna fuck it up, but either way, the Chainsaw Man as a whole, it's dingy. But we're only counting these 12 episodes. I gotta give it to Bocchi. And if we're counting Crunchy's list, I'm going to give it to Chisato.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to guess my best director because it's so fucking obvious. But
it's Called the Night. Oh, it's
he got it. He got it.
Itamura.
Yo, wait, why the fuck isn't that on here?
I don't know. They're just stupid. They're dumb. They're dumb in the brain.
That's so stupid. Okay. For best director, if we're going by the nominees are Haruo Sotozaki from Demon Slayer Season 2, Hiroyuki Imaishi from Cyberpunk Edgerunners, Kazuhiro Furuhashi from Spy X Family, Shingo Adachi from from Lycoris Recoil, Yosuke Hara from Ranking of Kings, and Yuichiro Hayashi from Attack on Titan Season 4. Obviously, from this list, it's between Shingo Adachi for Lycoris Recoil and Yosuke Hara for Ranking of Kings. But
are you fucking
personal lists, bro? It's Call of the Night. It's Itamura.
See, all right,
and Bocchi.
so
It's between
here's
those
where
two.
I must make a distinction between best director and best direction, because I think Bocchi is the best
same.
Bocchi has
my brother in Christ. They are the same.
No, they're not.
I like Tomiyuki Itamura more as a director.
Director.
I've followed him through his career.
Okay. I thought we were. Well, we're
meaningful
picking best director.
Right?
We are judging them based on the things that they did this year, not them as
no.
But
I
think
Call of the
saying...
Night is in an interesting direction for his direction, an interesting direction for his directing to take.
What he's
like
saying
it based
is
off of that.
A director is somebody like something like Bocchi has good overall direction because the director went go wild to all of the staff, and that's exactly what they did.
Is on my short list.
He is also on my short list. And Yusuke
he said,
Yamamoto.
do whatever you want. And then the sub-director was like, okay, maybe don't do everything you want, but you know, we'll go through the process. And he ended up approving most of the shit anyways. And that show is so well directed because it's like, it's the whole staff's baby. Because the director opened up the director's chair to everybody in the office and was like, let's do the funniest shit possible. And it ends up having the best direction possible because obviously he still puts his foot down. Both of them do because I think it's like a co-directed type thing. They still put their foot down for certain things, but a director in the sense of like what Crunchyroll is going for here is one that oozes the style of that director. So Chainsaw Man, for example, is a very good example of that, even if it's not necessarily a good one. But
I didn't have that on my short list, but I should have had it.
I have Chainsaw Man as my favorite directed show of the year, dude.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I thought it would be Bocchi.
You asking for it, Neon.
Okay.
You're asking for it.
If Bocchi, alright. In animation direction, I prefer Bocchi. If we're talking about traditional direction, like with
it's awful. Yeah, he ruined the show.
No,
why would you pick Chainsaw Man?
No, it's incredible. I
like the directing.
Actually,
it's one of the reasons why I love
directing.
it so much.
The directing in Chainsaw Man is so bad. Why do you think Japan hates it and the manga didn't get any boost in sales?
Because they're retarded.
No, I won't deny
they're
that
used to being because they're not used to being fed like shows with it has more traditional like live action style directing, but that's part of the fucking appeal. That's why I loved it so much because it's not just that they're trying to
the
ape
appeal
the
is
style
supposed
and
to
do it
be
the most generic way possible.
The appeal is supposed to be
made it work in anime, and
I'ma just sip my water in the background.
They ruined that shit in the anime.
In
Fujimoto understood what made those Hollywood movie scenes so good, and he used that in the manga. For example, in the scene I have seen the final episode, but I've only seen like the first like couple of minutes. The scene with the ghost devil, where Aki walks up to it, and then something happens, and it goes away because it thinks of Himino. That is elongated in the manga because he's trying to show that Hollywood directorial style of that slow pan, and that's how you do it in the manga. But in an anime version, it's supposed to just happen. It's not supposed to linger, but it does anyways. That's before we get into how it actively ruins the action and the voice acting, as said by the people involved in project themselves.
In that one
I hate him
scene,
so much. I respect the alternate take, but it's fucking awful.
I will say in that one scene, the only times I feel like the manga did it better was
all of it, yeah.
They did the Curse Devil better because it's just naturally cooler to have the Curse Devil's fingers flicking from outside the panels.
They could have made it cool if they did some Bocchi style shit. Like, that would have been dope in the anime, but instead they went for this like weird 3D glasses effect, and it's really cheesy. And it's like, no,
well, what they did
stupid.
was they just had it show up for like a frame. It's like a blink and you'll miss it thing. And
No, I saw the actual thing, but I'm talking about how they choose to portray the needle going through him. It's like they
that
zoom
was kind
in
of,
on
that
it.
That part was just kind of
Looks wonky. Yeah.
But the manga did it better. And that one scene you were talking about of Aki walking up the Ghost Devil, I liked the shot of it in the manga more, where you could see it's like walking up because the Ghost Devil has like flowers on its back. So with the way that the paneling was positioned or framed, it looked like he's like walking up a field of flowers, kind of like almost
really
like he's
cool.
walking through Himeno's grave. But they didn't really do that in the anime, and that's the other time the manga did it better.
For Chainsaw Man is good at exactly one type of scene. And when he gets those scenes, like the Aki flashback with his house getting, bowled over in a gangbang by the Gun Devil, and the first episode, right? And there was another one, and I'm blanking on it, but the assassination stuff. I think I personally, that one's debatable, but I did like how he handled that. That's it.
Okay.
3 episodes worth.
Hold on.
Of a 12-episode
there's
series.
There's one thing you're overlooking dramatically. How often are you watching an anime and you feel like, damn, this is some moving manga-ass animation where character 1 is static and they're talking and only their mouth is moving, and then we go to the next shot reverse shot. Character is saying, maybe if you're lucky, they'll do a little action. Not in Chainsaw Man! Characters
but that
are
has nothing to do with
moving.
the direction. That's animation. He doesn't have anything to do with that. They bring on all these good animators and they go, we want them to be constantly moving. So the animators make them constantly move, but the direction doesn't prop it up in the slightest, and it actively subtracts from things that make the series good. Like, for example, its intense reliance on realism kind of takes away from how goofy the manga and the anime in general is supposed to be.
I really enjoyed the realistic portrayal because it lent
in
itself
some
to the
scenes.
seriousness, and it never took away from the goofiness, because I still laughed at all of the goofy moments, like how I fucking enjoyed how Aki and Denji bonded over taking nut shots at the Katana Devil.
But even then, it has these like, that scene isn't as good as it was in the manga because of how they portrayed it, but it wasn't ruined. But there's this one scene in like episode 9 or 10, after Power and Denji get done getting their asses beat by, I forgot his name, but it's the really cool old guy.
Kishibe.
Kishibe. They're walking home on the road, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna be so smartical, and we're gonna fight with tactics.
I love that scene.
And it goes, and the camera pans up, right? And the music keeps getting louder and louder and louder to an obnoxious point. And what's supposed to happen is the obvious basic thing of it cuts to them having gotten their asses kicked or something. That's good comedic timing.
I loved how it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go with like galaxy brain. We're like, my IQ is growing already. I've already got 1,000 plans to beat him. And then in the next scene, they've donned lab coats and glasses.
No, that's not what I mean. With the way that scene is directed, where the camera is slowly panning up when they're walking down the highway, it's supposed to cut to them. Like after a few seconds, it should cut to them in the glasses and the lab coats. That's funny. What it actually does is it keeps panning up, and it doesn't cut to them. It just keeps panning up. The music keeps getting really loud to the point it's like, why the fuck is the music so loud? And then the screen goes black. Then it cuts to an outside shot of the apartment, and then it cuts to them. What the actual fuck? That is some of the dumbest, most amateur directing I've ever seen, and that single moment made me, that was like episode 9. I stopped talking about the anime after that. I was like, because I kept giving it the benefit of the doubt. I was like, I thought he could get better.
It cut out to it cut to the outside of the apartment because we had to establish that Kishibe was walking up the stairs to get to their apartment.
But that is not the point. Like, first off, that's needless information. We didn't need to know it. And second off, because it's leading itself to a joke where they think they're gonna win through tactics, and then either A, it cuts to them being all dressed up like smart people and thus thinking they're smart, and that's funny because they're stupid, or them having already gotten their asses kicked. Now, it did, the little action scene that they added to it or whatever when they're fighting him, they did do that well, but I'm saying the cut to that was very amateurish because it should have just it should have lingered for a second or two and cut to one of those two things. Hell, it could have even cut to the apartment complex of him walking up. It did not need to, and it shouldn't have, but it could have. But it lingers for like 10 goddamn seconds, and the music gets louder and louder and louder, and it never cuts away. It just ends, and then it starts the next scene. It's supposed to cut. It's the most basic shit in directing literally anything. If I'm doing a video, imagine if I made a joke and then instead of going back to the review, I just stare at you and smile and the music just gets louder and louder and louder and then eventually it goes back. But it's not funny at all. It just, my camera's also slowly panning up for some reason. It's just bad. That kind of direction, that amateurness reeks throughout Chainsaw Man because he sees what Fujimoto liked in terms of Hollywood movies. He goes and watches something like No Country for Old Men, and he goes, yes. So see, they whisper a lot, and that's what makes it good. And you go, no. Tarantino naturally builds up tension as the movie goes on, and that's why they're whispering in the first place. That is a part of it, but it's not the whole thing. And he goes, no, that's the whole thing. Anyways, Denji, you should sound like shit on purpose. And Makima, I want nothing for your roles. You should always sound really bad in almost every line you deliver. And I just hate it. He's so bad at directing, and you can't tell me, oh, it's because this and that. He's quite literally a newbie. This is the first thing he's ever directed.
He's a newbie, and I'm impressed at his debut.
I'm not. He's a newbie, and I'm not shocked that he sucked ass.
Director of the year.
He is so bad, and I could go on for hours on end explaining to you why he's bad.
I can go on for hours too, and I have in the podcast, but in the interest of
time... You'd be incorrect.
In the interest of time, we should move on.
If you personally don't like his directing style...
Please weigh in.
Crunchy didn't watch Chainsaw Man. He only watches dubs.
No, I watched Chainsaw Man.
But the final episode's not dubbed yet.
What?
He's trolling.
It's a show. Because he said he doesn't watch dubs.
Okay.
Yeah, not gonna lie, while you were debating that, I was online searching the web for the Bokyaku Tantai series, fanlations. Completely unrelated. Yeah, what were we doing?
What's the English name?
Crunchy, did you like Chainsaw Man's direction, yes or no?
Yes, it was very well directed, mucho good. I know that I saw a Twitter thread talking about how they hated the slow pacing, and I've heard that it does adapt chapters very slowly compared to most manga adaptations from what I've heard. But I thought the very film-esque, dead air really helped bring about a certain tone. And I know Sputtle goes on about how this tone wasn't there in the manga, but for the anime, I think it works. It's something separate from the manga, and a lot of manga readers are very up in arms about its adaptation. But I like Dead Air. I like the atmosphere it sets up. It is a very good show at building up atmosphere.
I don't think the realism thing that it went for in itself is a bad thing. I like the alternative take. It's just not a good one. But I do like that because they did that, or really the director did that you have two reasons to experience the same story. It shows more people that things do not and should not be one-to-one adaptations. They should be more like Call of the Night. Well, actually, I didn't finish that one, so I won't use that as an example. But it should be more like Bocchi and Monogatari, where they take the core premise, but they just completely do it in their own style, in the same way that Chainsaw Man did. Now, even if Chainsaw Man's way of doing it is bad and actively takes away from the manga, who gives a shit? It's sold really well on streaming services anyways, not in terms of the manga. But of course the manga didn't sell because it was completely different from it. So people aren't going to go and read it because they're like, well, it's not the same thing. It's basically a different telling of the same story. And it ended up working out really well in the West because people are into that style, whether it be because they have no eye for quality or because they just really, like Bagel said, he just really likes that kind of shit.
And if I may come
There's
to
nothing
Chainsaw
wrong
Man's
with
manga
that.
sale defense, people knew about Chainsaw Man before the anime.
People
Where-
also knew
unlike
about
shit
Jujutsu
like,
Kaisen and Demon Slayer.
I was gonna,
And-
like Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen, like the shonen fans knew about it, but like it entered like the mainstream cultural zeitgeist and like at least internationally.
Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer were already
bolstered by their anime?
selling a ridiculous. They were selling a ridiculous amount, right? Even comparable to Chainsaw Man standards. They didn't have the same word of mouth, but manga sale wise, they were about the same. And manga sales, it doesn't matter what they had in the West because manga sales are all from Japan. That's what they're counting. The reason why it didn't sell well is because Japanese fans didn't like it because the chains. I was actually discussing this with Booba T, I think is his name. He's done a few videos on the Chainsaw Man's production and whatnot, but it's because in Japan, Chainsaw Man has more or less reached its audience already, right? So the goal of the anime was supposed to be like a Demon Slayer, where it uses the broad appeal that it inherently possesses in the manga, and it shows that to more people, right? And then more people go, oh shit, actually, yeah, this is kind of funny, or I really like this thing or that thing. It's not just an action show. And then they go and pick up the manga. That's what happened with Demon Slayer, because people who didn't know what it was or had an idea of it, they're like, oh, it's a shonen. Then they watch the anime and are like, oh, this is like a family-friendly type thing, at least in Japan, right? Chainsaw Man, because he went for this so much of a different style that appeals more to Western sensibilities, not only is it completely different from the manga, so ergo it doesn't sell more manga copies because it's not the same, but it also didn't communicate what made the manga so popular to begin with, so more people in Japan didn't end up picking it up. In my opinion, it should have been the next Demon Slayer, and Mappa fucked that up. However, it's not like the Chainsaw Man anime is a complete waste of time. I don't like where it went, and it's not good, but it is a success, just not in the traditional selling manga copies way, more of it's a streaming success. It was like #1 for most platforms.
Yeah, going off of Crunchyroll's list, like I'm sure all of these other shows are well directed, including the ones I did in fact see, but I'm a simple man. I see Hiroyuki Imaishi, I hit vote.
I fucking called it, Crunchy.
He did.
Imaishi's just kind of one of the goats, dude. At some point, you just gotta pay your respect. Even though he didn't have
Pay
my favorite
respects to
direction
what?
of the year, of going off of this list, I enjoyed it more than Lycoris. I enjoyed it more than Spy Family.
Yeah, I liked Gurren Lagann. That was about it.
Okay, see, I'm similar to Sputtle in the sense that he has these very similar dislikes of Chainsaw Man's directing. And I'm like that with Cyberpunk. It's technically well done. It has a lot of style, and I kind of buy into it at certain points. But goddamn, it feels too crammed. The music is always so fucking loud, and every single song is an insert song, which will never stop annoying me. The show is always trying to feel as fast as possible, even when it isn't. Yeah, it's like from the game, from what I've heard. And it's like every single scene is, even when it isn't fast, it's trying to feel as fast as possible. And it is so nauseating.
It's like watching one of my videos. It's obnoxious.
Yeah.
So yeah, as far as the not honorable mentions, obviously Keiichiro Saito should be in a perfect world he'd be on here. Tomoyuki Itamura, I'd give him a nod.
I'd probably give it to Kazuhiro Furuhashi from Spy X Family.
God, he'd be... Well, no, you know what? I was going to give him shit. But I think that had he had the time to deliver what he wanted, we would have had a 9 out of 10. Like, an objective 9 out of 10.
I
Maybe
like
not in terms of writing.
I like the direction of Spy Family, but like they borrow like a lot of it just from the manga. Like there's not really much of his personal
my main
flourish.
thing with Spy Family
you can see
is that
in the
it's a good adaptation of the manga, even when it is sticking to it very heavily, and when it strays away from it and has moments where it pops off, then it's like, oh wow, this is really good. And
yeah, that's
compared
my problem
to compared to Edge Runners, it's just I don't like Edgerunner's directing. And I haven't seen, obviously, Demon Slayer and AOT shouldn't count, and I haven't even seen them. Ranking of Kings, honestly, based off of the first episode, Ranking of Kings probably would top the list if I saw more of it. And Lico Rico, I mean,
good direction.
It is well directed.
It wasn't like
I don't know, man.
mind blowing, but I remember liking it.
For
I
me,
feel like Spy Family had more mind blowing moments of directing, even if
Yeah.
it is mostly faithful to the manga.
for me, Haruo Sotozaki, the Demon Slayer guy, he did a good job, but it's like the earlier episodes are weaker. Imaishi's Imaishi. It's the same. You get the same shit every time. It's not good. It's not bad. It's mid.
It's good.
It's a thing, right? And
It's
I don't think it was
bombastic.
bad in Edge Runners, but it's not like because it tries way too hard to be like super wacky. It's really aping on the Gynax style. But he was part of OG Gynax as far as I
of course,
remember.
it's
He
the
helped
Gynax
do.
style. He is one of the
But
Gynax guys.
what I mean by that is he's trying to live in an era that's far past. Like he's trying to just do Gurren Lagann again with every single show, and it doesn't work. Not Panty and Stockings. That's completely different. But anyways, you get the point. He's not bad, but I wouldn't put him as the top. Kazuhiro, if it is well known that fucking Spy X Family suffered heavily from production issues. Not as bad as like Uncle from Another World, but you read any interviews and they're like, bro, I just finished Dress Up Darling and they're making me do this shit. Please.
Yeah, speaking of Dress
And
Up
then
Darling,
they're
that
like,
was
I
my
just
last
finished Ranking
honorable
of
mention
Kings.
for Keisuke Shinohara.
Yeah, the direction in Dress Up Darling wasn't bad.
It was hot.
But
It's still
I like
episode 11 alone.
It's
deserves
super
an
hot.
award.
Like,
deserves
literally,
an
it was
award
hot.
Of
them titty jiggles, man, he knew what he was doing. But I give him an honorable mention as well. Furuhashi, though, Kazuhiro, if Spy X Family had more time to cook, I think it could have been a fantastic adaptation. But as it stands now, not only is it bland and it just one-to-ones most things, but it annoys me actively because you sometimes, as Bagels mentioned, you see that flare.
Yeah, you get the
see it in
glimpse.
certain episodes, and you're like, fuck, you're telling me every episode could have been like that? What the fuck? And you get upset because you're like, I hate the anime industry and how it overworks people, and then you don't get the visions that you should have gotten. I should not have been shitting on Spy X Family in an alternate world where it got what it was actually supposed to get. But in this world, unfortunately, it didn't, and I'm left going, why? Because I'm not satisfied with, oh, here's what we got. I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied with what we could have got and we didn't. Shingo Adachi for Lycoris Recoil. It's very impressive because it like Chainsaw Man, it was his first work. But you can see some scenes where he's still very much an amateur, but it's very technically competent. And again, it always has those, you have to add those extra points to it because it's his first work, but it's also an original anime. Nobody expected anything from it, so on and so forth. Compared to everything else, it's always almost an adaptation. Yosuke Hara, I was gonna give it to him, but I haven't finished Ranking of Kings. But yeah, based on the first four, he's really good. I would only give it to Shingo Adachi because, again, it's his very first work. I fucking hate the Attack on Titan Season 4 director, not as a person, but as a product, because it's awful.
Is it no longer Tetsuo Araki?
No, that's why it's so bad.
Oh, okay.
Also because they have, like, no time to work on it, of course, but it has not been Araki since after Season 3. They switched to this guy.
We spent enough time on director now. We gotta move it along more. Best anime song. So exactly as I feared, Crunchyroll just literally.
These are openings.
Yeah, it's
I
all
thought
openings
this was gonna
and
be.
endings.
Is Score best? Okay, it's Score, I guess, is best
Soundtrack.
OST.
Yeah.
But they also have best
But
opening
why is there a best
sequence.
opening sequence?
I guess it's for the animation, and this one is for
versus the song.
But that's dumb.
Yeah,
I
that's
like-
No, I
dumb.
can see what they mean. No, because there are tons of songs that are only
Make them
good
insert
because of
songs,
the
like
animation.
individual songs from a soundtrack. Then
It is weird that they didn't put any insert songs on here, but like something like Cheeky Cheeky
I
Bum
think
Bum.
New Genesis is the
It's-
closest thing that counts.
New Genesis, very good song, and it doesn't rely on the visuals. Comedy, it kind of relies on the visuals.
Yeah,
The Rumbling definitely relies on the visuals.
my nonfiction good song. See, all of these are like.
I don't even remember my non. Is that the ending or the opening?
That's
Or is that the rap music?
Yeah, that's the rap ending. Well, no. It's the special ending to that rap episode where they have an entirely different style.
Yeah. I would probably give it to New Genesis from this list, but based on like a best song overall, I don't know, man.
Yeah, for this one we're gonna have to round
back.
table
The
this
best
one.
song. I think the best song would probably be here. Is Comedy the first one or the second one?
First
I think it's
ED.
the first one.
Oh, first Edie.
Yeah,
That one's okay. It's just fine.
Did not
You could hear him
Charlie
actively
Dance.
change his
Never-
opinion.
Did not hear the New
He
Genesis.
actively
I
changed
thought
what
it
he
was
was
the
about
first
to say.
opening for a second, and I
No,
really
that's-
liked the song on that one. But no, that's Mixed Nuts.
I hate the song, but I love
You
the
hate
visuals
Mixed
for the first
Nuts?
opening.
I like the song for that one.
Have you ever watched Trash Taste and you heard Connor describe music as just beeps and boops? Yeah, that's literally what that was. It was just noise. Like none of it flowed properly. I did not like the song, but I loved the
confirmed.
visuals.
Toto does not
Bad
like jazz.
I did like the second opening, but I thought for Spy X Family, both endings were infinitely better than both of their openings. Song wise.
If I had to choose a song, it would be Cheeky Cheeky Bon Bon. But
I'd have to pick New Genesis from this.
I haven't
list.
heard New Genesis.
For our personal list, I'll start us off around the room because here's what I have nominated for things that aren't openings and endings because those shouldn't fucking count for this one because they have their own goddamn category. I have Guitar, Loneliness, and Blue Planet from Bocchi the Rock. I have TBD by No Name from Spy X Family. I have...
There was an insert song in Spy X Family?
Yeah, several actually.
Episode 5.
Oh, episode 5. Oh, okay.
Yeah, San Ken, The Three Sages, also known as Faputa's Theme from by Kevin Pankin and Made in Abyss Season 2.
That one probably wins it, but I didn't watch it.
And The Pure Maid's Killer Kiss from Akiba Maid War, which is the episode 1 shootout song.
You know, I don't have that on my short list, but yeah, you know, I'll throw it on there just for the meme factor.
Yeah, I would without question, without even thinking about it, even though Kevin Pankin and Maid War gave it some stiff competition, Guitar, Loneliness, and Blue Planet goes so hard by itself and in episode 7.
So hold on, is that the first song or the second song they play? I think it's the first.
It's the one they play in the audition.
Okay, so I didn't have that one on my short list. The two songs from Bocchi that I put on there, though, is I don't know their titles. I literally just know them from the show.
I could probably tell you their titles.
He's probably gonna say the episode 8
the
song.
second song
which...
they play in episode 8.
Yeah, that one's called That Band.
That band.
band.
So that
Kesako
band and the Kikiri song. Sick Hack song.
Oh,
I don't know what
I
it's
love
called,
Sick Hack.
But the
It's called
song
Sick
is
Hack.
so good. I
But
love that
you
song.
don't get to hear the full version till April.
Yeah, I want it now.
Wait.
But in terms of the rest of my stuff, I have best anime song to me, excluding all the OPs and EDs, was just me flipping on the Call of the Night OST and being like, all right, which of these songs is the best of the bunch? Which was a difficult decision because they're
You could have
all
thrown on the
God
Creepy
tier.
Nuts insert song.
Yeah,
The ooh woo woo song.
Yeah.
The ooh woo song.
the ooh woo song. I mean I like that one for its use in the episodes, but I actually
it's not like-
prefer a lot
it
of the
doesn't hold up.
OSTs.
The OST is really good for that.
Yeah, so my picks for the OST, I'm gonna go in reverse order. So number 4, I put 4 songs on here. Sexy Power as number 4. Detective.
Wait, now that's you got to save that for best score.
Well, best score, I put the anime on the whole.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
best
okay.
score is like
Yeah.
which anime had the best soundtrack overall. Best
Yeah.
anime
Oh,
song.
yeah.
I
we're
mean, you
defining it
already
as,
know
like,
what it is.
individual,
but
yeah.
shh, just pretend you don't know what I'm gonna choose. For number 3, I put Detective, which I think is Onko's theme, and it's a massive banger. Number 2, Blue Night, and number 1, First Kiss. Those are very like emotionally resonant tunes with like, they're kind of beautiful, honestly. I've put them in my videos before for like the normally it's just me pretending to be emotionally resonant, but sometimes I'm genuine.
Wait, what was your
And
number one
sometimes
pick?
I'll put this on. The number 1 pick was First Kiss,
What's
which
that
is
from?
just this Call of the Night.
Okay.
They're all from Call of the Night.
Oh, no. I
He
thought
was
Guitar,
literally
I thought you
told
said
maybe that
Guitar
one-
Loneliness and Blue Planet were
He thought
from
you
there.
Well, no, those ones are from Bocchi, and I do have those, but most of the anime songs I chose were from Call of the Night.
He thought you were talking about First Smash from hit show Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
No.
I would not put a
I
single
thought about
show
putting in
from the OST of Cyberpunk Edgerunners just for because of how offended I am at
I
its
considered
use.
putting on I Really Want to Stay at Your House, but that's a video game song, doesn't count.
For insert songs, well, for Crunchyroll's list, I don't know. I'd probably give it to New Genesis. But for insert songs, this technically counts because the song itself wasn't released until January. But it's Nigredo from Puella Magi Madoka Magica fucking spinoff series. It's like the Walpurgis. I don't know. It plays in the final episode of season 1 and episode 13 at the very end. It's a really good song. It doesn't technically count, but the song itself wasn't released for full viewing until January of last year. So I'd put that one on there. The Unga Bunga song from Bocchi the Rock, the hoo-ha, the OST that plays, the 8-bit little OST that plays in Bocchi the Rock, and then counting like openings and endings, then before that I'd also put Counterattack from Lycoris Recoil on there.
The Counterattack is also
like
good.
action song. I love Counterattack. But counting openings and endings, it's Yoasobi. It's fucking the Gundam song. I fucking love that song.
Yeah, if we have to like begrudgingly pick one for this one of the 6 that Crunchyroll has given us, I would pick My Nonfiction. But like most of these shouldn't even be here, so I'm like disregarding it entirely.
Yeah.
All right.
Now it's time to go on to Best Film.
Dragon Ball
For
Super
my
Superhero.
choices-
Moving on.
My choices are LOL, Lamau, LMFAO.
Yeah, like literally, I did not see Bubble. Not a One Piece fan yet. Haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen yet. I did watch The Deer King. It is a much shittier Princess Mononoke. I did watch Inuo, and it does go hard, but I mean, Dragon Ball is Dragon Ball, man.
I have seen precisely 0 of these movies. So, Neon Manta, which of these do you hate the most? The Deer King? I'm gonna choose The Deer King just to piss you off. I'm gonna actually vote for it on the site.
Best film on this list. Let's see. Bubble sucked. Superhero was good. JJK0 sucked. I didn't watch Inuo. One Piece Film Wide was mid. I didn't watch The Deer King. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I don't watch a lot of movies.
I only saw 3 of these, and 2 of them I didn't see just because I'm not a fan of the property. I did kind of consider being like, hey, some of my friends are One Piece fans, so maybe what if I just said fuck it and have Red be my first introduction to One Piece?
It was mine. I mean, not my first introduction, because I had seen the anime when I was younger and then tried it again a little bit when I was older, and it was still shit. And then I saw One Piece Filmware was my first thing back after a while. And it wasn't bad. It was alright. I watched the Quintuplets movie too. That was fucking awful. Let's see. Hold on. I didn't watch Inuo, but I was interested in it. The problem with anime movies is I only watch the ones that come here, and a lot of them
same.
do not come stateside.
Because
So-
like I think I think they might have also counted that or not, because otherwise like Belle would be here, which I would definitely like consider because that Belle was awesome.
I don't remember Deer King or Inuo, but maybe they went direct to streaming services.
No,
and that's
they
why?
were in theaters. I watched them both in theaters. Deer King is a shitty Princess Mononoke, and Inuo slaps because it's a Yuasa film.
I don't know. That Yuri Deco show sucked dick, but apparently he wasn't very involved.
No,
in
he
it.
wasn't involved in that one.
It was just Saru's.
And then there's also Pampa, which came out this I think in 2022.
Pompo came out?
It came out in Japan in 21, but it brought stateside 22.
Oh, it's Pompo. It's easily Pompo. So that's my favorite movie of all time.
Oh wow,
It's Pompo the Cinephile.
Whoa.
I love that movie too, but I gave it an 8.
Oh, I gave it a 10. I mean, it wasn't perfect. It was. I would agree on a more objective level. It's definitely like an 8 or a 9. There's some stuff that could be cut. Ironically,
I can
right?
knowing like
and
the
a
kind
movie
of
that
person
strives to be an
knowing
hour and
what
a
it's
half.
about and what like your work ethic is, I can absolutely see why you think it's a 10.
Oh, I had people around me because I watched it originally with just my cousin, but then when it came in 21, I torrented it, and then in 2022 when it came officially to theaters, I took more people to see it, and every one of them said the exact same thing. They're like, "Oh yeah, I can see how this is your favorite movie." It resonated with me so fucking hard. And one of my favorite bits about it, because I completely agree with the whole. When she's like, movies should only be an hour and 30 minutes or something, because it's a cruel to a modern day audience to make them sit through a 3-hour film, even if it's good, because nothing needs to be that long. Things should be natural length. I'm like, bro, this is just me for real. But then there's like the work ethic and all that stuff that John goes through in the movie. But my absolute favorite bit is actually a meta bit. The movie is exactly an hour and 30 minutes long.
Yeah, I figured that was the case when that was the final line of the movie.
I loved it. I was like, that's so good. But yeah, that's easily my favorite movie. I didn't know that counted. But yeah, fuck Crunchyroll for not putting that on here. Bubbles sucked dick. Deer King apparently sucked dick. JJK definitely was really bad. That movie was so bad. Why was that not just like
even
a
if I were
4-episode
to count
series?
Bell and Pompo, I'd still give it to Superhero because I am a Dragon Ball shill to the day I die.
I'm also a Dragon Ball shill. I love Dragon Ball. I really enjoyed that movie, but it's just Dragon Ball. It's good popcorn fun. I wouldn't give it an award. I'd just be like, yeah, it was fun. I would say the CG was a lot better than I thought it was.
It's some of the best CG anime in the game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, excluding Orange, but it was pretty fucking good. Beast Go on like stupid as shit,
I'd say
though.
It looks better than Orange, but that's not fair because it's Toei Animation out on a film budget.
It's also a movie.
Yeah,
it's not as fair, but JJK Zero, all the choices on here suck except for maybe Inuo because I didn't watch it.
I hard vouch for Inuo because it's a fucking trip.
I might end up watching it, but I don't think it'll beat Pompo as my favorite. And you watched it, so you already know why Pompo is my favorite.
I think Inuo and Pompo are roughly equivalent in terms of quality, but that's just me.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to give it a watch then.
Yes, all right. So that's film. Best score now. All right, good.
Did you actually give it to Dragon Ball though?
Yeah. There was not a single anime film that came out last year that I enjoyed more than Dragon Ball.
Because you talked up Inuo and you're like, yeah, so anyways, I love Goku.
Oh, yeah, no, Inuo was good.
Okay, you wait, could he be Goku though?
No, he could not.
No, of course he fucking can't.
Yeah, best score we have No Name.
Kevin Pinkin.
From
it's Kevin Pinkin.
No Name Spy.
But Call of the Night.
Genki.
I know, Call of Night's a good second, but I forgot Maiden
Let me say the nominees, god damn it. Genki Hikuta from for your boy Kongming, Kevin Pinkin for Maiden Abyss Season 2, Akira Yamaoka for Cyberpunk Edgerunners, Hiroyuki Sawano and Kota Yamamoto for
Don't Let It Lie to You,
and Yuki Kajiura and Go Shiina for Demon Slayer Season 2.
AOT and Demon Slayers are such straight up lies because Kaijura and Sawano barely do. Sawano didn't do a single new track, and they don't even use his old stuff. He's just on there so that they can use his old stuff. It's his understudy Yamamoto that's doing it all. Yamamoto's doing it all, and he fucking sucks ass. And then Goshina is not bad, but it does sound like he or she sounds like a Kaijura ripoff, which is funny because Kaijura does compose some of the tracks, but I wouldn't put any of those as the either one of those as best score.
I would say Kevin, Genki,
Kevin Pinkin,
and No Name
and
all deserve
Knight
to be here because they did good jobs at the soundtracks of those shows.
Bro, no, I thought No Name was the name of a song.
No,
I didn't realize it was the composer's name.
No, it's actually less of a composer, more of a group.
It's a group, yeah.
And they all did
I'd give it,
but like, fucking come on, dude. Bocchi.
It's Kevin.
Well,
wait, what? Bocchi?
Yeah.
No,
honestly,
I think this is the one.
Even excluding all the insert songs, I'd still give Bocchi not the best one. We all know what my best one is.
Well, no, if we're excluding insert songs and like the vocal tracks for the show, then yeah, Kevin Pinkin clears Tomoki Kikuya for Bocchi the Rock.
Well,
but if we include the insert songs, then yeah,
Bocchi's if you're counting I'm just counting the OST. I'm not counting the vocals.
Well, the vocals
songs
they happen in the show. Like I wouldn't count openings and endings as part of the show's
If the
soundtrack.
vocal is part of the OST, like the type shit and Kevin Pinkin's music, then yes. But Guitar Loneliness and Blue Planet is just a straight up insert song that could function as an opening. It's not necessarily a part of the OST.
No, well, it's a part of
because it's
it plays.
Is it composed by the same guy?
I don't.
Is it composed by the
I
same guy? I don't think it is.
I was trying to research that, and I think they might have he might have helped on it, but he wasn't like directly responsible. Like all of the instrumental tracks for like the background music, that's what he's directly responsible for.
Yeah,
but
and that's what I was talking about,
I-
and that's why I'd give it to Pinkin or not Itamura, Call of the Night. But if we are counting the insert songs as part of the OST, which I guess they technically do, if you buy the OST, those are going to be on there, I think.
I would exclude openings and endings in terms of score, like because that's not within like the
the
that's
not the
content
same,
of like
but
the show itself. But like those insert songs are directly within the show, and the characters are singing it, so you kind of
again,
can't
I don't think he
them.
like composed them, and I think they even sell those songs separately from the actual OST because I bought the album for the songs and it does not have the OST on it.
They
and
released
the OST
another
itself,
album, and I think they're gonna release a whole soundtrack for the show soon.
but I don't think the insert songs will be on the soundtrack. And again, if he didn't really compose them, I wouldn't really count it. But if we're counting that, then yeah, it's Bocchi easily. If not, I gotta give it to the Aussie bloke, bro. He never disappoints. Followed by Call of the Night.
Call of the Night is number one no matter what. Literally any way you count it, no matter what you include, it's still Call of the Night.
We get it. You're horny.
It's not even that. Oh, you know what? You're right. I'm horny for its music.
I mean, I could get you. I could fuck the Call of the Night music.
What did you give your award to?
For the so if we're counting what Crunchyroll has on here, I'm giving it to Pinkin. I'm giving it to Maiden Abyss.
Yeah, he deserves to win.
Even though
it's
it's
6 people.
Yes. If we're counting insert songs for personal pick, then I give it to Bocchi. If we're not, then the only other thing that stood out to me was Call of the Night. Everything else was quite literally background noise. Oh, except for Reincarnated as a Sword with Yasuharu Takanashi. He's always fantastic, but that show sucks, so.
I give a shout out to Cyberpunk Edgerunners for having a great use of what is essentially a licensed soundtrack from the video game. But
that was impressive.
Yeah,
but it also is very much
took,
licensed music.
Yeah, it took. I give it a shit ton of credit for taking "Really Want to Stay at Your House" from like this one song. They're like, oh, this is kind of a sad, neat song that you can hear on the radio in Cyberpunk, to now being like the epitome of sadness.
Yeah. They do a good job, but it's like you can't really give it to them because it's mostly licensed music, so it's kind of cheating.
And as far as honorable mentions, I know like because they're playing by their own retard rules, Kensuke Ushio for Chainsaw Man, like that should have been a given.
I was very disappointed in Ushio because everybody hyped him up, and I was like, this music is either not there half the time or it sucks. There was one track I really like when Dingy is fighting the Bat Devil and he like attacks him for like the final time or whatever. That song that plays like I think it's like in the trailers too. It's not directly that one because it has this like ensemble that follows it, but I don't remember how it goes. But love that song, and I thought it was weird that the rest of the soundtrack literally sounded like noise. And then someone pointed out to me that I think it was in one of my YouTube comments recently. They were like, yeah, I was actually really disappointed because if you listen to the full soundtrack, there's some bangers on there. But wow, lo and behold, it was the fucking director again, because the style they went for called for like the usage of the same exact tracks over and over again or none at all. And it's like, why the fuck would you get someone like Ushio and then not let him do his thing? That's like getting Sagisu or Takanashi Yasuharu or Kevin Pinkin and just saying, yeah, anyway, so can you compose literal background music and nothing that stands out? What the fuck? I hate the director for Chainsaw Man. Not on a personal level, but like on a creative level. I don't know the guy. But
well,
yeah, anyways,
I know
Ushio made a good
Man
soundtrack.
Director, and he fucked my wife. I can't forgive
He
that.
fucked my wife. But yeah, Ushio soundtrack for the show itself, bad. But in general, as a composer, no. He's pretty good.
All right, now we're moving on to Best ED. The nominees for the Crunchyroll site are Akuma no Ko from Attack on Titan, Koi no Yukoi from My Dress Up Darling, My Heart is Surrendered from Kaguya Season 3, Comedy from Spy Family, oh boy, Koshiberry Biyori from Komi-san Season 2, and Yofukashi no Uta from Call of the Night.
Give a shit, Uta, something. It's that one.
I mean, Yofukashi no Uta, to be fair, is a great ending sequence. However, it's not the best one. I forget which.
You're right. It's Distortion.
Distortion's also a good one.
It's one of the 12. It's Chainsaw Blood. It's Time Left. It's one of the other 7. Well, not
Here,
all.
which ED is comedy? Comedy Spy X Family.
It's the first Spy Family ED.
Well, the second one is better.
The second one's better.
Yeah, the second one's better. So
Yeah.
I don't know why they.
Bro, if you have to choose one of them,
because
choose the good
technically
one.
a fall 2022 anime.
They're dumb rules.
You see, it's the 2023 award show for the shows from 1/4 of 2021 and 3/4 of 2022. You see how fucking stupid that is?
Yeah.
We all see how dumb it is. Literally, my timeline on Twitter has been nothing but people just hate posting about the Crunchyroll Awards because they're so
bad.
easy to post about. There's nothing good about them.
If I could only just pick one standalone ED, then I would give it to Koi no Yukue from Dress Up Darling, because that shit's been that little dance of Kitagawa doing the mambo has been living rent free in my head.
This
I
is the
do like the
visual one.
visuals.
This is the visual one. Yeah, that's endings. Oh, okay.
Okay, so I think we all know, however, what my favorite ending is.
It's probably still
It is, of course, the Ru Say, the Power ED from Chainsaw Man, ED4. It's amazing.
Yeah, it was all right.
I absolutely love it.
I'm gonna throw a controversial curveball into the mix. I'm gonna give this one to literally the entirety of Chainsaw Man.
I mean, fair, but
a lot of the
Power
Chainsaw Man.
ED.
Well, we're talking about the sequences, like the visuals themselves.
visuals
lot-
and song in harmony.
I mean, I figured anime song is the opening and ending songs, and then the sequences specifically are just
you're not
the
gonna
visuals.
you're not gonna listen to it muted.
Well, yeah, obviously, but I would say where I was going with that is a lot of the Chainsaw Man songs. I mean, the endings anyways, not a lot of them don't really hold up on their own as music, but when you put them together with those visuals, they're pretty good. But then some of them are like, I don't know, some of them just didn't hit for me. It's also
not all
fair
winners,
that they have,
but there's so
it's
many
not fair
bangers.
that it has 12. Like everything else gets one ending, and Chainsaw
I
Man's
think
like,
Bocchi
yeah, what if we
technically
had?
has 4.
Yeah, I guess, but Chainsaw Man's like, yeah, what if we had 10?
Yeah, they're not
But
all
the Power
bangers, but
ED
the ones
clears
that,
all of them. It's the clear victor.
The Power ED goes hard.
Dude, the song
fucking
is so
Maximum, the
good, but
Hormone
also
song.
Dude, the Power ED just has so much personality. Like it is nothing but just a constant wave of personality and more personality.
It's sad that Fire Force didn't come out. I would have easily given it to the first ending for that one, but that's an old show. Well, now it is nowadays. A couple years. From this season, fuck, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna hold you, Chief. Endings usually suck. Or they don't suck, but they're not memorable. Like I have 3 really good endings, and I like Hyori Itai from Hunter x Hunter, Veil from Fire Force first ending, and I don't, for the life of me, remember the third one. I love it to death. Don't remember what the fuck the song is. And it's one of those, like, I will never remember it until I hear it, and I'm like, yeah, I love that ending. They're just not as memorable as openings.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
so none of them like stick out to me. Like I'm going through the seasonal charts right now, and I'm just like,
I mean, Yofukashi no Uta.
summertime
actually-
rendering, I guess, kind of pretty cool ending. I don't know.
I love the Lycoris Recoil ending more than I like the opening.
I see. That's the thing. I do love Tower of Flower, but I like the song more than I like the visuals. The
I
visuals are
skipped
just,
the Lico Rico ending every single
Kill
time.
yourself.
how it like played into like
Yeah,
half
yeah.
of the episodes. How do you even do that?
As soon as his ass sees Takina sitting in the chair, his
Yeah.
ass is like, nope.
The
Okay,
visuals were
no, I
cute,
listened.
but they
I saw it
weren't,
the first
you
time,
know.
and then I skipped it literally every single time after that. There we go.
I love the song, visuals, and I love the way it plays into some episodes. I love when anime do that. But like visual wise, it's just cute. Wasn't anything amazing. Spy X Family had a really good ending, but every time I see Spy X Family's openings and endings, I'm just sitting there like, okay, why don't the show look like that? Like, come on. But also because the music for Spy X Family is pretty hit or miss for me. The visuals always, for every single one, were amazing, but the music was hit or miss, and we're talking about it, working in tandem. Trying to think of another ending. What the fuck was Sabakui Bisco's? I don't remember.
I don't remember either, dude. I couldn't tell you.
Takagi had like 12 different ones.
Actually, Bisco's OP and ED are pretty alright.
The OP's good, but I don't remember the ED.
See, I remember a little bit of the ED, but I remember as the song where it's like, it feels like the chorus should like start banging at a certain point, but then the song dies down, and I'm like, well, why did it die down? You were you were about to transition into an epic part, and I was gonna just like fucking drop everything and start breakdancing on the spot, but then you just calmed down.
Akuma no Ko was pretty good. The Attack on Titan one. I'm
surprised they have My Heart Is Surrendered and not My Nonfiction.
What the fuck is... Oh, wait, did it have... Oh, because My Nonfiction is a special one. I always get confused.
Yeah, they put it for the anime song.
I love the My Heart Is Surrendered ED because it follows up. The visuals all follow up the previous two endings. I think that's really cool.
I do appreciate the homage to Starship Troopers.
Yeah, and how it's a follow-up from the previous one where they're like, I don't know, they're like an aviator or some shit, and he's like a farmer. I don't remember how the first one goes, but it's neat that they keep tying it in each time, even though the song's different. But I think the song's also sang by the same singer each time, so I'm sure the lyrics are also doing something there. But each time that they're, not only are they tying it into each other, but they're also referencing like a famous movie. So Starship Troopers in this case, or was that a TV show? I don't fucking remember.
No, it was a movie.
It was a movie, yeah. But yeah, it was a thing, I guess. Again, it's one of those things like I'm like, oh, the visuals are really good. The song was kind of mid though. I don't know. I want to say Summertime Rendering, but I feel like I'm confusing the opening and the ending. What is the one where it's like the island with the children singing? I think that's the ending. I don't even know if you guys watched that show. So.
Nope.
I did not make it past the first episode of Summertime Rendering.
I want to watch more of it, but I have not gotten
the first two episodes I watched were really good, and I heard it stays consistent throughout, but it's like, it doesn't stay a consistent mystery. Like basically the way the person explained to me is there's a reason why there's shonen in that tag. Because it's a mystery for like the 2 episodes that I watched, and then maybe the third one, and then everything after that. It's like it's a shonen, and it's like, but it's still good, but it's just not what you thought it was based on the first 2 or 3. I really like the your boy Kome, Kongming, whatever ending, but the visuals suck. Science Fell in Love. Oh, hold on, actually, I might give it to that one. Is that the really hot one where they're in clothes, or is that the opening? Science Fell in Love Season 2 ED.
That for my word, I there's so many good ones to choose from, Chainsaw Man endings, and so like if I had to just pick one, I'd give it to the
Power ED.
Bro, you are not Maximum the hormone pilled like I am, dude.
Okay, but I'm power
do shit with anime.
I hated that. I hated that song. I hate the way they cut it in the ending. It might sound better as a full song, but I hated the version that they used for the visuals or whatnot.
Bro, the bit of the Power ED where she's inside the box and she has the guitar and she's jamming out, then she jumps and literally breaks the roof of the box.
Yeah, but the problem with the Chainsaw Man EDs is that they're supposed to be little, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 of them, because I'm blanking right now, they're character pieces. So, like, it's a really good visual that goes along with the song, but it's like, it's nothing standout, because either the song is just kind of whatever, or because it's a character piece, the visuals, like the Himeno one, right? The visuals, like, just kind of whatever.
First Death.
So, that's the problem with the Chainsaw Man ones. There was never a single one where I went, fuck, that one, right? Like the endings were on point.
I
or the
did that
visuals
like 4
were on
different
point
times.
with the song.
I did
I
that
might
for
have,
the
and I
Power
pro- I-
ED and never gave it up.
The power one is the only one that's stuck in my. The only one I remember doing it with is the Time Left, from Zutomayo. The
that
second
one's
one.
also good.
I like that one and the power one, and there's one where it like ends with Dingy in a white expanse or something, and there's
Yeah, that's the in the back
7?
room one. Yeah,
that one's
that's
good.
That's with Syodo. Yeah, that one's good. The one with TK, first death, in the episode where Himeno dies.
But the
that one
problem
goes
is it's like, for example, which blew me away. All the big names kind of sucked. Like Amir, TK.
I don't care for Amir generally. I loved the TK song.
I thought they were all like doing the most mid performances they could give. Like it was them. They were still good, but it was not anywhere close to their best.
I remember
like,
the
they phoned
Seodai
it
song
in.
being pretty good.
Bro, I was fucking
Seodai.
singing along, going like,
I think the ones that the lesser known names, like everybody knows your Amir, your TK, Maximum the Hormone. But like I don't like
Canaria and Syodo did awesome jobs as well.
Is that the name of the artist or the song?
Canaria did Rendezvous, which is the one that goes like da 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 da, and then the backroom one where Denji's in that white expanse.
Yeah,
is
that
the,
one. The one by Zutomayo. The one by the one. It's the person's not a It's a trans person, and I'm blanking on
Queen Bee.
Queen Bee, yeah, and they have another weird name, and that's what they used for the Dororo ending or opening,
It's like
which was
Zero
amazing.
View Tachi or something.
Yeah. Theirs was good, and then I'm hyped as shit for Amir and TK, and I'm like, oh, those you gotta have those on a shonen, and I was like, wow, that kind of sucked. Like that was definitely an Amir song, but
the Amir one I didn't care for too much.
I
but
didn't care for the TK one. The Eve one,
I
did like the Eve one though. But it was also very much in the same way as the TK and the Amir one, where it's like, yep, that's an Eve song, all right, and then that's like all you can say about it. Personally, my favorite song is the first goddamn one, Chainsaw Blood, but it doesn't have any visuals, so it doesn't count here.
Yeah. Like there's 11 good EDs.
I mean, I don't know about you,
I-
but when they had the black
Well,
screen
there's 11,
with all the
like-
text crawling over it, oh God, the
they're not
Sakuga
all
was
good, but there's so
incredible.
many ones that would just win the award by themselves that I just like give it to like I'll fucking give it to all of Chainsaw Man.
I would.
Just for having so many bangers, I say they earned it.
I
For
did
having
not.
the
Is the
power
ending for Made in
ED.
Abyss good?
Not
I
really.
do not remember the ending to Made in Abyss 2 at all.
I remember the ending. I remember the song and the visuals. The problem is the visuals are just smoke on a black
honestly,
background.
Oh yeah, it was
Although
Myth and Roid, I remember.
Although it's like generic, right? In terms of what it was going for, though not as nearly as on the nose as the opening when he's like a rage boy screaming. I'm probably gonna go with the Attack on Titan one with Akuma no Ko. It's pretty good. The song's good. The visuals are very pretty, and it in a more subtle yet also not very subtle way shows is indicative of Aaron's character and what he's going through at this point in the story, leading up to what he's trying to do with self-sacrifice and all that shit, you know, pseudo ghetto Lelouch basically. Whereas the opening is like, that's exactly what he is. I mean, unless it ends differently than I expect, but if it ends the exact way that it seems like it's gonna end. If it ends the exact way I think it's gonna end, it's definitely Ghetto Lelouch. But
AOT
point
fans,
is-
when they see a bird flying out their window and immediately
So-
have
so
a
on this list,
Vietnam-esque
you'd give it to-
flashback.
see, it has the bird in it too, and I know the bird's a meme to represent freedom. I'm like, this motherfucker must die and turn into a bird or some shit. But don't spoil me. I haven't read the manga. I'm fairly certain that he fucking dies in the end to his friends, and then he's like, yeah, that's what I wanted all along. Whether he actually murders everybody or not, I don't know, but it does seem like that it happens. I don't care. The story's
So,
pretty guessable, but my point
on-
is like the opening sucks because it's so on the nose with his rage boy screaming like, I like the song, but come on. It was
Isn't
really
the Rumbling
annoying
by
when I first saw
TK?
it. No,
Yeah, wait,
it's not. It's
Not
by
the- Wait, what?
Sim. It's by Sim.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
Yeah, I love the rumbling song, but when I first saw those visuals, I was like, really? You think you're being subtle, huh? You're really not. But Akuma no Ko, on the other hand, took a while for the song to grow on me, but I was like, wow, I really like the visuals. And honestly, it's like the only fucking thing I remember out of all these shows. Like, I love Uncle from Another World. I couldn't tell you what the ending is.
Me neither, honestly.
Here, you want a better example? Before we did this, I literally just finished More Than a Married Couple. I couldn't fucking tell you what the ending is. I don't even know if it has an ED. I'm pretty sure it does, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it didn't play in those last 2 episodes, but I couldn't remember it. The only other thing that comes to mind that I would put on here is Sai Hate by Senna Ren for the Bleach 1,000 Year Blood War opening, or ending, sorry, which is really good. But it's like, again, it's another one where the visuals are just so bland, right? It's just the song is good. So yeah, I'll probably give it to Attack on Titan.
From the ones on
both
the list,
Crunchyroll's
did you want
list
to give
and
it
personal.
to the? Oh, okay. I thought you said you were gonna give it to the Science Fell in Love.
Oh, no. Okay, so for Crunchyroll's list, I'll give it to Attack on Titan. But for personal, I'm gonna give it to the second Chainsaw Man ED. I really like that one. I love the visuals.
For me,
I was gonna give it to Urusei Yatsura, but
for Crunchyroll's list, I'd give it to Yofakashi no Uta.
I love the song, the visuals. I do like the euphemisms will come a lot, but yeah, it's just
It's a banger visually,
it's okay.
just for the merit of having the cum tub. Like, you can't beat
the cum
that.
tub is
The cum tub is
funny.
legendary.
But the
Cum tub
goddamn the
bottom
song
text.
is so good. I love the song.
Yeah.
I've listened
Yeah,
to
but
it
like,
so many times.
Same, but with Koi no Yukoe.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you if that had an ED on. Well, actually, no, I do remember the Q ED for Dress Up Darling. I have no idea how. I don't remember how it sounds.
Yeah, it goes like Piwa Piwa Ishizuna Ko.
Oh yeah, and she's on a little rocket ship. It's like
Yeah, and she's
yeah,
got the
okay.
spacesuit on, and she's like kicking her legs up in the air and banging on the tambourine.
it's
And we
pretty
get
cute.
transphobic Gojo.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't remember that.
There's a tentacle
You
alien
know what,
that's like
actually-
trying to suckle on
you
his
know-
face,
you know
and
what,
it
Dress Up-
happens
Dress
to
Up
have the
Darling
colors of the
ED
trans
wins.
flag.
Dress Up Darling ED wins just because of transphobic Gojo.
Well, okay, I was gonna say just because of transphobia. I was like, whoa.
In Minecraft,
All right.
Minecraft.
All right, well, jumping ahead now to get away from that. Best opening sequence. The nominees are Chiki Chiki Bon Bon from Boy Kongming, Naked Hero from Ranking of Kings.
Oh, I want to give it to Ragged Hero.
This Fire from Cyberpunk Edge Runners, Mixed Nuts from Spy X Family, The Rumbling from Attack on Titan, and Zankyo Sanka from Demon Slayer Season 2.
too, though. Oh no, why is that on here?
No, yeah, this one's really fucking hard.
This
'cause,
one's
like,
pretty hard. Oh, because then if you count the fall stuff too, I love the song. Kickback could be better as a song, but I still like it. But the visuals, it's Chainsaw Man.
I
That's
remembered
Chainsaw
this
Man.
fire, and see, I mean, the visuals for this fire are like fine. You know, they serve.
but
their
they sync
purpose.
with
They
the music
are,
so well.
Yeah, but
I keep thinking
thing
to
is,
that awesome
the-
sequence
this
of,
fire-
of David just running towards the camera in slow motion as the song
yeah,
kicks
it's
up
got some
in the
good
bridge going.
imagery, although I prefer some other openings imagery to it, but the song is so good.
Yeah, Americans win again, baby.
Who can forget Uncle dancing in full MMD?
That
And
was
the Uncle from
pretty
Another
good.
World opening.
Good too.
I
Uncle ED,
love the
but
the opening
I'm
itself.
not saying on the
is-
song.
Yeah,
but
I
the
don't care for
visuals
the
are
song.
so goddamn funny.
They are.
Honestly, I'm not gonna hold you, Chief. This one's really hard for me because song wise,
Dude, this is the one I have the most things on my short list for. I think I have like 15.
I can boil it down, right? But it's like, because like song wise, it's easily the Yoasobi song in Gundam, but we're counting the visuals, right? And visual wise, I really like the married couple one, but the song sucks dick. And obviously, I said Chainsaw Man. I love Zankyo Zanka. The song, the visuals aren't bad though. I love Chiki Chiki Bomb Bomb. Naked Hero, even though I haven't even seen that part of fucking Ranking of Kings, I've listened to it so many goddamn times. It's so pretty, and I love the song. But dead ass, I think I think I gotta give it to Urusei Yatsura.
My man!
Those fucking 80s references. And then the texting, and then it's a bunch of lums, right? When he looks up and she gets closer every time he swipes up left on the Tinder thing.
See,
and then the song. I'm like, fuck,
see, it was
so
hard for
good.
me when I was looking at the Crunchyroll.
It is the best
picks,
part of Urusei Yatsura.
Well,
he's not wrong.
I mean, okay,
Based
he's
on the
not wrong,
4 episodes
but
I
also,
watched, it was.
Screw you, but also, yeah, he's not wrong.
Okay, so let me just give you a quick rundown of like all of the ones that I've listed on my honorable mentions. Sansan Days, Dress Up Darling, Hajimari no Setsuna, Akabi, Sailor Uniform, This Fire.
Oh, that's another good one. Akabi Sailor Uniform.
Yeah, This Fire, Mixed Nuts. I really like Honey Jet Coaster from Shikimori's Not Just a Cutie.
I hate Shikimori, but I also love that song and the visuals that go along with it.
Yeah,
it is kind of a generic J-pop song, but
much like Aue from Urusei Yatsura, the OP is the best part of that show as well. Giri Giri from Kaguya Season 3.
Oh, Giri Giri's so good too, I forgot about that.
Chiki Chiki Bon Bon. Dotton from Call of the Night, which I'm surprised is not on here.
Dotton is really good.
I prefer the ending more, but Dotton's not bad.
I prefer the opening to the ending.
I prefer the OP song. And visuals, so...
Yeah, so dude, dancing. How can we forget dancing Nazuna? I mean, come on. Alive from Lycoris Recoil, Katachi from Maiden Abyss Season 2, Seishun Complex, Bocchi the Rock, 1 from Mob Psycho 100 Season 3, and Doki Doki Idea wo Yoroshiku from Do It Yourself.
I mean, I like the DIY OP. Would not consider it among the best. My top 3 picks were Chainsaw Man, Bocchi the Rock, and Urusei Yatsura, because, I mean, of course, Urusei Yatsura was going to top the list. There was never a question in my mind. But Seishun Complex is really good, though.
Or like, I
think it's mid.
Wait, you don't like Seishun Complex?
Wait, what? No, I like it, but just compared to all the other stuff that we just mentioned, it is,
Spuddle, consider your next move carefully.
I had to go back and forth in the end between Seishun Complex and Kickback, and in the end, I had to give it to Kickback. I think in terms of full versions of the songs, Seishun Complex, the full version is a better song than Kickback's full version. But if we're talking opening sequences, it's fucking Kickback, dude.
Because like fucking the Vanitas opening is really good by Little Glee Monster, but then like the visuals are mid, and that's what I feel about like Bocchi, where I like the song and I like the opening, but neither is particularly memorable, right? I feel well the visuals are more memorable than the song itself. I feel like in Bocchi, the stuff that comes after it, like Distortion for the first ending, or the Blue Planet.
I don't think any of the endings are better than the opening.
Yeah, well, you'd be wrong. I don't make the rules.
I skipped the endings in Bocchi.
Bro, I love the Distortion.
Okay, you can skip the second one because the second one's kind of lame, but
no,
Distortion's
that was good too,
fucks.
But Distortion.
The one where they're dancing and Kita gives the middle finger is awesome.
Okay, well, to be fair, that image lives rent-free in my head. I have that saved as a GIF. But aside from that...
The only reason... I like the visuals in Bocchi, but it's like I had to look it up to remember it. I'm watching it now, and I'm like, yeah, this is good, but the fact that it didn't immediately pop into my mind means that it's just not as good as these other ones. But I will say, the part at specifically 50... Wait, hold on. I'm trying to get the right.
Is it the one where Ryo's dancing and then like she's looking back at her friends?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about. No, it's at 47 seconds specifically. That's my favorite part of the entire opening. It's such a clean transition sequence, and I want to fuck smelly old lady. So that's
is it the one where it's the it's PA?
She opens her eyes.
Nijika's sister, and then Nijika.
No, and then it cuts Kikuri. It cuts to the smelly old lady, and she like opens her eyes, but then the hands cover her, and I'm like, oh, it's so good.
I thought she was gonna be like the antagonist of the show because of that.
You know, Neon, it's funny you say that because Kikazu literally tweeted that exact same thing, and then she just turned out to be a drunk.
I watched the first minute or two of the first episode, and then, or I don't even know what the opening plays in the first episode, but my point is that by the time the opening played, I was like, this is dumb slice of life. There's no antagonist in this show. So when I saw that, I was just like, I want to fuck that lady. And then she showed up, and I was like, wow, I made the right decision. That's the best girl. No, I will say, personally for me, obviously Bocchi's, above all, but best girl, it is between Smelly Old Lady, and then like a close second is Nijika. I really like Nijika and her Dorito hair.
I want
but they're all
Kikuri
great.
to throw up into my mouth.
Okay, I don't want that, but I do want to smell her armpits.
that too. She does have her pits out a lot for some reason.
Dude, I just want her to get shit-faced sloshed and make me carry her around. That's so hot.
the dream.
You
But
two
yeah.
are down so horrendous.
I love smelly old women.
You heard
That
it
sounds
here.
really
even
bad
that
out
old,
of
you're
context. That sounds bad, but yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just not memorable. Because like, for example, Bleach, did not think it had a good opening, but it is memorable because it's on this bright pink pastel, and it's indicative of the way that the mangaka Kubo would draw his backgrounds, which is these blank white expanses. And it's like, oh, that's cool. They kind of went for his style in the opening, and then later on you learn that it's a meme in and of itself, because if there's one thing he loves to do in his manga, it's to make fun of his own characters and to make puns and jokes. So Ichigo means strawberry, so there's lots of strawberry jokes throughout the series, and you learn that the color in the opening is called fucking Vibrant Strawberry. So it just adds a layer on it to being funny, but it's like, the song is mid, and even then, the visuals, while memorable, is also mid. I would give Bocchi the better visuals, but I rate it based on stuff like it sticks out so clearly that even my fucking shitty-ass memory, it pops in immediately, and for that, it's the ones I listed, like Chainsaw Man, and I've already forgotten the other stuff, but I said it in the podcast. You just go back, like, I don't know, like a minute.
From Crunchyroll's list, for me, it's between This Fire and Mixed Nuts.
I gotta give it to Naked Hero.
I'd give it to This Fire. The song is too good, even though I prefer Mixed Nuts visuals.
Yeah, I prefer This Fire as a song, but I feel like I have to give the tiniest edge to Mixed Nuts just for having those like Pixar like credit sequence level visuals, like the Ratatouille level visuals.
I love the visuals for the
Yeah.
first Bike Center video. I just hate the song. There's like one part of it I like, in like the middle when Yours doing her backflip thing, but that's like out of a minute and 30 seconds. I liked about 5 of them, and I'm like, yeah, this song sucks dick. And but in comparison, like it's weird because everything else on here, except for maybe This Fire, I don't really remember it because Netflix gives the skip opening option.
I rarely hit that button because I just want to listen to the song more.
I never skip the openings. But, like, Netflix got defaults to it. Whoops, my finger slipped crazy. Anyways, that's besides the point. It's not memorable because I didn't watch it.
As far as my personal pick, it will have to be Kickback, though.
Yeah, I know. Personal pick? Oh, fuck. You can go first, Bagels.
I-E-O-E-O.
Yeah, okay. We had the same pick. I also got to give it to Urusei Yatsura. Though my top 3 would be...
Minami does go hard. She has like the best pipes of any Japanese female artist.
I thought it was Maison Des. Who's
it's Mason Des, the artist.
Yeah, they collab. They collab.
Yeah, they get other people on it to sing.
He's the artist, but I thought the animators did that.
No, she featured on the track. Yeah, you know who Minami is, right? From the Domestic Girlfriend opening, which is the best part about that shit.
No wonder why I like that song so much. No, I didn't know Minami.
You didn't hear the part like near the end where like they're doing all the
No, I knew it sounded familiar, but I was like, damn, I've never heard this Maison Des girl before, but she's pretty good. Now it makes sense.
Yeah, the part with all like the optical illusions near the end, and then you hear just like the female singer go, like rolls her R's, like that's like that goes on.
It all makes sense now.
That's Minami.
My favorite part in the entire opening is between the 80s stuff, like the quick montage of all like the Urusei Yatsura stuff throughout the years, and even though I'm not even like I didn't follow
and
the
also
series
Lum
like that.
in a Jar.
and Lum in a Jar.
Get her out of there.
My favorite is probably when her dance goes with the singing, where she goes ooh doo 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 doo, and then it shows her dance, and I'm like, oh, it's so good. I love dances and openings.
In a world where Kickback and Seishun Complex didn't exist, I might begrudgingly give it to Ursa Yatsura, but thankfully we live in the good timeline.
I would give it to Ursa Yatsura with Chainsaw Man as a third, because I would probably give the fucking Uncle 1 second, because it's funny as shit. Every time I watch it, like, yeah, the music's mid, but I think that's on purpose. Because it's fucking hilarious. I don't know. Every time I see him dance in 3D, I lose my shit. But there's, like I said, I would also give it to. I'd also put Bocchi somewhere in there, because after I just watched it again, it is good, but it just doesn't. It didn't stand out immediately. Like, I had to go search it up. Whereas shit like Call the Night, I wouldn't put it on there, but that was an immediate standout. Lycoris Recoil, though honestly that's mostly because of the butt kicking at the end. So on and so forth. I did not watch Made in Abyss. I feel like, or Shadow's House Season 2. I feel like those might have had some banger openings, because Shadow's House Season 1 had a fucking amazing ending, and that girl did the opening sequence for Season 2, but I have not seen it, so.
Made in Abyss Season 2 is it's
Katachi
okay.
does go pretty hard.
It's fine. I prefer the first one.
Yeah, the first one might be better.
Fuck, what's the first one? How does that go?
It's deep in Abyss.
Yeah, that really narrowed it down. I totally remember it, but based on the fucking name of the song.
It goes da 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 da.
Ohio Sekai, good morning world.
That's Dr. Stone.
Okay, I'm glad you knew that, because I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
I was
See how much easier mine was?
The tune to Deep in Abyss.
Yeah, dude, I don't remember that shit. I probably skipped it because it wasn't good. Hold on, Deep in Abyss, OP. Let me look this up real quick. Maybe I just have shit memory. It's probably
it's a tune, like the melody goes dun da da dun 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 bum 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 bum.
Hold on.
No, not the copyright. Oh God, no! He is sabotaging the podcast in real time.
No.
He's
quick,
doing
mid.
I'm going.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It's mid. I'm
Alright,
sorry. It's not that
All
good.
right, well that's a conversation for another day. We gotta move on. Best continuing series. Attack on Titan.
Maybe I listened to it in Fuel, but
Attack on Titan, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Made in Abyss
No.
Season 2,
Yes.
Demon Slayer Season 2,
Yes.
Love is War Season 3, and
Yes.
One Piece.
What?
Where the fuck is Dragon Ball?
where's Ranking of Kings? Dragon Ball I wouldn't count because a movie, but Ranking of Kings
no,
was
that's a new
continuation.
entry. That's a new entry.
So it wouldn't be in continuing series. I Ranking of Kings though is quite literally carried over from Fall. Vanitas is I guess not.
I think that's still
technically.
technically Season 1 though.
Yeah, it's like
No,
core
but it's
two.
well, when I say continuing series, I mean shit that follows up from Fall, not Crunchyroll's dumbass definition.
No,
Crunchyroll
no.
Crunchyroll means
from,
best sequel.
From best continuing series, I thought like second or new season or like
Yeah,
ongoing shit like One Piece.
well, technically Ranking of Kings was ongoing, but just for 2 seasons and not 50 years.
I thought it was only one.
It was in 2 consecutive cores. That means for half of the month, right? Or I'm sorry, half of the year, Ranking of Kings aired. One Piece just airs the full year and then just keeps going and going and going and going. But I thought Crunchyroll meant best sequel. But because One Piece is on here, they clearly mean best continuing show, which means things that, like Ranking of Kings, count, because anything that continued over to the next core counts, or anything that even got a sequel in the same core, like Spy X Family, like Orient, like Case Study of Vanitas. Those all would count. And
I'm just looking at JoJo, and I want to off myself because I forgot to add Heaven's Falling Down for best OP.
Oh,
you watched JoJo on Netflix? Couldn't be me. I'm still on part 1.
it's okay. I started with part 6. I did the ultimate of sins.
Wait, so where are we putting Ari Fruetta season 2?
At the top, obviously.
How
in
a
anime of
realist
the year,
hero
obviously.
rebuilt the kingdom? Come on.
Did that come out this
Come on.
year?
Yeah, it
season
did,
2
but
unfortunately.
yeah, it would be
Oh
under new
yeah,
series.
Realist Hero
Was it?
Sweep. Let's go.
Wait, did you actually like that show? Bagels, you fucking with me, right?
Oh
shit.
no,
Bagels,
no,
you
I'm
fucking
not
with me.
messing with you. Realist Hero is one of my favorite shows of all time.
Bro, I shit all over that show like a whole year ago. That video has almost 10K views of me just being like, yeah, I fucking hate this show.
It's a big
Realist
meme
Hero
on the podcast.
is literally one of my favorite.
Oh, okay. I thought he actually liked it.
rebuilt,
No,
redefines
no, we
the
don't.
isekai genre. Yeah, I hate that show.
Okay, I'm just making sure, bro.
It's like the first isekai that we like really talked about on the channel and like hated it.
My buddy one of my roommates just watched the whole fucking thing.
Why?
I was like,
Does he-
are you
You might want to check in on him. He might have
'cause
suicidal tendencies.
He was grinding like gacha games and video games in the background, and because I was the same thing. I was like, "Are you okay?" He's like, "Oh no, it fucking sucked." And I listened to it dubbed, and that sucked even more. But hey, it was pretty good background noise. I ain't gonna hold you, because I was like, "How is it good background noise if it sucks?" And he's like, "Because it sucks." You would hear these awful dub performances, and it was fucking hysterical. And sometimes when I would like actually look up and pay attention, they'd be doing the dumbest shit, and it was mildly entertaining because of that. He's a big he loves shitty isekai harems. Like, that's his crack. He'll sit there and watch them all fucking day. No matter how bad they are, he's like, oh, I just love that shit, bro. It's his crack cocaine.
In
I don't
fairness,
know.
someday I do want to do a review of the entirety of Realist Hero because it is such a meme and because it's so fun to hate on.
In fairness, you'd be surprised. I shit on that show and people.
See,
defended
no,
it.
Crunchy, what you need to do is you need to do the ultimate comparison between Realist Hero and The Genius Prince's Guide to Raising a Nation Out of Debt.
One was better, but
You
No,
need to do like the
even
first.
better,
You need to
Realist
compare them
Hero
head to head.
versus Mushoku Tensei.
Oh, God. If I was put in a position where I had a bunch of money and I didn't have to work, I'm not gonna hold you. I would probably watch a bunch of shitty anime like Realist Hero. I would just sit there all day and just watch that shit in the background with no matter how shit their dubs were. Cause I don't know, it just seems like a vibe. But in regards to best continuing series, it was not Shield Hero Season 2. So
Yeah, Shield Hero got fucking nothing.
it wasn't Comey season. Goddamn, Comey got nominated for like one thing. Shit.
Couple things.
Bookworm season 3.
I forgot that came out.
See, exactly. Demon Girl Next Door season 2 came out. No one talked about that either. Which
Well, yeah,
I never
'cause I
watched
don't
first
like that
season, but I
show.
heard it's funny. But
It's
I
comedic.
didn't see
I mean,
first
granted,
season.
I only saw season 1, but its comedic timing
Bro.
was more and more off every
We
single
had
joke.
2 seasons. We had 2 sequel seasons for Love Live for Nijigasaki and Superstar respectively. There's no Love Live shit on here. It wasn't even in like best opening or ending. Like, I get they're only nominating the popular shit because that's all these judges have seen and that's what prints money. But like, it's literally a
Bro,
Then
Demon
wait,
Slayer
so
and Attack on
songs.
Titan have been on pretty like every category.
Oh, Attack on Titan's on everything. I guarantee you Attack on Titan's like on best fucking animation when it most certainly should not be. And some fucking how it's on best original anime. I couldn't tell you how, but they found a way. I mean, they put Anya on best supporting character.
Wait, did they actually put it on best original anime?
No,
No,
it's
no,
a
they
joke.
didn't.
I doubt they
Good.
did. They're not that fucking stupid. Bro, Ritagirl for season 2, come on! That's on it. They did put Maiden Abyss on here. Shadows out, and no.
Well,
No,
I mean, I guess
this
I have
is
to
mostly-
choose Maiden
half of it
Abyss.
is just Shonen Jump.
Mob
And
season 3, Iruma season 3, My Hero season 6. I get they're not counting Fall, but this is a tough one. I can tell you right now, it's not Attack on Titan.
Yeah, it's not
See,
Attack on Titan.
the
not
only
Demon Slayer,
sequel
not
I saw
JoJo.
this year, well, I mean, I guess JoJo's, but also like the only one that I had actually seen the previous ones for was Maiden Abyss, and also Maiden Abyss is just way better than JoJo's. So
Yeah.
I'd say, ironically, even though there's more options, and I love Iruma, it's like my second favorite shonen of all time. I also really like Mob. I have not finished or really even started either of those 2 seasons. I've only seen the 2 episodes of both. So I'm just not going to count fall shows for this case because I'm pretty sure one of those would win it. But because I have not finished them or really gotten that far in them at all, I'm not going to count them. So I'm just gonna go off Crunchyroll's list here, and it's tough, right? Demon Slayer did exactly what I thought it would, which was it improved over the first season, it improved over the movie, which was already an improvement over the first season, and it's not bad. And also, I can't count Golden Kamuy fourth season because it didn't finish, but it's like it just got better, but it's not amazing. It was just not shit this time. And then JoJo, I'm not caught up on. Kaguya was fantastic, and I didn't watch Made in Abyss, but I know it's Made in Abyss. And that's the only thing I'm having trouble with, is I want to give it to Made in Abyss, but I didn't watch it. I watched Kaguya. I only just watched the Made in Abyss movie like 2 weeks ago, which, by the way, was pretty whatever. It was okay.
Okay, well, you're wrong.
I still think it's
I'll just let that
I still think it's
sit.
the best piece of Made in Abyss content.
I think it would have worked.
You know,
better
up there with the
as
video
a couple
game.
Episodes. The video game. I think it would have worked better as like a 6-episode thing, not a movie, because the movie style doesn't benefit it. Like, it didn't benefit in an animation at all when you think it would have. If anything, it looks worse than the main series.
What are you talking about?
No.
What are you literally what?
The fight
You
between
watched-
fucking Reg and Bondrewd.
Did you watch the movie on crack cocaine, Sputtle?
Did you watch it at 240p quality or something?
I'm watching Reg go crazy, right? And he breaks in, and that's when the fight starts. And I'm like, this doesn't look like this should be a spectacle, and it's not until he fires the beam. But I'm like, well, that's just a big light show. That's not like intense animation.
Sputtle
you know?
literally watched
They do that shit on
Made in
Dragon
Abyss
Ball, too.
movie on 240p, and then halfway through, it's like, wait, why are these little squiggles on the bottom?
To be fair to the movie, because I watched it with my roommate, we watched it on High Dive, and you couldn't, on the TV, on the Apple TV that we were using, they don't let you change the fucking sub, so I had to watch it dubbed. Now, the dub, when they are just talking normally, not that bad. But dear God, Lord in heaven,
scream.
they fucking suck at literally anything else. Anything emotional, it ruins. Now, I went back and watched bits and pieces of it, of certain important scenes with Prushka, and he went back and watched the whole thing. He changed his rating from like a 6 to a 7, or a 7 to an 8, I don't remember what he had it at, after watching it subbed. But we were both in agreement that the movie format just didn't benefit it. And in fact, when I went online to discuss it with the normal, you know, in the normal area that I discussed it in, it was, you know, I got most of the same opinions, no, I definitely not. I don't know what Reddit fucking and Twitter people think about it. Maybe they're like bagels and they really liked it. But a lot of the people I spoke to were like, yeah, season 2 is amazing, like season 1, even better than season 1, but the movie is a little mid. It's not bad. It's just not as good as the first season, and I'm sure it's definitely not as good as the second season. But that's besides the point. I know the second season is probably better than Kaguya season 3, and I love Kaguya, but I haven't watched it, so I'm having a tough fucking time here.
If I'm going just by this list, I would give it to Kaguya, just because I do like Kaguya more than I like Made in Abyss. But as a personal pick, I had to wait we Dragon Ball fans gotta wait 4 years for our canon fix now. So anytime it happens, I put it up there. We take what we get, we eat.
Nope, Neon, you're right. You settled it for me. You're right. It's Bleach. It's Bleach. I had to wait 10 fucking years. It's Bleach. You're right. It's Bleach. That season was so goddamn good. Because I rewatched the entire... You guys already know because you're doing it for the podcast. I've already told you about this. The first season of Bleach sucks dick, bro. But goddamn, that series was good. And it did really well for my channel, too, now that I think about it. I think one of my biggest videos was a Bleach video. So, you know what? I'm going to give it to Bleach. Since I can't decide between Kaguya and Made in Abyss due to not having watched Made in Abyss, personal pick... is Bleach. The Crunchyroll pick, I'm gonna give it to Kaguya, I guess, because I watched that one, but I feel like it's amazing.
Technically, you could, since you watched the One Piece movie, you watched Red, you could give it to One Piece.
Yeah, I mean, I heard Wano and is pretty decent, and I've in fact, because there's a guy who pays me on Patreon, and we watch One Piece episodes, like the later stuff. He just picks random ones that he wants me to watch and give my opinion on. And some of the shit I've seen looks pretty good. And I'm like, damn, One Piece might have been good if it all looked like this. Because, you know, you still got those original 900-something episodes that are really fucking bad. I read the manga. I started reading the manga for One Piece as a small tangent. It's a lot better than the anime. I'm only like 20 chapters in, but I'm already enjoying it immensely more than the anime. I still don't expect it to be a masterpiece of media. It's still a silly Saturday morning cartoon type show, but it is not complete dog shit like the anime. But yeah, I'm gonna give it to Kaguya for Crunchy's list, and then personal, I'm gonna give it to Bleach.
How about you, Crunchy?
My personal pick is How the Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom. My Crunchyroll pick is How the Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom.
It's not on there, sorry.
Nah. It's so good, it doesn't even need to be on there.
Wait, which season? Season 2 or season 3?
There's only season 2.
There's only 2 seasons.
He's trolling. He's trolling. He's trolling so hard. He's trolling. You're trolling so hard. You are lying through your teeth.
You're getting it confused. There's part 1 and part 2 of Realist Hero. My bad. There's season 1 or season 2. Season 1 both parts or season 2?
Wait, there's a second part of season 2?
No, there's a second part of season 1. There's part 1 from like summer or something of 2021, and then there's part 2 in winter. And then there's season 2.
Yeah. Okay, part 1 of the first season aired in summer, and then part 2 of the first season aired in winter of this year.
Because I remember making the video on it, and then there was a season 2, like right after that.
No, there's not.
Wait,
no,
so
there
it's
is. I think it even.
2?
Yeah, that's part 2 that aired in
it
winter.
wrong this whole time.
No, yeah, okay, no, I'm dead ass looking at the mail page. There's not a season 2.
There was a season 2 that aired in the same season.
There wasn't.
Nope.
It's called Genius Prince. How did you guys not get that joke? Bro, how the fuck did you not get where I was going with that? We just talked about it. You just made a joke.
Spare my brain cells to think about shit.
But yeah, anyways, fucking both those shows
Best
suck.
new
I did like
series.
Genius Prince more though.
Wait, Crunchy, what's your actual pick?
All right, so my best continuing series. I mean, Kaguya probably tops the list, but I didn't see it, so all I can say is Made in Abyss.
Wait, you didn't see Kaguya season 3?
I need to, but Neon knows this all too well. I'm terrible at watching things I know will be a 10 out of 10. I haven't seen K-On! Season 2, I haven't seen Dragon Maid Season 2, I haven't seen Kaguya Season 3. I'm just that bad at watching things. It took me 2 months to watch Sengatsu no Lion Season 2. 2 whole months, even though it's my favorite show. You finished all
of Monogatari.
That took me like a year. And I still haven't watched Zoku Owari. Even though I know I'll love it.
It took me 2 years, 3, but that's because I was watching it as they released it in America on Blu-ray, because my buddy was buying them, and then we would watch them when they came out. So it took me a few years actually to finish Monogatari. Fucking fantastic.
Bro, it's
but
I started playing Super Paper Mario in like November, and I still haven't finished it, even though I'm on like the final level and love it. Yeah, I'm just terrible at finishing things in general.
Yeah, I just don't play video games.
I barely do.
I really want to play Fire Emblem tomorrow because I bought it, but I'm not gonna because I don't have time.
Make a video on Fire Emblem.
That's not how it works, unfortunately. I'd have to make a completely separate channel, or it would fucking bomb. And it's not worth making a new channel for video games. They take too goddamn long. But anyways.
Best new series, also known as, this is just going to be the same as my anime of the year pick, so I literally only have one option on here.
For this one, I'm not going to give it, for Crunchyroll's list, so you have Call of the Night, Lycoris Recoil, Spy X Family, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, My Dress Up Darling, and your boy Kome, or Kongming, however you want to say it. I'm not going to give it to Lycoris Recoil because that's going to get Best Original Anime. Unless there's another show I'm forgetting, but it was probably from fall and they didn't fucking count it. But I'm not gonna give it to Lico Rico here because it's better as an original, because when it's stacked up against the competition, Bocchi's a new fucking series. So like, yeah. Anyways, besides the point, from this list, I didn't finish Kome, so I don't know how it got after the first 2 episodes, but the first 2 episodes are really good. I really like Dress Up Darling. Spy X Family I had fun with, but it always left me like, man, I wish they had more time for this. Cyberpunk was pretty much the same thing, but in a different feeling, where it was just like, this was just solid, and nothing more, nothing less. Call of the Night, I didn't finish, but I also really liked it. But I wouldn't put it that much higher than like Cyberpunk, weirdly, because like I don't know, it's definitely my type of show. I love overanalyzing things, and that show lends itself to it heavy. But like
the dialogue in Call of the Night is literally the
by
characters...
one of us that has 20,000 views, so that could attest to that.
Yeah.
Yes. So I mean, I don't know what it is about the show though. Maybe it's just because it's character driven, but not in the same way as a Monogatari or a Snafu, where something is like actively happening. Right, Monogatari or Snafu, it's these people's relationships, and there's multiple different characters, though it's obviously focusing on the main guy, and then Monogatari, it's just a bunch of wacky shit each time, and also the visuals are super wacky. Here, the directing is solid, the visuals are solid, but it never goes into that wacky referential Monogatari territory, and the story itself is just so, again, from the 9 episodes I've seen, or 8 episodes I've seen, I did not get to the point. I stopped when the new characters got introduced, but I didn't watch the episode where they all got introduced. But based on those like first 8 or 9 episodes, it's just such a grounded series where nothing happens, quote unquote, that I can't really give it anything. Like it's basically, what I'm trying to say is it's basically on the same level as Edge Runners, where it's good. And it has the potential to be great because of the talent backing it, but not because of the material itself, even though I personally have a lot of fun with shows like that.
See, you didn't finish it, and I know from finishing it just how much better the second half is.
It might be.
It went from like a solid 8 to a super solid 9 in the back half.
It went from like a 6 or a 7 to me to an 8 by the
end. I'm where
half.
Neon is, right? I'm like, it's a solid 7. It's not a fantastic show, and it's mostly being carried by its direction and its music. But and the 2 main leads are fun.
Once you meet Anko, everything changes.
But I'm like, the writing itself is also solid.
See, like I actively love the writing of Call of the Night because
the writing's not bad.
The dialogue is very Monogatari-esque, which I know. God, I make so many comparisons to Monogatari, but it does feel like Monogatari in the sense of the characters. You were saying it was a show that lends well to overanalyzing.
I suppose you could say Monogatari influenced Call of the Night.
Yeah, I suppose you could. But like the dialogue, half of it is just the characters overanalyzing life and their emotions. Ko doesn't really know a lot about himself because he's 14.
With Monogatari,
and the show is about him coming of age and learning more about himself through overanalyzing all the different emotions swirling around in his brain.
But with Call of the Night, whether it's because they didn't want to do a Shaft Monogatari where they just completely do their own thing. And actually, I think that is what it is. They're adapting the manga and punching it up, but they're not going any further with it. They're not like Itamura is not doing his whole thing like Oishi or I actually is that the guy's name that did Bocchi?
Yeah, Tatsuya Oishi.
Yeah, Oishi. He's not doing like Oishi did and just going, yeah. So, anyways, I'm gonna take that and just do what the fuck I want, and it's kind of maybe it's gonna follow the novels, but like. Not in the same way and not in the same pacing. And Call of the Night didn't do that. It feels more like it just adapted the manga, but with really good and solid direction, music choicing, and pacing and stuff like that.
To be fair,
but because it was adapting the manga, it didn't really get to the point where the fun happens until, according to you guys, like episode 9, which
I'd say episode
they might be
8
good,
is
but
the first time that the directing really pops off. When
that's when he's flying with the girl, right?
No,
it's office worker.
No, it's when. Well, you haven't seen this scene, but it's when Sarah's about to kill someone, and the color palette goes. I'd say that's like the first really distinct bit of directing. But I will fight you a little bit on that point in that I've done comparisons directly with the manga. And know for a fact that Itamura's sense of like cinematography is subtly influencing the entire thing, and he will occasionally do some decently ambitious shots. But yeah, he's no Oishi. I'll give you that
Yeah,
much.
it shows, and it's different from the manga. But what I think it is that he's either the production committee or he himself is being held back. Like whether he's doing it to himself or he's doing it because that's what they requested. Because he could make it even better by not using the manga as a baseboard, right? By doing a Bocchi and just, they keep the core theme, right? They keep the core characters and whatnot, but then they do their own thing. They change up the characterization a little bit. Not that this one needs that. They change up the pacing. They adapt things at a different rate. But here it just feels like a one-to-one adaptation, but the angles,
actually,
the direction and stuff are different.
I'm gonna fight you a little bit on that too. The manga is kind of annoying in that it recaps itself constantly, kind of like Spy Family does. But Tomiyuki Itamura did the good thing and cut all of that out.
It cuts stuff like that out, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about like small stuff like the 2 points you've challenged me on now. I'm talking about like the overall presentation is still, even with small stuff cut out, maybe a chapter or two rearranged, it's just the manga in animated format. It's not a complete one-to-one, but it's very close to one, and that's actively holding it back from being really, really good. But on the same hand, it doesn't make it a bad
how the
show.
manga looks. So
I like the Nagashi Kashi guy.
I don't
think
necessarily
he does
consider that a
good
huge
job.
flaw. And also, I think the coloring Itamura added to it too. Like, if it had better art and animation quality, I think it would have been a perfect adaptation, honestly.
It adds to it, and yes, 100% if it had better fucking animation. Like, he makes it seem like it moves a lot, but it doesn't really move that much.
He shakes the screen to make you forget that it is not moving.
It's not moving at all. They're just standing there. But he's again, it's like Fire Force, right? But Fire Force was like, okay, what if it did have really good art and animation? And so Itamura took what he had and he made it work, because Leiden Films is still Leiden Films at the end of the day. They're basically just MAPPA 2.0, but or Cloverworks before they got good this year. But that's besides the point. It doesn't do anything that propels it past that solid 7, maybe light 8 territory. And it might do that in the 4 episodes I haven't seen, but it doesn't make, or 5, I guess, if I'm on episode 8, but it doesn't make up for the other 7 episodes that were just kind of okay. If you asked me, like, on a subjective level, I'd probably get like an 8 or a 9 without even having seen those episodes, because I just love shit like that, right? And I also really enjoyed his first work with the Nagashi Kashi, even though that was just basically a completely different show. But on a more objective level, when looking at it as a whole or breaking it down into its individual parts, the writing, directing, and so on, yeah, I don't know, it's like a solid 7. And so, although you were praising me a minute ago for the best opening sequence, I think Neon's about to do it, because I gotta give it to My Dress Up Darling for the Crunchyroll version.
Yeah, like of the things that are on the Crunchy list, My Dress Up Darling wins this easily.
Dress Up Darling.
On the Crunchyroll list, it is, well, okay.
Oh, good.
I mean, since this is basically the same as Anime of the Year, I'm gonna be a little different here, or I'm gonna be bohemian and all that. Call of the Night. You gave me 20,000 views, so I thank thee by giving you this award.
That's cheating. That's like saying,
wins.
Gundam wins every category because it gave me 50K. Like that.
Listen,
that doesn't
anime.
count.
It's literally the same thing as Anime of
the Oscars
Year.
paid him off.
It literally is. I don't feel bad about throwing this one. It's the same category. You'll see my pick later.
Yeah. So Bocchi.
Oh yeah, Bocchi's everybody's personal pick. We're not even gonna bother.
Yeah.
Right? it's your personal pick, right, Bagels?
So anyway, best animation.
Oh.
Best animation. Yo, Aki B, let's go.
Yeah, that's actually surprising.
Sailor Uniform.
Son of a bitch.
I'm surprised it got nominated for anything.
Not here though.
They said Akebi's got to have something. They said we got to make it look like we didn't just watch 10 shows. And that's why Lycoris and Akebi keep showing up.
and Akebi both deserve to be here.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, Akibi from a moment to moment basis looks better than Dress Up Darling.
Akebi is the better animated show. Dress Up Darling is the better show.
I mean, I didn't watch enough of
Have
Akebi
you seen the final performance in Akebi? God
Yeah,
damn.
I
have not.
Yeah, it has sex.
To be fair, Dress Up Darling is kind of visually inconsistent. They put all the budget and time towards the first 2 episodes, and then the later episodes do have their moments, but you can sort of tell.
Excuse me, Crunchy,
final
lest we
episode
bring
looked
up
pretty good.
episode 11 again.
Yeah, the boner scene?
well,
Come on, bro.
episode
They
11 is
animated the
great,
boner.
but may I remind you
can
of when they just
scientifically
made the
pinpoint
beach
how big
a real...
Gojo Schmidt is?
May I just remind you of the moment where they're in the store and it's a real life image of a store, and when they're at the beach and it's a real life image
Doga
as a
Kobo does
of a
that
beach.
shit a lot too, and nobody bats an eye. I mean, you know.
I mean, I always bat an eye.
Yeah, it's
Both-
backgrounds. I can't give it to
Camp
Dress
did
Up
it.
Darling. Yeah, Cam did it, but that's a cheaper show. But I can't give it to Dress Up Darling because Cloverworks made it very obvious whenever the ass shot was anime original. Because anytime it was from the manga, goddamn, she got one of the best butts I've ever had. I've ever done seen on an anime girl. But anytime they added it, that shit looked like a square, bro. It looked so bad. I'm like, bro, why did you just do what you just did a minute ago? Just copy paste. Goddamn, this look like you see it. I think it's in episode 1. Or episode 2, because there's a scene where she's walking and the skirt slightly shuffles upward and you see the nice round, gluteus maximus. She's like, God damn. And then later on at the end of the episode, you see her in the like red thong thing when she's in the black dress and she got a square butt. As second I saw that, I was like, that first one was in the manga, and I went to talk about it and someone was like, damn. You didn't read the manga and you knew that? I was like, nah, bro, I just know well-drawn ass when I see it, and I knew Cloverworks didn't do that shit.
How did you figure that out? Why do you notice these things?
Because I'm a horn dog, that's why.
Yeah,
Even I'm not down that bad.
shot,
it is hard to surpass
me. I don't know what it says about me that one shot of Kitagawa pulling off undoing the buttoning of her maid cosplay outfit, and then seeing like that pool of sweat like between her tits, like in her cleavage.
I see you're a man of culture as well.
I don't know what it says about me that shot has stuck in my mind all year, but there you go. I'll just let that dangle out there.
Well, good news, Neon. Now you have a conversation topic for whenever you meet a woman.
Hey, can he goes up to her, he's like, hey, can you like sweat profusely?
Your boobs, they're sweaty, may I wipe them?
I would say for Dress Up Darling, the outside of the dick scene, the one that sticks out the most is like the first fucking ass shot you see in episode 1, which is where her skirt goes lightly up, because I'm like, god damn, I didn't see the whole butt.
I would give the
butt.
entire episode 2 measuring scene the best animation.
Wait,
honestly.
no, that's cheating. That's cheating. We don't do that here. But goddamn, them titties jiggled. That motherfucker got like 10 animators on one titty. Fuck, that shit was good, bro. I'm not gonna hold you cheap. Yo, you make that a hentai, I'll give you all the goddamn money in the world.
There's a lot of cool animation cuts in there. I love the fucking I forget what it's specifically parodying, but the magical girl anime that they made in 4x3.
It's probably Cardcaptor Sakura is what I think it was ripping off on, but I don't remember. But Bagels is right, because all the shit that you remember is like in those first couple of episodes, and then outside the fireworks stuff and then the dick, everything else does kind of look a little. You can see the quality starts to hit Cloverworks, and then right when they thought they were gonna get a break, the CEO of Cloverworks was like, yeah, so anyways, there's a show called Spike's Family. And,
I mean, I would say from a moment-to-moment basis, it still looks, like, above average.
It doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad.
But...
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, when you compare it to the earlier stuff, and when you compare it to
But then
Akebi.
you look at Akebi on a moment-to-moment basis, and you're like,
so
holy
goddamn good.
shit.
I'm giving it to Akebi here, in terms, I know I shit on Cloverworks ever since they became a studio, since, like 2019, whenever Fate Apocrypha came out, they worked on that.
I think it was Frank's.
It was Frank's was when they first became an official studio, but they were doing a lot of A1 Pictures sub work.
Yeah, they were like an A1 assistant studio, but then I guess they eventually broke off.
APOC is the first show, Fate Apocrypha is the first show where they did they pretty much handled it themselves, but it was under the A1 Pictures label, and then right after that, they formed their own company, or, well, Aniplex did it for them, or Sony or whatever, did it for them, and they became Cloverworks, and they have just consistently dropped the ball on almost every show they made, except with a few exceptions, right? Like Promised Neverland Season 1.
I was about to say.
No, there's some exceptions. There were some exceptions, but most of it was like, really, bro? But goddamn, did they kill it in winter with Akebi, Dress Up Darling, and fucking Bocchi, bro? There was something in summer too, and I'm forgetting what it was.
You forgot. I thought you were gonna say Tokyo 24th Ward.
No. Well, look, that did have good parkour. I'll give it that.
They did that Lolly Ninja show.
Yeah, Tsubaki was good too.
Yeah, from the Takagi author.
Yeah. The Forehead Cinematic Universe, but this time they were all lollies, and honestly, if I could reincarnate into any world if I died, you guys know exactly what the fuck it would be.
Right. Well, let's just move over that one. Ignore that.
I got it
from the rest of the things from this list. There's the Akebi, Cyberpunk, Ranking of Kings, Attack on Titan, Demon Slayer Season 2, Spy X Family.
For Crunchyroll's list, I'm giving it to Akebi, and obviously for the personal pick, I'm giving it to Bocchi. I will say though, honorable mention to the Spy X Family episodes where they tried, or had the time to try, I should say, and Edge Runners and Ranking of Kings. I think everything on here deserves to be it, except for Demon Slayer and Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan for obvious reasons, and then Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer because it's all pretty effects. No, they're good, but it's not like actual animation. It's like Orange, right? It's CG.
It's post-processing.
It's a lot of like UFO table. Especially in Demon Slayer, not so much as in Fate, but they do it there a lot too. It's all post-processing. They rely heavily on effects. Don't get me wrong, shit's cool as fuck. I love episode 9 or 10 with the big final fight with Tengen and shit. It's so goddamn good. But we're talking from a pure like best animation standpoint, it's pretty mid. It looks good because they know what they're doing, but actual animation, it's Akebi, Edge Runners, or Ranking of Kings, and I'm gonna give it to Akebi. And in terms of what Crunchyroll has here,
in terms of Crunchyroll's picks, it's between Akebi and Cyberpunk, and I just am such a fan of the Trigger style of animation that I give the slightest, tiniest edge to Cyberpunk. But as far as personal picks, obviously, Bocchi without a doubt.
I think I have to change it actually.
The best CG of the year, the 3D T-pose scene. I cried.
Is that even 3D? That's just a video
that's
game model. That's just Unity, bro.
That's just Maya.
I think Bocchi had a lot of character in terms of the animation and whatnot. But if we're going on character in the animation on top of it being good, Akebi, yeah, but in personal, then yes, Bocchi. But if we're going by just good animation, it's Mob Psycho Season 3.
Yeah, I was sort of going off of like sheer visual quality, and I think
visual quality, it's Mob Psycho.
Yeah, Chainsaw Man should be there. Or as much as it pains me to say this,
I would not put Urusei Yatsura on that list.
Nah, I wouldn't put Urusei Yatsura on there, even though Urusei Yatsura is all in all really well animated.
It's not the best.
To me, like,
I would not give it the award, but I'd say it could be in the conversation.
Honorable mention? I don't know. I don't even think I'd put it in an honorable mention.
Yeah, I feel like there's. I mean, hey, I'm Urusei Yatsura's #1 defender, and I still wouldn't put it as an honorable mention.
It's because it doesn't have like standout.
It's very consistent.
What makes it good is. Yeah, it's very consistent, but what makes it good is all of the production coming together. Right? That's what makes it so good. The direction and all of it is so well done, hand in hand, on top of it looking consistent. But if you break those things apart on their own, the animation is just good. It's not like, holy shit, amazing. Got an honorable mention, I will say, even though it was actively falling apart and melting in a lot of scenes, and goddamn Sunrise is stupid for not just delaying it and then releasing it when it was all completely animated, because money hungry. Gundam did have some really good fucking giant robot fights at times. And in episode 11 specifically, when they brought on one of the animators from Hathaway's Flash, god damn, they added some weightiness to the little chase scene between Chicken Head and Tomato, while they were in like 0 G gravity. And it looked really good. But for the most part, it looked like shit. Well, I mean, it looked good. It looked serviceable. It was like Urusei Yatsura. Like, it looked serviceable, but Urusei Yatsura doesn't actively melt, so it looks good. But there's definitely some melting in Gundam, even if you can't notice it. You need to have an eye for it, or someone has to point it out. For me, it was both. Some of it I noticed on my own, and then others, because I follow animators, they were pointing it out, and I'm like, thanks. Now I can't unsee that robot didn't have legs.
In terms of best animation, I think Bocchi has its moments, and if we want to talk about creativity, then yeah, it definitely has very creative animation, although I'd consider that more on the directing side. In terms of sheer quality, I'd probably give it to Chainsaw Man as my personal pick, and then out of the Crunchyroll stuff, purely on the basis that I haven't seen Akebi or Ranking of Kings, I'd give it to Edge Runners, but Akebi and Ranking of Kings could beat it out. I'm not entirely sure.
Those cowards won't put best claymation for the 2024 awards because they know Bocchi would sweep.
Best what crazy animation sequences Bocchi hypothetical season 2 gonna pull out next?
I hope one of them is just one episode is just completely IRL.
I hope one of
just cosplay as the characters.
I hope one of them pulls out a like photorealistic flip book.
No, the whole episode's IRL, but whenever they do the wacky joke, it goes back to animation, and it's literally just the inverted version, which that would be fucking hilarious. I don't know if they'd be ballsy enough to do that though.
I mean, it'd be hard to pull off, but I could see it being.
It'd be
really
boring
fun.
as shit. Yeah, it's hard to make live action fun, especially when you're just an animation studio and not like Hollywood. But if they did it right, fuck, that'd be really funny. But yeah, I think that was everybody's picks for animation, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll go ahead and move on to this one. I'm really excited for best character design. We got Akira Matsushima for Demon Slayer season 2, Kazuaki Shimada for Spy X Family, Masanori Shino for JoJo Stone Ocean, Atsuko Nozaki for Ranking of Kings, Kazumasa Ishida for Dress Up Darling, and Yo Yoshinari for Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Man, I've never heard something just sound so mid before.
I
guess
mean,
Ranking of Kings?
None of those. I mean, yeah, Ranking of Kings had the very creative character designs.
It's
Do
very unique.
not come into my dojo and tell
Maybe
me that
Cyberpunk
Yoshinari,
No, I was gonna give it- for me, it's
motherfucking
between-
Yoshinari is not one of the best character designers in the game right now.
It was
I have no
between
idea what Yo
ranking-
Yoshinari does aside from Cyberpunk.
BNA, Little Witch Academia. I don't need to go.
I don't
any
even
further
watch.
than
I
that.
don't watch Trigger though. That's why I've
I-
never seen their designs. Well, I mean, I've seen
No,
them,
I-
but
I
I
I'm pretty
think-
sure he
shows.
also designed the characters in Promare.
I think Yoshinari makes cute. He has really cute and I guess poppable designs. Like they're recognizable at an instant. Honestly, I'd give it to him, but the only reason I'm gonna give it to Ranking of Kings is because it matches that child's storybook feel perfectly. And also, there was a bunch of dipshits who thought it was bad just because of the way it looked. And it's like, I mean, you could have just told me you didn't watch the show. That would have been faster to type. Demon Slayer, they do make it look better than the manga. I have to give it that. I also really like the Spy X Family character designs, but I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I'm pretty sure that he basically just traced the manga because they look exactly the goddamn same. Not that he actually did that, of course, but yeah, he did. Let's just say he did his job really fucking well because they look exactly the same. David Pro, I know they don't get the same guy every time, which is really weird for the JoJo stuff. So like you have the dude from part 4 looks fucking completely different in Stone Ocean. He looks younger, and it's like, isn't he supposed to be older?
You mean Jotaro?
Yeah, whatever his fucking name is. I only know Jonathan the Goat because I only saw the first part. But I would give it for the what's the word I'm looking for? For the Crunchyroll list, I'm gonna give it to Atsuko Nozaki for Ranking of Kings. But for personal, I gotta give it to Gundam, The Witch from Mercury. I don't know the character designer's name. I'll go look it up real quick. But 100% he or she I fucking love the designs. They're all bubbly and fat, but they're so cute.
They are like the most out there, like out of place Gundam like character designs.
Yeah,
in the
like they
entire
don't feel like they
Gundamverse.
belong in Gundam at all. I love it.
Well,
Like
while
I think about tomato and chicken hair and cotton candy hair, and then I think of Amuro Ray and like the Iron Blood
Char.
Orphans designs. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all grounded. It's apparently okay. There's like 2 different guys who did character design. 3 guys, I guess, because there's fucking robots. So I don't know who to attribute this to. I don't know if it's Tagashira Mari, Takaya Hirotoshi, or Toida Juri. I don't know.
One of them probably did like the designs for the Gundams in the mix.
No, because it's weird. Because there's one there's a guy on here who does mechanical design. So
Yeah, that's like
fucking-
that's a mecha character design.
yeah, there's another there's a lot of mechanical designs. Those are for the different types of mechs that show up. So the other 3. So I don't know who the fuck.
If
does
it's just
what
labeled
for these
character
other 3.
design, it's probably that guy who just did the human characters.
Yeah, but there's 3 of them.
Well, maybe they had like a whole bunch.
I don't know, but yeah, one of them or all of them, I guess, fucking killed it for whatchamacallit.
For my
We're
personal picks, none of these on the Crunchyroll picks are mine. I chose Isekai Oji-san, Call of the Night, and Chainsaw Man.
For best character design?
Yeah.
What was it? Oh fuck, I did really like Uncle.
Yeah,
I like
Isekai
Uncle's design.
Oji-san has great... I mean, obviously, Uncle is the standout design of them all.
Oh, I love him.
But
He's so ugly. It's great.
all the female characters, Sumika, she's adorable. I love her designs and like her very sharp eyes, and she's very expressive. All the girls from the fantasy world that Uncle went to. The main character looks like Haruto Fuwa from Imose, and I mean I like his design, so I guess I like the main character of Uncle's design as well, even though they're the same design.
I will say I'm very surprised that Muru Imigi from Lycoris Recoil did not make this list.
I liked the Lycoris Recoil designs, but if they look like Kaon, I'm not gonna hold you, Chio. Or not Kaon specifically, but they look like Kyoani, especially Takina.
Takino is Mio with guns.
Yeah, like I like them.
What more could
But
you?
I'm
what
like-
more could you need?
I mean, not gonna lie though, the
It is
K-On!
weird that it's
girls
not on
pulled
this
it off
list, though.
better.
Yeah, it was good, but it wasn't standout. And
I would also-
but it's strange that Crunchyroll didn't include it because you'd think they would have, but
I would also give nods to Atsushi Ikaria from Rusty Bisco and
Oh,
now
those are
Yuki
good.
Asano for Urusei Yatsura 2022.
oh fuck, I do really like the Urusei Yatsura designs too. I think they did a fantastic job on modernizing them.
Yeah, they did.
Fuck, I
great.
actually kind of want to give it to Urusei Yatsura for that because they do a great job at maintaining the 80s fucking look, feel, and design.
While
but also
keeping
it
it,
feels
like, fresh.
modern. Yeah, and keeping it it's really fucking well done. I'm still gonna give it to Gundam because I really want to have sex with that tomato, but fucking goddamn Lum, you second best.
She'll always be second best in our hearts.
Oh, Do It Yourself had good designs too.
Yeah, I would also give a nod to whoever the fuck designed the Do It
Do It Yourself
character.
was
Whoever the fuck.
almost on my best character design list. So close.
That dude fucking killed it. I don't know who it is, but he fucking killed it.
But yeah, dude, there's no question. I see the name Yo-Yo Shinari. It's like, oh, okay, here's my award. Take it. You have earned it by existing.
Just suck his dick while you're at it.
I would. Tell me
I
I
would. All right, but I think everybody. So we're moving on to best original anime, or did Bagels not give his personal?
No,
I think he
I
did.
think I gave everything.
He did. All
Yep.
right, best original anime. We have Birdie Wing, Golf Girl Story,
What?
Licorice Recoil,
The
Vampire
fuck
in the
is
Garden.
Vampire in the Garden.
It's a Netflix show. Healer
Okay, that
Girl,
explains it.
The Orbital Children, also a Netflix show, and Yurei Deco. Now, I will say
Where the
right
fuck
now,
is Cyberpunk?
Wait,
it's not an original because
my
it's based
God.
on a game. I
That's-
told you that. I
That's
told you that. And
dumb.
Crunchyroll might be stupid, but they agreed with me on this. The only thing, obviously, I'm gonna give this a Lycoris, but I will say the Orbital Children is notable because they're the same studio doing Dead Dead Demons Dead 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 Destruction, which is Inai Asano's work, the guy who did Poon Poon. So, like, it's indicative of what that anime look like, which means it's probably gonna look really fucking good and crazy. If it looks really fucking good, we're gonna get a Poon Poon adaptation, and that sounds pretty pog. But I'm gonna give it to Lycoris. Yurei Deco sucked dick. Healer Girl, I didn't watch, but I feel like it kind of would wear out its welcome after like 2 or 3 episodes. Vampire in the Garden didn't look anything above a 6. And Birdie Wing, didn't watch, seemed like good, wacky fun, but also not anything above a 6.
I mean, Birdie Wing was just golf with idiot logic.
Yeah, there's like a rocket launcher like in one episode. It's funny, but it's like, it's nothing. It's like, oh my god, 10 out of 10 masterpiece.
She's the sniper girl.
It's like Akiba Maid War, but less funny. Which, by the way, Akiba Maid War would absolutely be my choice for best original anime. Even though I've only seen...
Not Love Flops?
Fuck no.
not do it yourself that you like so much you made a video calling it deeply boring.
I made this video about how good I think do it yourself is. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot about do it yourself, the masterpiece. Yeah.
Not Yasahime, Half-Blood Princess?
That's
ain't
technically Inuyasha.
Nah. But
I like that show, but it ain't good.
I've watched only 1 episode of Akiba Maid War, and I can already tell it's gonna be the best one. Which
Not
for Mercury,
Fanfare of Adolescence?
to be fair,
Not East Life Greatest
it took me a second to remember what Fanfare of Adolescence was, but then I
Isn't that the horse one?
Yeah.
This is a stupid name.
Yeah.
Not Engage Kiss, which to be fair it did pretty well for what it wanted to do. But
yeah,
it wasn't
unfortunately
good.
it came out alongside Lycoris Recoil, which just shit stomped it into
I
made
would-
it bite the curb.
I would give it to Bakamatsu Bad Boys or Engage Kiss. Probably Engage Kiss if it did not, come along in the same season as Lycoris Recoil. So like that kind of fucked it.
On this list, I kind of have no choice but to give it to Lycorico because I didn't care for Birdie Wing, I didn't care for Healer Girl, didn't watch Vampire in the Garden, didn't watch Orbital Children.
There were better original picks. Why did they pick these on here? Like, they put the shittiest ones.
And Yurei Deco, I liked what I saw of the first episode, and I do want to watch more of it, because I have a feeling that I could be wrong about this, but maybe this is going to be one of those moments where, like, I watch it and go, all y'all are retarded, this show is actually good.
Yeah, and in which case I would just be like, damn, that's crazy, Neon. You see silly old man. Anyways...
Healer Girl, I watched 1 episode of, and I think I was too nice to it in the seasonal cast.
She's the OG Tomato Head.
Yeah.
No.
But...
Well, she does have the green part of her hair. I'll give her that.
I feel like Healer Girl...
Which is really... I like the two-tone.
Healer Girl didn't hook me on its premise that much, although it didn't seem bad. Yurei Deco, I know Neon is really championing it. I just don't like how it looks. It's distinct,
I hate the chase scene in like episode 2.
I haven't seen that. I only saw the first episode. But
you can tell it's not a Yuasa show, even though they marketed it as a Yuasa show, because he was not involved with it at all.
They marketed it as a Yuasa show because you can just look at the credentials and be like, yeah, he did not direct this.
No, because it's a Science Saru show, so you assume it's a Yuasa show. It's not.
Well, he doesn't do everything there.
I would assume he does. Otherwise, what's the point?
He didn't do Heike Story, I'm pretty sure.
Who? Oh, God, I like Heike Story, too. Yeah, it's not that great, but it was fun.
Naoko Yamada did Heike Story.
Who the fuck is that? You think I'm supposed to know who that is?
The K-On! Director.
K-On! Silent
Voice. Tamako Market.
Oh, yeah, that guy's pretty good. Pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, so it's not a Yuasa show, though. It's really fucking bad. I only made it like 3 episodes in and dropped it.
The Garden.
You gotta give the Lycoris Recoil.
I don't want to give it to Lycoris Recoil, though. I don't want to.
Hey,
go ahead.
Give it to Cyberpunk.
I'm going for the Crunchyroll one right now. If I had to go,
give
original,
it to Lycorico. You kind of don't really have a choice, do you?
I'm trying to see if there's any way I can mentally wrangle it such that I can give it to Healer Girl, but I don't think I can.
You
I think I have to
the
give it
fact
to
that you
Rico.
had all this time to
And that
watch more of it
physically
and then only
painful.
watch the first episode.
See, I was too busy watching Aoashi and pretending to work.
I like Aoashi.
Yeah, I like
Did Aoashi not get nominated for a single fucking thing?
Yeah, and that's a
No.
tragedy.
Well,
He
wait,
died
what
at the
was
end
what
of
was
the year.
everyone's best for personal? What was it? What was the original for
I said
personal pick?
Cyberpunk.
Said Cyberpunk. I'm giving it to. I want to give it to probably I guess Gundam. It got my channel a lot of views, and I also didn't dislike it. It was just it wasn't the best thing, but it wasn't.
I'd
awful
go with
either.
Akiba.
If not, I'd give it to
War.
Engage Kiss. I didn't see that one. It could have gone there. Anyways, so we're doing worst 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like this
So-
is like in terms of what we absolutely hated watching, or like is it like subjective, or is it like no
Subjective.
objectively the show is
it could be shows
dog
that you had
shit.
dropped.
Okay.
Like-
Because some shows I made it like 2 episodes in, and I'm like, this
Hold
is
on,
probably gonna be a 2
All right,
out of
so
10 if I
just a
watch it, but I'm not
disclaimer:
gonna do that.
the worst 3 I put on my list were not things I dropped. I made a rule that it couldn't be something I dropped because if it would, literally, I told
have
Novel
one show
or
on here
Neon
that
Man to.
I only finished one show that I've considered to be bad this year, and that was Rust Eater Bisco.
Do we have to limit it to one isekai?
I
Yeah,
mean-
you can for variety's sake, I suppose.
Like, that's the reason why I put the limitation that I had to finish them, because if I didn't have to, I would just literally go through all the isekai that went out that year, put them all in an online spinner, hit spin 3 times, put each one on there. It would be
Yeah,
that simple.
let me hit you with my 3 worst in order to give you an idea of like my thought process behind it. So Bisco was the one that the only bad show this year that I finished, and you can go watch the podcast on that to find like more details about that. Third worst was Bibliophile Princess, because the entire show is as boring and insufferable as with the writing as its first episode, then I would rather stick a gun in my mouth and watch any more of that watch that show to completion. Common modern Madhouse L. Number 2 is Heroines Run the Show, which I am morally against just because it is idolizing idol culture and
And
inserting
heroin.
yourself. Yeah. No, I fight for that. I fight for
I fight for heroin.
yeah. I'm done doing heroin for good, and now I do it for evil. Yeah. No, that show is just bad for society. Like that one's just not a good thing to put up or praise in any sense of the word. And then the worst anime of the year is, without a doubt in my mind, Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer.
You mean Nas?
They're the best. They're the best antagonists, but we're talking worst anime.
The best antagonist.
Yeah. I was so excited when I heard the news that Satoshi Mizukami's like most popular, most legendary work is gonna get the anime adaptation it deserves, and it was gonna be so cool, so hype. Then it came out that Nas was doing it. I was like, but like, why them though? And then I watched it, and I'm like, I can see like the writing is there. They took the writing from the manga, and like I can see where the masterpiece is, buried under this mountain of shit. But unfortunately, it is buried under a mountain of shit. And
To be honest, I don't even think Biscuit Hammer would have been like a masterpiece. I think it would have been just a solid 7 or 8. But fuck,
no,
how you
dude,
make
people
it a 2,
go to
bro?
bat for the manga.
I know. From what I've read, it's not bad. But again, it does not seem like it's going to shape up to be.
It's the biggest
this
read the manga forehead
perfect
moment
thing.
ever, because I saw the first episode of Bisco, liked it in spite of itself. I was like, these production values, this ain't it. But also
Bad.
the story is so good, and I so want to continue it. And so I want to read the manga. It's like top priority for manga.
You're talking about you're talking about Biscuit Hammer,
Yeah.
right?
You said
I
Bisco.
thought you said Bisco.
Oh,
You
I
did
was like,
say
what?
Bisco.
Biscuit Hammer.
Bisco have a manga? I thought it was a book.
No, it was a novel.
Yeah, so I guess I'll go ahead with my worst 3 then, if you're done with yours.
Yeah.
Alright. So, once again, this is limited to shows that I finished. There's an invisible, every single isekai that came out this year lurking in the background whenever I say these, but nonetheless, for number 3, I'd say, unfortunately, DIY, which feels bad to put there, because it's not even a
wouldn't put
bad
DIY
show,
there.
right?
I wouldn't put
But
DIY.
I was limiting myself to what I finished.
Let's calm down.
I went through all the dropped shows, and I was because like even though I dislike Urusei Yatsura, the new anime, as a whole, that's more because I just dislike the IP that is Urusei Yatsura. I like the production, so like it would never even come close to my worst of the year list.
See, I feel dirty putting DIY on there, but it's like, I just wanted to keep it to shows
Did
that I finished.
yourself like fuck your mom or something? Like, are you okay? Like, it wasn't that bad.
The thing
Well, like,
that
Like, I feel like it's
so.
because you expected more from it, but that does not qualify it for a list with Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer on it.
I mean, I didn't put Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer on there because I didn't finish.
No, but he did, and that just means it's in the vicinity.
It's not in the vicinity, no. Like, if I was judging this against Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer, on principle alone, Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer would be way lower. But not in terms of, like, what I finished. I mean, I guess I just have to put DIY there, even though I don't actively dislike it. I just think it's kind of boring. It has
That's like me
one
putting Chainsaw
good,
Man there because
one
I hated
good
the
character
direction.
there. I mean, you can put it on your list if you want, but
No, I'm not gonna. But
Go
I'm
crazy,
just saying,
go stupid.
that's just what it feels like. I just I hate Chainsaw Man's direction, but I wouldn't put it as like the
I mean,
worst.
see,
thing
I
this year.
love
There's
DIY's
a lot of
direction,
bad shit this
but
year.
it's hard carried by its direction for the most part, whereas the characters feel kind of generic at worst, and at best, they're Yua Serafu herself. And she's
Honestly,
like
it
the
just sounds
one
like
character that's good.
It just sounds like you weren't horny enough.
The show doesn't even have fan service. How is this a question of
It
It
has-
has
horniness?
it
2 beach
doesn't-
episodes.
It doesn't need to.
You have one heck of an imagination. But number 2,
Oh yeah.
number 2 is Liko
So
Rico.
does Pixiv.
I know Spuddle is molding right now, but no, I really don't like Liko Rico.
You guys have shit taste. I knew that from the second we did the first podcast together. I'm not
Yeah.
really surprised.
I want to go on record and say I gave Liko Rico a 7.
Yeah, at least Neon, like, it's weird because Neon is the most vocal about disliking
No,
it. but
I'm way
he
more vocal.
Doesn't think it's a
No,
bad
no,
show.
Crunchy's way more
I
vocal about it.
actively
maybe I
have
gave it a bad
fun
score.
disliking Liko Rico because everyone flips out whenever I say it because they're like, "What? Why do you dislike Liko
No.
Rico of all things?" I'm like, but it has
Liko Rico is
many
one of those
writing
shows
problems
where
with it.
If Liko Rico is one of those shows where if someone tells me they dislike it and then they give me like the reason why, like the writing is a reasonable reason to dislike it, but when someone tells me it's like, oh, this is like the worst anime, one of the worst anime that aired, yeah, they're a shit taste casual. I mean, why would I take their opinion seriously? That's how I feel about it. So why would I? There's no reason to mold because I wasn't expecting much from you to begin with. It's like asking Neon his opinion on Chainsaw Man's direction. Why would I want to do that?
And
I
for
already
number
know it's
one-
incorrect.
For number 1 on the worst 3, though, it's got to be Witch from Mercury Prologue. I know that's only like a single episode, so it was really easy to finish.
That was.
I
You got a weird ass list.
Yeah, I was
you
gonna
have the
say, that-
strangest list.
That's literally just episode 0 of a show.
Yeah, like that's not even a series.
I mean, okay, listen, it's listed separately.
Like, I
on
agree
Animes.
with you. The first half of of the prologue sucked ass, but the second half was not bad.
Nah, I thought the entire thing was bad start to finish. It's my main problem with it is that the show is just better without it. Like, it literally doesn't need to exist. It could have just been like 7 minutes.
Did you watch the whole show?
No, but
Then yeah, that's completely incorrect. No, you
I was gonna
need
say
that.
you can't really make that
I
claim.
mean, okay, fair.
Yeah,
But like,
it comes
especially
into
with
play.
when what happens at the end of the first part of the show puts like the things that happen in the prologue into a new light.
Well, no, because you figure out pretty early on that Tomato is not her. Let's be real. The mystery's not hard to figure out in that regard. Though I'm personally hoping it doesn't come to that, but it does more and more. But Neon is not incorrect that a lot of the stuff that happens later on, that of the events that transpired in the prologue do become more important. And the prologue itself, yeah, it's not like you don't lead with technobabble and fucking political meetings. That is such a shitty way to start a show. But on the same hand, when it gets it going and it gets into the action, it's some of the best animated action in Witch from Mercury, except for I don't know, certain like episode 1 and one other one. I can't remember right now, but yeah, it's not awful. Like we said, you should pick your worst anime list or your worst food tier list. He was like cottage cheese, a slice of Oscar Mayer turkey, but not the whole thing, and a breadcrumb. And it's like, that's a strange list, but all right, I guess.
I mean, I kind of have to
feel.
because I was limiting myself to what I finished. But
well, I think if a show is bad enough for you to drop it,
well, then
you can put it on your list.
It just be isekai.
You can put it on your list. However, you have to limit it to one isekai, and you have to limit it to shows that you got far enough in that you'd be comfortable giving a score. Right? Even if you drop something like 3 episodes in, because that's my general rule of thumb, right? If I drop something 1 or 2 episodes in, I don't give it a rating unless it was that fucking bad. Like,
I mean,
there
I
was a
just
show
don't give
this
a rating,
season.
period.
Yeah.
No, I go by the 3 episode rule. If I made it 3 episodes in and still didn't like it, I give it a rating. But if I dropped it 1 or 2 episodes in, and sometimes even 3 episodes in, I don't give it a rating, so I'm like, who knows? I literally watched 2 episodes. Maybe miraculously it gets better by 4 episodes, and the first 3 episodes might have been shit, because that happens a lot. The first 3 to 5 episodes might have been shit, but, you know, the rest of it, like, Appare Ranman is a good example of this, but the first 5 episodes are pretty kind of garbage doo-doo butter, but then the rest of it's not bad, and it's like, well, I'm a firm proponent of just because this half is good doesn't mean the rest of it is. But it's different when it's 5 episodes of a 13-episode series, because it's not even half of it. It's like 30-40%. It's like, eh. But if something is so fucking bad that I not only drop it, like, that I drop it in the first episode, but I feel compelled to also give it a 2 or a 1, then yeah, I would definitely include some shit like that on my list. I already did that.
Let's hear yours
from this season.
Hold on, real quick. New list: number 3 Fukoi, number 2 Fanfare of Adolescence, number 1 every isekai. There you go. There's the stuff I dropped. I literally just scrolled through.
I kind of like the first list better, on God. Like, because you put Barry Couple on there. I just finished that show and loved
Fukoi.
it. That's because you didn't watch it dub.
Like,
the
fuck
dub had
boy.
so much character.
Okay,
you know?
well, we can get to
All right,
your
let's hear
list
your
then.
list then.
Let's see. World's End Harem. I fucking hate that show. The Harem Labyrinth in Another World.
I'm noticing a trend.
Yeah, I knew someone was gonna say that. I can't do 5, so round 3 or third place, first place, whatever, it's not really in a particular order, is tied with Attack on Titan.
Whoa. You were saying my list was weird.
Yeah,
That's a bit of a weird
If you
pick.
think people are gonna get mad,
No,
at,
Attack on Titan Season 4 is fucking garbage dog shit. It has Season 4 Part 1, first 6 episodes are good, rest of it is ass. And for some reason, they did the exact same thing in Part 2. First 6 episodes were really fucking good, and then it goes to shit, and it's mostly because of the writing. Like, Mappa does a serviceable job at everything else, but the writing and pacing, God, dear God, the pacing in Part 2 and the second half of Part 2 and Part 1 are so fucking bad. I don't know why, but both times, 6 episodes, shit is tight, shit is good, writing's not bad, could be better, but the pacing's good, the animation could be better, not bad. But then for some reason, you get to the 7th episode in both parts, and they go to complete shit. And you would think that, oh, well, Part 2 is more, manageable, I guess. Like, it doesn't make me want to blow my goddamn brains out, because it does have some, I can't fucking remember. It's shorter, because it's shorter. But no, the pacing is so much fucking worse that outside of the one scene with Floke at the very end, I hated every second of it. So that's tied for 3. followed by Rusted Armors. No one watched that show. Don't watch that show. It's another X-Arm.
Rusted Armors.
You watched it?
I considered putting Rusted Armors on my list, but then I just thought of, man, that's too easy. That's just like it's just trying to be X-Arm, but nothing will be X-Arm.
It's really bad. Fantasia Songo is bad, but I won't put that on my list. Shoot Goal to the Future. Oh fuck, I hated that. I watched one episode, and that has gotta be one of the worst produced episodes I've ever seen, and I watched X-Arm. Like, it's that fucking bad.
Shoot Goal for the Future. I genuinely don't remember.
It was the
Don't stop looking it up.
Soccer one.
It's so bad, bro.
48% average score.
Dude, it's so fucking bad. God damn. And then let's see. I think I had like two more. The Shikamori's not just a cutie.
What the fuck?
I mean, that's kind of a weird pick as well.
You guys didn't hate that show?
Actually,
I'm picking what I
honestly
hated.
I mean, maybe if I finished it, yeah. I honestly, I could see that being. Never mind. Yeah, that's fair.
If we're and then the final one was a fucking isekai that aired in the very beginning of the year. She professed herself pupil of the wise man. I fucking hated that show.
That one was boring as sin.
God, I hated that one. It didn't even have like cute waifus. Like, it just looks really bad.
Wasn't that the one that had just like an entire first half of silence?
I don't
second
remember,
half
but
of the episode.
It's the one where the first episode is about them as the old man, and I'm like, this is boring as fuck. And then he turns into a lolly in the second half or some shit. And yeah, I think that's where the silence is. It's really fucking bad. If I had to pick just shit that I hated and also made it like 9 episodes plus in, or made it longer, further than like 2 or 3 episodes, it would be World's End Harem, the fucking the Harem Labyrinth in Another World, because like why the fuck, how do you fuck up, it's titties, how you fuck that up? How did 2 shows in the same year fuck up titty? It's not hard to get right. It's porn. How you fuck up porn? I don't understand. How do you fuck up? Queen Bee can't even fuck up porn, and they're horrible. Oh my god. And then yeah, Attack on Titan, because I actively, mostly Attack on Titan is one of those weird ones, because like I guess I actively didn't enjoy everything onto the 6 episodes, but it takes a toll on a person when everybody calls it good, and you're just like, bro, it's really not. Because you get shit like Tribe 9 and Extreme Hearts, which were also really, really fucking bad shows. Especially Tribe 9, because it wasted the Danganronpa character designs, right?
I don't like the Danganronpa character designs.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter what you think about them. They don't, like, it was a big name artist, right? And and they just floundered that shit. But it's like, I'm judging it based on shit that I actively not only hated, but also was like, this isn't good. And then you have a bunch of people saying it is, and usually I'm just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck what other people think, and I don't. But Attack on Titan is one of those that gets pretty annoying because it's so goddamn, massive. But I will say that it is rather amusing how many people are starting to turn on it because of how MAPPA is producing the last like 2 seasons. See, we already made the joke at the beginning of the podcast. But those would be my top 3. And if I was forced to swap out Attack on Titan with something else, I would probably give it to probably Shikimori, because that was another one that I just watched it and I'm like, so it's a show about the girl, but it's always focusing on the guy. That's really stupid. And the guy's a loser, and he's not fun. And it's another one that it just baffles me. I'm like, why?
Yeah, but I want to fuck.
How do you fuck that up? Yeah, I just want to fuck the pink hair girl. How do you? Though I would, because Attack on Titan's stupid in its own way because of the rush production, and that contributes to why it's so fucking bad. Because Isayama didn't have time to go back and write it for it to be better. like he did with season 3, and likewise the pacing is so shit because MAPPA has to stretch it thin because they just can't fucking animate that shit. Because the CEO is like, ha, I love money. So if I were to cut Attack on Titan slack for that, then yeah, I would give it to Shikimori, because all 4 of those shows just make me go like, why? But Attack on Titan at least has an answer, and it's mostly just because of corporate greed. Whereas the other 3, they just suck. Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer was my number 1, but I replaced it since you already nommed it.
Okay. Well, then with that, we've got just the big motherfuck left anime of the
Bocchi
year.
the Rock.
I mean, yeah, obviously, but well, let's go over what Crunchyroll got down first. We got Attack on Titan Final Season Part 2, Demon Slayer Season 2, Ranking of Kings, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, Lycoris Recoil, and Spy Family.
I would not count the first 3 because they're
I
sequels.
would count Ranking of Kings because it finished in this year. I would definitely not count Attack on Titan or Demon Slayer.
I obviously, these should all be obvious. You're gonna give it to Cyberpunk. I'm gonna give it to Lycoris Recoil. I don't know what the fuck Bagels is gonna give it to.
Spy
it's
Family.
Gonna be between
Easily.
Spy Family. Yeah, I knew it. Spy Family. And then, like, come on, all together on 3. 1, 2. Bocchi the Rock.
Spy Family.
What?
All right, listen.
Yeah, his anime of the year is Spy Family.
He's fucking with us. No, he's fucking with us. It's Bocchi.
No, it's Spy. All right, listen.
No,
He's
he
not
might
being-
have-
he's
he
not
didn't
fucking
give
with us.
Bocchi a 10, but you would know that if you watch the podcast.
Well, I also said that I didn't give Bocchi a 10, but
I
it's still
did give
anime of the
Bocchi
year.
a 9. I ended up getting convinced into. I originally gave it an 8, but I raised it to a 9 because I was like, actually, I do quite enjoy this. This is actually quite Kino.
You know, Bagels, I thought Neon was the one with the shit taste. But this podcast, this specific episode is proving otherwise.
Yeah, so the 3 anime, I mean, I put them all in, they're like the nominees, I guess. The short list, or rather. I had Bocchi the Rock, Call of the Night, and Spy Family, and I don't know, man, Spy Family was like this super comfy, super fun seasonal experience for the most part. Because there are some parts in Season 2, Core 2, but Season 2, I'm just going to call it Season 2, where I think the pacing
you
gets
can't
a little
because there's an
wonky.
actual Season 2 on the way.
Yeah, I don't care how badly this podcast ages. I'm going to call it Season 2 until I'm forced out of it.
If I can interject, I want to correct something that Spuddle said from the Crunchyroll list. I would actually give it, of the ones on that list, to Spy Family over Cyberpunk.
Y'all couldn't hear it, but I pissed extra aggressively when you said that shit.
Alright, I'll keep
How you
that
gonna
part in.
portray the show you were dick riding the whole time and say fucking Spy X Family? I'd have beat you.
Because I just liked it more. They're both 8 out of 10s, but
I was midstream, and he says Spy X Family. That shit got hard. Like, not my penis, the piss. Like, I mean, it came out faster. I was like, oh, I gotta wrap this shit up.
I will say that there is one, like, extrapolating factor that's making me lean towards Spy Family over Cyberpunk, and that's the fact that there will be I have the foreknowledge that there will be more Spy Family in the future to enjoy.
But if you're going off Crunchyroll, they're only counting the first 12 episodes. Do you really think the first 12 episodes of Spy X Family were better than the first 12 of Edge Runners?
Yes.
Or the only 10. Sorry, 10.
Not the first 12, but if I'm being, doing the logical thing and counting.
But when you're doing the Crunchyroll list like you're doing now, you can't do the logical thing. You have to pick what they picked, and that means Core 1, because it would say Core 2 if it was Core 2.
Okay, yeah, if we're comparing the first 12 to the entirety of Edge Runners, then yeah, I would give it to Edge Runners, but...
Fuck you, I was right.
Yeah, but but I'm counting Spy Family as, like, its entirety, because it's the first season. I don't give a shit what Crunchyroll says.
That's also kind of cheating, though, because that's 24 episodes versus 10.
How's that cheating?
Yeah.
That's just, it's got more material to work with.
Well, it was...
Then,
I just liked
then
the
you wouldn't be
content
able to
better.
compare anything. If that's cheating, everything is.
No, because everything else on this list is 12 episodes, because it's only counting Core 2 of Ranking of Kings.
Was there a show of this Crunchy? Was there the show on the podcast that we covered that was like more than 20 something episodes? JoJo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
JoJo.
the Stone Ocean. I gave Stone Ocean a 6.
No, I'm not saying more episodes make it better. I'm saying in a competition comparison like this, it's like, what was better? The show with 10 episodes that told its story, or the show that kept going for 24? Maybe, I don't know. It's just, it's not
the thing
technically
they're both
it's not
of like
unfair.
such roughly equal quality to me. But like the idea that there's going to be more Spy Family just over the horizon, whereas Edgerunners is a one and done thing, just kind of leaves me with like, well, it's like I can appreciate how good Edgerunners was and is, and like if I ever want to rewatch it, yeah, like all the good stuff will be there, and maybe I'll even find new stuff to like about it. But I just think about Spy Family, I'm like, yeah, like that I can have the 25 episodes that are out, and there's gonna be a season and another season.
I mean, I'm
and
one
a
of those
movie.
hippies that didn't even like Edgerunners, so I mean, the choice is free for me.
Core 2 for Spy X Family was weird because the episodes were weaker, like the first 2, and then like the last one. I liked the last one, but it wasn't that great. And then fuck, there was like a 1 or 2 more. Basically the ones that didn't have Anya in it. The tennis tournament, the first one was pretty bad, but the second one was good. But Core 2 was weird because it had shittier written material with like less Anya in it, though the parts where they were was fucking amazing. I still remember, and I still laugh my ass off to this day, the fucking scene where the guy thinks he's gotta leave school forever, and the fucking Becky's like, we should sing for him, and she starts singing, and Anya's like, really, bitch?
And David
really,
starts
Becky?
busting it down sexual style.
Dude, it's so funny, but like, it's weird because there's not a lot of Anya, and as we discussed, I think earlier in the podcast, because Spy X Family doesn't really take the time to develop Yor and Lloyd, they're just the gag characters.
I mean, it takes time to develop Lloyd.
They don't develop Yor.
To an extent,
they sell Yor super short, but
they don't develop his relationship with Yor, for example. So it's like when Anya's not on screen, it's like it's either boring spy serious plot stuff, which is hit or miss, or it's Yor, and Yor can't, like the cooking episode, like Yor can't carry it on her own because she doesn't have anything other than being sillily stupid, right? But it's like Anya does that better, so I'd rather watch Anya do it because she's secretly int 100, bitch. Smart as fuck.
I like Yor. My biggest problem with Spy Family though is that they just refuse to show her doing assassin work.
I don't care about seeing the assassin work with her. I just wanted to see her do something as a character. And they kind of start at the very end, right? Like after with the whole, what the fuck is her name? The ice girl.
Nightfall?
Night Owl?
Nightfall,
yeah. They start doing it with after the end of the tennis tournament and her in general thinking she might steal Lloyd. And then you see more of it when you think she might have the romantic relationship, and then she knocks Lloyd out because she gets drunk, but then she sings the song, and he remembers his mom, and I'm like, fuck, that's good. And then that's it. And I'm like, why the fuck isn't there more of that? Like, they should do a better job at connecting those two characters, because as it stands, they spend a lot of time with Anya because she's the best one. But if they just took a few episodes to develop Yor and Lloyd's relationship, either between each other or with other fun characters, you could have more episodes that, writing wise are just as good and just as funny as the Anya one. But Core 2 itself is weird to me because it's stuck in that limbo of not as many Anya episodes. The ones that were there were fucking hilarious, but then there's a lot of kind of miss episodes that aren't too good. But they up the quality, right? Because my complaint was like the still 1-to-1 adaptation for the first Core, but Core 2 has a lot more moments where you can tell they had more time to work on it, and that fucking showed. Like I know I mentioned the tennis tournament, but there's like the short bar fight scene, even though it's really just him getting kicked in the chin. There's the whole that pretty much that whole episode with that kid thinking he's leaving school. The final episode, even though it was like plot stuff, like, it was pretty goddamn good in terms of the production, even if it barely moved. So I don't know. It's in a weird place for me because it's more. They basically did what I wanted. They improved on the adaptation side. It still had its faults in that regard, but you could tell they had more time to work on it. So there were more episodes, like episode 9, the volleyball one, or the one where he meets Yor gets drunk when they meet Yuri for the first time and whatnot. They had more episodes like that were handled well from a production side and added more flair to the material instead of just being this like bland one-to-one adaptation, which doesn't make the show bad. It's just not as good as it could be. But on the same hand, the writing material, it's like it kind of starts to wear thin because they're not developing those other characters. You're just like, yeah, it's Spike's family. And I feel like that's why no one talked about the second part, at least from what I could see. There didn't seem to be nearly as much hubbub about it in comparison. And obviously airing in the same season as shit like Chainsaw Man didn't help it, but yeah. But I would give it to Lycoris Recoil from Crunchyroll's list. Spike's Family, I guess, would be a second pick from that list. But honestly, if I finished Ranking of Kings, that would probably be the second.
Yeah, I have the
fair,
sneaking suspicion that if I watch Ranking of Kings, it would also.
It's probably
work
really
its way on my
fucking
list.
good. Yeah.
To be fair,
but who
could
knows?
overtake. Yeah, but
in terms of personal picks, yeah, obviously Bocchi the Rock, anime of the year.
Well, I hope all of you rest easy knowing that next year the best original anime, in my opinion, will undoubtedly be Onimai, and there is no changing that. It is set in stone right now. So
there was some fucking
I thought about that. I said that about Dress Up Darling, and then Bocchi came out.
There was some fucking schizo I saw on Twitter talking to himself, like in his 10-page long thread about Onimai.
Yeah, I don't know who that
can
is.
Go that far,
I've never heard that. I've never heard who that guy is.
I mean, I also saw this other dude who made like a 4-minute long video about it and just talked about the cunny the whole time. So if people can go that
dude,
far,
yeah, that dude's pretty based. I liked the title of that video. Shame he changed it.
Yeah, well, it ended up getting more views when he changed it, so it was probably for the better. Honestly, I think the only reason I don't think the word was suppressed, by the way. I think what it was is it's called cunny, and then you click on it and
it's cute and funny. Not funny.
Not even search, because the browse. Well, actually, no. That video did do better in search than it did in browse. But so yeah, it's like no one is searching cunny, but also for the people who did click on it from the browse side of things, the YouTube recommendation side, they click on it because you know what they're expecting when you click cunny, and then it's a review, and they're like, oh, that is not what I was expecting.
Yeah, they were wanting something cute and funny.
Exactly. And they got that for like 30 seconds, and then after that it was a review, and they're like, what? Also, in general, I don't think that video was very well made, and it's just like way too many fucking cuts. I went overboard. And it wasn't as entertaining, but it wasn't as bad as like my Tomo and my recent Tomo and what the fuck was the one I just did, the Yuri show or whatever. I think those videos are shit. But that's besides the point. Onimai is definitely going to be a fucking contender for next year. I mean, because you expect it to be degenerate, trashy shit, but it's like, wow, it's actually kind of a wholesome story, and they talk about periods in the second episode. How do you top that?
You see, Neon Manta, you see, it is wholesome. I wasn't lying. It is wholesome.
You are, yeah, but you gotta keep in mind that the person who said this, like, not even, I don't think an hour ago, was going off on how how he was able to detect Kitagawa's ass was different between the manga and the anime.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm pretty cold, sure. or that comment I made about being reincarnated to the Lolly Ninja show. So, I mean. Yeah, but I mean, it's just I'm
might want to
cultured,
find
you're
some better
not,
references.
I would say I'm the best reference you can get because I can see it from both sides, and I can tell you that, trust me, while the cunny is there's literally an ass shot and bathing suits and shit in the third episode. It is definitely trying to tell an actual compelling growth story of this guy who just happens to be turned into a lolly. It's trying to tell a compelling and wholesome story of this sister feeling bad that she kind of not forced, her brother's a loser and did it to himself, but kind of forced her brother into that position where he is, feels bad about it, and hides this science experiment under the guise of just helping rehabilitate her own Ichan, who she loves and cares about. and then they introduce some characters to make it good fun, but I'm sure they'll prove a point later on other than just being fan service. But that's the appeal of the show. Like, it not only being well animated, it's also just, it's got the fan service, but it's like, oh, wait, this kind of wholesome.
W.
It's another Bind W. Cunny reincarnation slept, and now we have Cunnymai. Like, come on, what's next? They should just do hentai next.
And if you want some more Cunny, you can subscribe to the Castaway Anime YouTube channel.
We can't use that as a transition.
We can't? Why can't you?
It's
Come on,
not allowed.
all you have to do...
How is it
no,
not allowed?
Big brain.
That's too
big brain.
Too based for the manta.
We've already lost what little audience was watching this far in when we talked about Onimai.
No, you just cut out the Onimai conversation, then keep in that bit. So it has no context.
Okay, yeah, the lack of context would
Big
be funny.
brain.
I didn't expect you two to go
Momozo's.
ham over Chainsaw Man and me to just be able to look for the Bokyaku Tentai fanlations in the background.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you were doing, but he was sipping his coffee in the background. He was like, nice, yes. I can't wait for my turn when we talk about Call of Night. I'm so excited.
And if you, viewers, want to have your turn to help out the podcast, you can do that right now by subscribing to the channel, hitting the like button, head on down to the comments, tell us what you thought of the 2022 year of anime. What was your favorite? I want to see all y'all's favorite best and worst anime of the year. Drop your nominees for the categories in the comments, all that good shit. Go check out Toto's channel in the description. He's got some good stuff for 2023 planned, no doubt.
Oh, was I supposed to promote myself?
I've done it for you. You're welcome.
Yeah, no, I have.
Watch my
I'm
new
gonna
DIY
basically cover
video.
most of the stuff here.
I sort of talked over.
Don't watch this. No, for my channel, yeah, I'm gonna cover basically everything in terms of a lot of the stuff airing this season. I know my last two videos, in my opinion anyways, were kind of shit, so I want to go back to making good videos, but also maintain this consistent schedule of uploading basically almost every day or like every other day. As for like big projects outside of normal anime reviews, I want to test character analysis, which I haven't done yet, and I want to make Gundam Abridged. So that's gonna happen at some point.
When is the Spuddle light novel coming out?
Well, the term Spuddle means someone who does a lot of work but gets nothing done, so that should answer that question. Probably never.
Just like the Neon Manta videos.
For Bagels, though, 100% should watch his Shaft video. And, I mean, DIY wasn't bad. You could watch that one, too. But, oh, God, you should really watch the Shaft video. It's really good.
Arigato.
And with that, I think that brings us to the conclusion of this special episode of Castaway Anime Podcast. Spud, just say your thing and we'll end it there.
Fuck, I was gonna say something funny and I forgot. I forgot what the joke was.
No, that works too. That's going in.
Use that.
Alright, this has been a disaster. Goodbye, everyone.